being appointed as Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary in 2020. It's understood her conviction is now classified as spent. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party chairman, Nigel Huddleston, has responded, saying these are extremely concerning revelations. Keir Starmer has serious questions to answer regarding what he knew and when. Now, the Prime Minister has accused the previous government of running an open borders experiment while giving a press conference at Downing Street today. In the latest migration data, net migration fell 20% in the year to June 2024, down from a record high of 906,000 in the previous year. Meanwhile, the cost of the asylum system has soared to more than £5 billion, nearly 12 times the amount spent a decade ago. Sir Keir Starmer's speech comes as the government has announced an immigration deal with Iraq. Meanwhile, the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp, has responded, saying the Prime Minister has no plan and no desire to tackle the high levels of migration. 7 people arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation into a banned Kurdistan terror group remain in custody tonight as searches are carried out. On Wednesday, 5 men and 2 women were arrested across London as part of the probe into the proscribed Kurdistan Workers' Party known as the PKK. The suspects, aged between 23 and 62, were detained under the Terrorism Act, with officers conducting searches at 8 addresses across the city, including the Kurdish Community Centre in Haringey. Police say there's no immediate threat to the public, but the centre will remain closed for up to 2 weeks as the investigation continues. And Parliament has chance to correct injustice and reduce human suffering when it debates assisted dying. The MP behind the bill, Kim Ledbetter, has said. But opposition campaigners have warned of inevitable abuse, pressure, coercion and mistakes. The divisive issue is being debated in the Commons tomorrow for the first time in almost a decade. It comes after David Cameron has become the first former Prime Minister to back the assisted dying bill, a significant shift after voting against it in 2015. His stance contrasts with other ex-leaders, including Boris Johnson and Gordon Brown, who opposed the bill. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Ben.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Right, bear with me with this next story because it is serious. It's been causing quite a stir. We all know Bill Gates was loitering around Downing Street like a bad smell before the budget. Of course, the Microsoft boss, the ex-Microsoft boss, who now has interest in agriculture and vaccines and so on and so on. No one's been able to say what he was doing in Downing Street. But what we do know is that he's been causing a right stink with a new potion he's been cooking up in the lab. Gates is leading a new $12 million investment in an Australian firm called Ruminate that aims to stop cows farting to save the planet. The claim, of course, is that methane from cows' backsides is causing global warming. Well, now the idea has come to the UK, and it's fair to say it's not going down very well. Arla Foods, the Danish-Swedish company that owns the UK's biggest dairy cooperative, is teaming up with the likes of Tesco, Aldi and Morrisons to feed its dairy cows with the gas-suppressing chemical mix through another company separate to Gates. That means milk, yoghurt and butter you buy in the supermarkets could have been made from cow's feed with this new additive in. It's called Bovaer. Take a listen.
I'm Jane.
I'm Adam.
And we run a family dairy farm with 420 cows.
We've been Arla members for the last 10 years and we've been in the innovation farm for the last 5.
The latest innovation we're looking at is Bovaer. Bovaer is a feed additive developed by Dutch company DSM that allows farmers to reduce enteric methane emissions from our dairy herds.
So 30 of Arla's farms in the UK will trial the use of Bovaer, which claims to reduce methane emissions from cow's gas by 27% on average. It's made by a rival firm of Bill Gates' company, DSM Firmenich, which is a Dutch multinational. And if successful, it hopes more UK farmers will start to use the feed additives in their own flock. So what's the problem? Well, there are concerns that Bovaer will make its way into cow's milk and then, of course, eventually into humans. It's made of silicon dioxide, propylene glycol, and organic compound 3-nitrooxypropanol, known as 3-nop. So the Food Standards Agency last year found that 3-nop, quote, should be considered corrosive to the eyes, it's a skin irritant and potentially harmful by inhalation to humans handling it. In a joint statement from Morrison's, Aldi and Tesco, they said, we have the ability to address some of the climate challenges facing our food system. It's this collective approach that is really going to make a difference. And being involved in using a feed additive is a great way of testing out where we can drive change at scale to bring down emissions. So look, this is all very strange. I don't know what these climate doomsters are up to. I don't know why they want cows to stop farting. And I don't know why they have to mess with a fairly simple product, milk, at the altar of climate catastrophe. Concerns over Bovir's safety might also be a load of hot air, but I do take grievance with British consumers and indeed cows being used as guinea pigs in the latest game of Frankenstein food. Let's get the thoughts now of farmer Gareth Wynne-Jones, who's down the line with us. Gareth, good evening. Thank you for joining me so late. Of course, you've been tracking this story today and yesterday as it's been breaking online. On the surface, it does seem fairly comical and trivial. We've had a laugh about cows farting, but there is a lot of concern building about this, isn't there?
Oh, I think, it's... if anybody wants to listen to the consumer and customer, they want to listen now, because you can see how people feel about this. They are not happy at all. I don't think I've seen one positive comment towards it. This has been going on for years, They have been doing work on this. They've used natural elements like garlic and seaweed to try and bring, the methane, because it's not just out the back end. They do belch quite a lot as well, cows, so it comes out from the back and the front. So it's making sure that, if that's their idea, that's going to save the planet, is to stop cows farting and belching. It's just a bit crazy, because methane is in a natural cycle and it does break down. And we've got to look at the whole process of what, these cows do. They chomp on grass, which grows very well in this country. That grass regrows, sequences, more carbon back in, and we're able to get the benefits of that, which is meat, milk, butter, yogurts, ice cream. Milk is in so much fantastic different products to eat. So I think maybe the advertisement side of things have had a hard couple of days, and they might have to readdress the situation and the invalidity of the whole system is quite natural. Why do we want to mess with it?
Yeah, it just seems the concern is that we're taking a very natural product, milk, and then mixing it with chemically induced additives. We don't know really the long-term safety effects of these additives. There's been lots of concerns about, in instant human interaction with it, if you inhale it, it's very, very toxic. Who knows whether it will get into the milk? People like Arla Foods say that plenty of studies show that it won't get into the milk. But do you get the feeling that we're just interfering too much with our food these days?
Well, I think we're taking it one step too far, to be honest with you. And I think the consumer and the customer has put that on today when you're seeing petitions not to buy Arla, which have been a great company. There's a lot of fantastic companies out there that are doing great work, and yet we need innovation, we need new ideas. But I don't think this is one of the innovations and new ideas we need. Not in my opinion. I wouldn't be drinking that milk, unless I knew that had been tested rigorously for everybody. And there is nothing more natural than taking that milk, straight from that grass into that cow, and straight into your cornflakes, your milk with your tea or your
porridge.
Coffee, however, fresh, local, sustainable, environmentally friendly. I think they're pushing too much on this carbon footprint. And what are we? 1% of the whole ethos.
Less than, yeah.
I know they should be looking at India and China and pointing the finger at them instead of trying to, bring a few cows fat.
Well, they'll tell you, Gareth. They say, yeah, but we need to be world leaders, of course. In we need to lead by example. Gareth, just very quickly before I let you go, if you buy organic milk, does that exclude additives such as Bovaer being included in the milk?
I think they will have to say any company that's using. There's a lot of companies out there now, organic and non-organic, saying that they're not using this additive in the production of milk. So, transparency is very, very important for the consumer and customer. And, if the people are willing to buy it, that's up to them. But I think it's important that everybody knows what they're eating and what they're getting on their plates every single day.
OK, Gareth Wyn-Jones, thank you for your company. Really appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Let's get the thoughts now of my panel. Joining me is, of course, Dame Andrea Jenkins of Reform UK, the senior political correspondent of the Daily Express, Christian Calgie, and political commentator Andy Williams. Guys, I know this seems like a bizarre story, but there is growing concern, especially online at the moment, that we just don't want our food supply meddled with like this. And it is indeed a trial. We're being trialled here in the UK with 30 farms. Andrea.
No, I just think the world's gone bonkers. No wonder the likes of cancer rates are up. I mean, look, when they started putting aspartame in foods to replace sugar, in some countries it's banned. And I think it's just going too far. You can't beat natural foods. And it's like we're just living in this strange universe. It's like this is a globalist agenda of Gates and Starmer and people like this.
Globalist agenda?
Oh, it is. They're all the globalists.
Let me ask you about
where's common sense?
Let me ask you, Andrew, about Bill Gates. So he's not connected to Bovaer, but he's invested $12 million in this separate company which has inspired Bovaer. It's basically the same product.
Yes.
Gates has been in and out of Downing Street a lot over the years. There's pictures of him with Penny Mordaunt, I think, something to do with the...
Well, didn't they write a book together as well?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. What's your experience with Bill Gates? Have you ever met him? Have you seen him in Downing Street? Why is he so frequently in Downing Street? He was there a couple of weeks before the budget.
No, I mean, look, he's got money, he's a powerful man, but look how he was sort of interfering where the vaccines are concerned. Look, my sister...
Andy's sighing.
No, you say that, but my sister had the vaccine. She died and had to be resuscitated, and she woke up paralysed from the neck down. She had a reaction. So I'm going to have a different viewpoint, I'm afraid.
Because of the vaccine?
The vaccine,
Which vaccine was it? AstraZeneca?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it was my sister. The COVID vaccine, yeah.
Wow.
And so they said she'd never walk again, and she's took 9 months to learn to walk again. And she's amazing. And so I've seen what that's done. So, we've got... that farmer was so right. People need to know what's in their foods, what's in their vaccinations, and actually the impacts on the human body.
Andrew,
that is so important.
I'd never heard that story before. I don't know if you
I don't think I've never told it live.
I'm so sorry for you and your sister. And
she's amazing, my sister,
as well. Thank you. But that's kind of the point. I mean, there is so much concern now about people meddling with our drugs and our agriculture and our food because, OK, you mentioned COVID, so let's talk about that. We were told during COVID these vaccines were safe and effective. The argument is that they neither were safe nor effective. I know there are some studies saying they saved 17 million lives. Some people don't agree with that. We know for certain vaccines harmed people. Yes. And again, the argument is, for the sake of balance, there's vaccines that harm everybody, different vaccines. But there is a growing concern, I think, a rising consciousness about what's going on. Andy?
Well, I'm really sorry to hear about your sister, and that is a genuinely very, very sad story. But I wondered why we were talking about this, I thought, on a really busy news day, why are we talking about this story? And I had a funny feeling we might end up talking about vaccines. And sure enough, here we are. You said there was a funny smell of Bill Gates being hanging around Downing Street. There's a funny smell to me of conspiracy theory, Ben, with you and in this studio right now. What a load of nonsense.
What's the conspiracy? He was in Downing Street.
You're saying, oh, what's Bill Gates doing hanging around Downing Street? Let's just leave that hanging in the air. Well, I don't know.
Well,
you don't know. Maybe it's because he's one of... No, listen to me.
He's invested in this other company who is selling this fiat.
Follow the money.
That's why it's linked.
Follow the money, Andy.
Point that out.
Well, but you said, what's Bill Gates doing hanging around Downing Street?
Well, they've still not answered. What was he doing in Downing Street?
Well, don't ask me, I don't work there.
He's the biggest farmland owner in the US. That budget absolutely destroyed farmers. What was he doing in Downing Street?
Bill Gates is one of the most successful entrepreneurs of all time. He's one of the richest men in the world. Of course, he is in and out
Have you met him, Andy?
Of course I've not met Bill Gates. Why would I have done? You know, of course he's in and out of Downing Street because he should be, the UK government should be talking to serious entrepreneurs. And I'm afraid...
You want to Trump, to Elon Musk, will he?
Well, but it is conspiratorial language that you're using. And I'm afraid what you've done then is you've introduced a story so that you could talk about a different conspiracy theory that you have. And I'm afraid... I'm sorry, I'm going to call it out. It's a load of absolute nonsense.
I disagree with you there.
Sorry, it's absolute rubbish.
No, what
It is. And I just want to say, I'm on this channel... I am passionate about it because I'm on this channel a lot with very sensible people who say very sensible things, and this is not one of those.
Andy, you are sounding like a conspiratorial one. I think.
I'm sure.
I mean, it's clearly just pointing out that the simple thing is we need to watch what's in our food, what gets injected into us with vaccines, whatever it is. We need to know what it does to the human body.
Andy,
what is wrong with that, Andy?
I don't know how you can come to the conclusion that I'm sat with a tin-foil hat on my head because
didn't say that.
Bill Gates has invested £10 million in a company that stops cows farting, and at the same time, a company has just started trialling the same product of a different brand in all our supermarkets in the UK. How's that conspiratorial?
What? Because
do you know what, Andy? Do you know what? It's people like you during COVID who are going around saying, we need to lock down, the kids need to stay at home, we all need to be jabbed before you can get out. I guarantee that was your position, was it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there we go. And how wrong you were.
Well, let's see.
How wrong you were, weren't you? Do you admit you were wrong during COVID?
No.
I think Boris was right when he initially said herd immunity, actually. Yeah.
Well, exactly, but it's a shame to...
But what did he instead?
Well, that's because it was all these scientists saying hundreds of thousands of people are going to die.
Who was the Prime Minister, Andrea?
And because he nearly died himself.
Who was the Prime Minister?
Well, God, look at all the media. They was actually taking this stance. All the mainstream media was taking this stance, and the scientists was doom-mongering and...
And the decision-maker did what?
Well, they took the advice of the scientists.
OK, we're going down a path. Christian, do you need a milky coffee before we ask your opinion on this?
Well, I was just about to say we appear to have wandered onto the wrong sort of herd. Look, actually, I think this is quite interesting because clearly there's a split in the right. You know, 15 years ago, if you'd gone to anyone on the right of politics, you'd have thought, OK, well, Bill Gates is a multi-billionaire, a great example of free market innovation. He's clearly philanthropic, so he wants to deal with the climate with the climate change. Look, you know, I think Cravendale, which is my milk of choice, is an Arla product. It's clearly not natural because it lasts for about 4 weeks before going off. You know, and I make that choice, right? And frankly, I think
that why you was farting in the green room?
Right. So there's going to be a defamation case here as well.
Sorry.
But
I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding. Yes.
You know, I think this sounds to me like free market innovation. As long as people are aware of whether they're buying milk with a certain product in it or not, if they want to buy milk in the knowledge that this is potentially, of course, as a free marketeer, I believe in people having knowledge about what they're buying and making informed decisions. And I thought Gareth, who I've worked with quite closely over the past fortnight in relation to the farming protests, was bang on about that. Look, I'd be open to buying it, and I also think it's worth mentioning that I think the EU food safety regulator said that this product was non-harmful in 2022. Britain, as we know from the debate about the American potential free trade deal, is massively, some would argue, overly regulatory in regards to its food standards. I personally don't believe that we would allow a product to be sold that was harmful to consumers.
And by the way, methane does massively contribute to global warming.
Yeah, OK. How long, Andy, have we got before the world collapses under the weight of global warming?
Well, I mean, I'm not at the extreme doomsday end of the spectrum, but we do need to address it. Of course we do. It's fact.
We need to stop cows farting. OK. And I did make clear, of course, that it's a separate company to Bill Gates, which is working in the UK. But an Arla spokesperson said the information spreading online surrounding our link to Bill Gates is completely false and claims relating to his involvement in our products is inaccurate. The health and safety of both consumers and animals is always our #1 priority. Bovir has already been extensively and safely used across Europe, and at no point during the trial will there be any impact on the milk we produce, as it does not pass from the cow into the milk. Okie doke, go and get your milky teas, your milky coffees, because it's time now for our biggest and great British giveaway. And this year, it's your chance to win £50,000 in tax-free cash. It's the biggest cash prize we've ever given away, and it could be yours. Here's all the details you need to win that whopping £50,000.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays, a brand new car, home improvements, or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion. For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Christian would like to make clear that Andrea, he wasn't doing what Andrea accused him of in the green room, just FYI. I won't repeat what the allegation was, but he wasn't doing it. Anyway, coming up, Greg Wallace.
Let's specify the allegation. Only farting.
Bottom burping.
Before we move on to Greg Wallace, it was not...
There we go. He wasn't doing it. He's very well behaved, let me tell you. Anyway, coming up, Greg Wallace of MasterChef fame is in hot water as he steps down while the BBC investigates allegations made against him. This is Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Ben Leo, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Why go out on a Friday night when Friday night comes straight to your home?
Talking about?
Join me and my A-team of top pundits. Chemistry tonight is electric. As we tackle the big stories of the day with wit, insight and fearless energy.
Man of the people.
It's all vibe.
Just a filing cabinet on wheels with a tie on.
So, order in Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, every Friday at 8, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment. This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory. Don't miss my big opinion. Mark meets and my take at 10. Democracy is a funny old thing. And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it. Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it. That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back. Now, MasterChef presenter Greg Wallace will step away from his role whilst the BBC investigate allegations of misconduct. Former Newsnight presenter Kirsty Walk is amongst a number of complainants and has alleged that Wallace told sexualised jokes during filming. It's understood that Wallace is facing allegations of inappropriate comments from 13 people who he worked with across a 17-year period. And Wallace has spoken out on social media this evening.
I would like to thank all the people getting in touch, reaching out and showing their support. It's good of you. Thank you very much.
OK, well, joining me now is former BBC executive Akhil Ahmed. Yeah, he seems a bit rattled, of course, you would be after such allegations. But what's your thoughts on this, Akhil? My first feeling is that he's kind of getting more pressure than, say, for example, Hugh Edwards ever did at the start of the allegations against him.
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, I'm speaking purely in a personal capacity, and we have to understand that Greg might be innocent, right? We have to, you know, these are allegations at the moment. I think the difficulty for him is that obviously that in 2018, where it's alleged that the BBC had conversations with him about his behaviour and comments had been made. And when you're talking about the likes of Kirsty Walk, for instance, you know, it may make people think more along the lines of that there's something in this. So I think that actually he's in a difficult position. And of course, unlike Hugh Edwards, with the Hugh Edwards thing, obviously it was very complicated. It's a different story.
And also very different, just to clarify, very different seriousness.
And what's happened with this is a lot of people have actually made complaints over a period of time, and it's not, and obviously in 2018, he was spoken to by BBC bosses, which is going to make it more difficult for him and probably easier for them to actually act on these allegations, if proved correct when investigated.
So the question is then, why, if he was investigated in 2018, what's happened since then? What's new?
Well, what's happened? Well, in 2018, there were certain allegations were made about kind of like inappropriate language. That's the thing. It's quite clear. There's a difference here between, you know, we're not talking here about kind of like a sexual predator along the lines of, you know, Jimmy Savile, etc. We're talking about somebody who, at this moment in time, all we have been told is that there's been inappropriate language, and he has stressed strongly that he has not done anything beyond just kind of his language. So therefore, they would have been given a warning for that behaviour, and if he is now been deemed, during the investigation, if he's found to be guilty, then the likelihood is it's going to be a lot more stronger than a warning this time, and probably would be the end of his role on MasterChef, simply because it's unacceptable. I mean, I've just been, if you read some of the kind of allegations that have been made, it's a kind of language that goes back, you know, that people don't find acceptable. It's the kind of language that probably was, you know, more acceptable, kind of like industrial language that we used to hear, that we all grew up working with. But it doesn't play in the modern workplace. You just can't do that. And if you're making people like Kirsty Walk feel uncomfortable, and then there are other names that have come forward as well, Asma Mir, then you've also got Tracy Ann Oberman, you've got Penny Smith, Rod Stewart's wife. You've got all these kind of names, and who knows more people who are working there. It's showing a pattern of inappropriate behaviour that, if investigated and he's found guilty during that investigation, I think it's difficult for the BBC to kind of like keep him in place, because quite frankly, it's the kind of behaviour that's unacceptable in the workplace.
Yeah, I get your point. Even if he's found not guilty of all these allegations, and of course he is still innocent until he's investigated, if he is cleared, does he still have a future on MasterChef and the BBC, do you think?
Well, I think ultimately, if he's cleared, what has he done wrong? Yeah, so that's the problem, isn't it? Obviously, if he's cleared, he's done nothing wrong, then of course he has a career. The problem is there seems to be, you know, this has been mentioned quite a few times, hasn't it? And there's quite a few allegations, and the people that are saying things are not the kind of people that you would expect to just say it for the sake of it. So therefore, I think it's very difficult. I can't imagine that he's going to be in a safe space with regards to this. I think the BBC have done the right thing. They've suspended him from any kind of further kind of MasterChef kind of activity and any other kind of programs that he's working on. And while they do the investigation, I bet they'll do it as quickly as possible. And the fact of the matter is, you've heard some of the I've read some of the comments that are being made by ASMA and people like that talking about keeping the receipts, etc. It doesn't look good, but like I said, I've got to stress here, it's got to be investigated and he's got to be found guilty. It's just that I know some of the people involved who've made comments. I wouldn't expect them to make this stuff up.
Yeah. Okay, got it. And the thing is as well, even if he's completely cleared, you've got the court of public opinion. I guess in cases like this, even if you are cleared, and there's been many examples before, you're forever tainted with those kind of allegations. So
well, you're tainted, but it's difficult to sack somebody if they've not committed a crime, right?
Yeah, true, but...
I'm just saying in case he's innocent. If he's not innocent, then it's a different conversation, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My point being that it forever in the public opinion of him, he's been associated with these allegations.
Fire, people will always say, won't they?
Yeah, exactly. Akil Ahmed, thank you for joining me this evening. Really appreciate it. We'll keep tabs on that story. As soon as we get more, I'm sure it will roll on in the coming days. Greg Wallace's lawyers have said the suggestion that Wallace who has presented the popular BBC One cooking show alongside John Turode since 2005, engages in behaviour of a sexually harassing nature was entirely false. So there we go. Up next, it's time for tomorrow's headlines as we go through the papers. They're hot off the press and there are some big, big stories you don't want to miss. This is Patrick Christie tonight with me, Ben Leo. Back in a tick.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss My Big Opinion. Mark meets and My Take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring. Not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back. The first of tomorrow's newspaper front pages have just dropped. Let's get stuck into the Daily Telegraph. And, in fact, all the papers are dominated by this one story. Greg Wallace steps aside as claims of inappropriate behaviour from 20 people who worked with the MasterChef host come to the surface. The Sun, same story. This is from Sir Rod Stewart. You humiliated my wife. You humiliated my wife, you tubbly, bald bully. I mean, it's pretty harsh. He is still innocent. And also, in all seriousness, I don't like making fun of people's looks. The Daily Mail revealed Cabinet Minister has fraud conviction. We're talking about Transport Secretary Louise Haigh. Admits pleading guilty over stolen mobile phone. Again, the Daily Mail's got the Greg Wallace story from Katie Hine, the showbiz juggernaut. Definitive inside story of scandal engulfing Greg Wallace and the BBC. The Daily Express. Please allow us dignity of choice in our lives. It's the big vote tomorrow. Is it the vote, Andrea?
It is.
Yeah, big vote tomorrow. Dignity in dying. Such a divisive topic. I mean, I said last night. My default position was yes, of course.
I'm against.
Are you against it? Maybe we'll talk about that in just a sec.
Torn on that.
The Metro. Greg Wallace again accused over 6 sex jokes. And should we talk about the vote tomorrow?
Yeah.
Andrea, as I said, my default position was. Ask me 6 months ago, I would have said. Yes, of course. You wouldn't treat dogs like that. You give people the right to die in peace and dignity. But then I looked into it a bit more, and there's links to there's campaign groups in America to do with eugenics and all sorts of other things, and it kind of muddied my perception of it a bit. What's your position on it?
Look, my position is, I actually agreed with Gordon Brown on something. When he said... end-of-life care, we need to really up our game with that. And also, let's not underestimate the mental health issues that people face when they've got a chronic illness. We need more support with that. But for me, it's a personal story, again, really. When my dad was in hospital, late dad was in hospital, he was caught MRSA in hospital, he had mesothelioma cancer, he was high on morphine, and the nurse got him to sign a do not resuscitate. But he was high on morphine, and Mum and I got in there, and he didn't even know what he was signing.
Wow.
And so, to me, if little mistakes like that can happen, which can have a major impact, this can be so open to actually killing off our elderly. And I think once we open that Pandora's box, how far will we go? I mean, we've seen it with the abortion laws. I mean, look, we saw Labour one of the Labour MPs was trying to do potentially full-term abortions. How far will we go with this? I don't think we should open Pandora's box.
Andy, what's your thoughts?
I think it's really interesting. I'm with you in terms of, in principle, I'm totally in favour. The bill, I think, is really challenging, and for me, the challenge is, has this bill had enough scrutiny in Parliament? There's a 5-hour debate tomorrow, and that is the bulk of the scrutiny it's going to get by MPs, and they've not had long to look at the text. I think it was only published 3 weeks ago. So I don't know what I would do if I was an MP, because, like I say, in principle, absolutely, I think dignity in dying is incredibly important. But has there been enough scrutiny of this specific bill? And we're not voting on the principle, we're voting on the bill itself.
But you see, one of the journalists as well, I saw online, she did some research into this. The hundreds of £1,000s what's been put into this lobby where they are pro-assisted dying, and that's concerning. I don't like that, to be honest with you. We don't want to be influencing the public. We know the need to see that and that the MPs need to see the straight facts on both sides of the argument and make their decision. There should not be put all this money into this when it's a life or death situation.
Do you know how it would work if it was passed and we had, assisted suicide? How would it work practically? I mean, who signs it off? Do you know how many experts you need and so on?
Yeah, so that's all in the bill. I think it requires 2 separate doctors and a judge.
And a judge, yeah.
So, there are certainly, I think, more safeguards in this particular version than there are in other parts of the world. I totally recognise the concerns, I think particularly around our judiciary and the role they may play in human rights appeals.
Yeah.
But, this is something the Express has been campaigning for way before Kim Ledbetter came forward with this private members bill. And, I think if you look at the polls, clearly Westminster is much more divided than the country. Poll after poll do suggest it's overwhelmingly popular, and I think our readers, many of whom are approaching that point where they're thinking about, how the end of their life may look, would like the freedom of choice. But I agree. I think a lot of MPs, I think the tone of the debate largely has been quite impressive for Westminster. Yeah. And I think MPs have largely conducted themselves quite well. The debate has been tolerant and understanding. And actually, I agreed. I thought Nigel Farage was very interesting earlier when I asked him about this. And he said, actually, he'd like to see a lot more debates conducted as free votes where they're not whipped and MPs have to come to their own conclusions. I think it's been quite good.
I agree with that.
Yeah, wouldn't it be refreshing? OK, slight gear change. I know we touched on this last night, but it's absolutely been blowing my mind. One of my favourite musicals is Wicked, of course, about, it's the prequel to The Wizard of Oz. There's a stage musical, of course, very, very good. But there's a new movie now, and it's just completely woke beyond belief. Take a look at this recent clip today of the two stars. It's just very bizarre. Take a look at this.
Time's all right, so the questions are going to be very homosexual.
Perfect. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Right around my house. We're ready.
Yeah. What I love about Wicked, and I think what a lot of people love about Wicked and this story, is that there are loads of queer allegories. From queerness and otherness with Elphaba and allyship with Glinda, which doesn't feel too far off your own personal experiences. So how does that inform your performances in this film?
I mean, Oz is just a celebration of uniqueness, and everyone is so beautiful in Oz, and I don't think it even is a conscious decision. Yeah, everyone is just so beautifully queer, and that roots all the way back to the L. Frank Baum books.
So apparently, Andy, everyone's gay and queer in Oz now. That's the new modern woke update.
I think they've influenced the new Jaguar advert, don't you?
I haven't seen the film. I have seen the show. It's a great show. This is the sort of thing that I just can't get too excited about, really. I mean, I think if people are enjoying the film and enjoying the premise of it, then that's completely fine. Why be too bothered by
I just
this?
can't understand them. They've every single junket they've done, they've ended up crying, or like hugging.
Well, Calgie, hold your horses.
What have we got now?
Okay, you've mentioned it, so I'm going to show this other clip. This is even more bizarre. Take a look at this.
At the end of it, they said, you have to be good and you have to be kind to everybody.
Whoa.
And she is a good witch.
Yeah, that's the message.
You know what I mean? It's that impact.
Yeah. That's beautiful. She is a good witch.
If kids can feel that, then
yeah.
She is a good witch. I was like,
can I just recant what I said? That's really silly. That is
you
really.
take it back.
That is ridiculous.
Bizarre, isn't it?
They memorise some lines. Do you know what I mean? It's like they're going about like they've achieved something really impressive. They're just, I don't know, two utterly sort of mental anorexics parading around.
Come on.
It's insane. I don't know what's gone on that set. It's inexplicable to me. I've never seen a press tour that's made me not want to see a film as much as those two.
I mean, when I was a music teacher, all my pupils used to want to learn the songs from Wicked, and it's amazing. It's magical, isn't it?
I love it. I would sing now, but...
and they've just spoilt it, really, haven't they?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Just
so self-obsessed.
And there's a serious point behind this.
Self-obsessed.
So
exactly.
Does Hollywood have a negative influence now? Well, not just the films they make, which, according to this, look absolutely rubbish, but on society as general. In general, do we want these two kind of mentally, as far as I'm concerned, they need to go and use the millions they've earned from this film and check into the Priory and get some help. Sorry.
I'd agree with you.
Andy, in my opinion, Andy doesn't agree, no?
No.
No. OK, there we go. Right, more front pages coming up in just a tick, and there are some big stories on the way. Do not miss it. Back in just a second.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
They catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. More front pages have just dropped, including The Times. Tighter rules after shock increase in immigration. Starmer plans reforms to the points-based system. Picture of the Transport Secretary, Louise Haigh, there, who was prosecuted in 2014 after an internal investigation into a stolen or missing mobile phone turned on its head. I wonder what will happen with that tomorrow. Will she be under scrutiny? And indeed, Keir Starmer. The Guardian. MP behind assisted dying bill makes final appeal before vote. Greg Wallace is pictured there. And this one, should we discuss this panel? Australian under-16s are given a social media ban. Oz has become, or the Australians have become the first country in the world to ban children under 16 from social media platforms in response to what the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says is a clear causal link between the rise of social media and the harm to the mental health of young Aussies. Andrea?
No, I'm sure, no doubt that is an issue with young people. I know when I've gone into schools as an MP and spoke with pupils, the impact on mental health and this whole culture of putting all their feelings on social media. I don't think it's necessarily the healthiest thing, and there's lots of bullying. But I just wonder, how is that going to be policed?
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of... There's VPN.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this legislation brought to you by NordVPN, I think.
Absolutely.
You're right. No, but I think...
And in Britain, with the non-hate crimes, etc., what's thousands of shows, you know?
I just don't think this sort of legislation is enforceable unless it's a ban for everybody.
Yes, exactly.
But also, you know... Actually, I think one of the things that's not spoken about with social media is, whilst, of course, young people are particularly vulnerable given their brains are still developing, let's not pretend that once you pass the 18 threshold, you're immune from radicalisation and the mental health impact from social media. You know, I think there are lots of people, older generations who, particularly during the pandemic, became sucked into a lot of, you know, what you might call sort of conspiracy theory groups on Facebook and the like. And, you know, there's a wider problem. Yeah. Hello.
Interesting. Sorry, yes, indeed. Very distracting as well. I've always made the point that not only should kids be banned from social media, I think adults shouldn't have it either. I don't know, it's very controversial because I'm a libertarian, I have libertarian-leaning tendencies, but it's so damaging. I've caught myself.
When you're a parent, you view things differently, don't you? This is bad. My 2-year-old son, if my phone's on the side, he'll come to me and say, "Daddy, your phone," because he sees me on it so much. I'm so ashamed of it. No.
Andy, what's your thoughts?
I don't think the status quo is viable. I think there are all sorts of problems. All of the evidence says that, you know, kids are being really damaged by being on social media all the time, but I don't know whether an outright ban is the right way.
We're pushed for time. Let's get stuck into Greatest Britain's Union Jackass. Andy, your Greatest Britain, please, tonight?
Is Michelle Hussein, who is leaving the BBC after, I think, 15 years, and I just think it's such a loss for the BBC and for Britain, actually, to have, in my view, the best interviewer we have, leaving the BBC and not being as visible as she was.
OK. Andrea?
The British farmers, the way they're standing up for, the future of our food industry, the way they're standing up to Starmer, it's got to be them.
Yep, and Calgie, your greatest risk?
Yeah, I've gone with Michael Westwood, who started the election petition. I did the first interview with him on Sunday, and I thought that, despite all the criticism and the ridicule that the petition's got from the left, I thought he came across very reasonable, genuinely concerned with the issues of the country.
OK, it's going to be... Westwood is great, the petition's great. There's going to be the farmers, though. Go on, your farmers. We need you, we love you, you're grafters, and, keep up a good battle. Your union jackass, please, very quickly.
It's one of your new colleagues, it's Rupert Lowe, I'm afraid. I mean, this is an unserious MP. He has put the issue of assisted dying to his constituents as if it's a referendum. That is an embarrassing dereliction of duty. He says that Reform are going to win the next general election. That's not going to happen. And he was a terrible chairman.
Andrea, your UJ?
It's Bracknell Council. This a council worker's been raped, not obviously anything to do with the council, but she's had to leave because they forced her to use gender-neutral toilets for female staff.
Calgie, your union jackass?
Yeah, I've gone for Sir Ed Davey. After all his election escapades where he, won many seats by default that he didn't deserve, he's now set his sight on being Christmas #1. I just think he doesn't take politics seriously.
Good luck to Ed Davey. He's a bit cringe, but he's doing it for a good cause. It's going to be Bracknell Council Union Jackass for Jake Manders. Coming up next, it's Headliners, presented by Josh Howie. Josh, what's in store tonight?
Fancy meeting you here, Ben. We have Kerry Marks, we have Adam Kumar stepping in for a very sick Nick Dixon, and we have lots of stories, including why are BBC journalists quitting their union. It's going to be a great show. See you in a minute.
Cheers, Josh. Nice one. And thank you to my panel, Andy, Dame Andrea and Calgie. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you at home for your company. Hope you've had a good night. It's going to be very, very cold. It was freezing today, wasn't it? Goodness me.
Baltic.
Winter. Baltic. Winter
Make a wish, you said the same thing.
I'm back again tomorrow night for my last shift. Patrick's back on Monday. Your weather is coming up next. And have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Do you do the make a wish?
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Time for a weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. A little bit of mist and fog around this evening. Overall, though, won't be as cold as last night, not as frosty. Most places are going to be dry. There's some pretty wet weather coming into western Scotland thanks to these weather fronts pushing north. High pressure sitting across eastern England. That's where we've got the light winds. That's where the fog is quite thick this evening. Parts of Lincolnshire down into East Anglia. A few patches elsewhere too. Generally clearing though as the night goes on because the breeze will pick up. Staying soggy though across northern Scotland. Rain across the Western Isles may ease, but staying very wet across parts of Orkney and Shetland. Most places there will have a dry night, not as frosty as last night for sure. Still pretty chilly first thing tomorrow across eastern England. We'll have that cloud and rain still across Orkney and Shetland's early doors. That should be scooting away to the north. Nothing like as cold as this morning across Scotland. Most places will start above freezing. Quite gusty though across the west coast and at times across the northeast. Quite blustery conditions here during the day. A bit more of lighter wind further south, but just enough breeze, as I say, to clear away that fog this evening. So it should be a fine start across much of eastern England. Staying dry and bright here for most of the day. In the west, we'll see that cloud thickening, the breeze picking up, blustery conditions in western Scotland at times for Northern Ireland and northeast Scotland too. And you can see rain coming in here as well, so turning damp for Northern Ireland, western Scotland, bit of showery rain for the west coast of Wales, Devon and Cornwall by the end of the day. But look at the numbers here. We could see temperatures into the teens. Another pretty chilly feeling day across the east. By the weekend though, it's going to be much milder everywhere. Quite a lot of cloud around. Could see some sunny spells coming through northeast England, at times northeast Scotland. Bit of showery rain moving across Scotland for a time, but again, most places will be dry. But temperatures on the rise, double digits everywhere, and some places into the teens on Saturday, and similar temperatures Sunday too.
We can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm day ahead. Lovely. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, it's 11 o'clock, which means it's time for tomorrow's newspapers tonight. Join us over the next hour to find out who is Sadiq Khan getting all touchy-feely with, how do you taste in virtual reality, and how are Japanese people misusing mayonnaise? I'm Josh Howie, and tonight we have Kerry Marks and Adam Kumas joining us to do the reviewing. This is Headliners. But before tomorrow's news, let's go to tonight's headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Good evening, these are your headlines at 11 o'clock. MasterChef's Greg Wallace has posted on social media to thank people for showing their support after stepping down from presenting the BBC cooking show following allegations of inappropriate sexual comments. Kirsty Walk has accused Greg Wallace of making sexualised jokes during her time on Celebrity MasterChef in 2011. The former Newsnight host is one of 13 people to have reported inappropriate comments from Wallace over a 17-year period. Walk claims he shared stories and jokes of a sexual nature in front of contestants and crew, which he felt were really in the wrong place. Other allegations include Wallace openly discussing his sex life and making inappropriate comments to female colleagues. The 60-year-old stepped down from the cooking show as the BBC investigates the allegations. In other news, the Transport Secretary has reportedly admitted pleading guilty to a criminal offence relating to a police investigation over a mobile phone she claimed was stolen. The Times newspaper reports Louise Haigh told police she was mugged while on a night out in 2013, then later discovered that the mobile in question had not been taken. She said she pleaded guilty to making a false report to police at Magistrates' Court 6 months before becoming an MP in the 2015 election. She declared her conviction in full to Sir Keir Starmer on being appointed as Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary in 2020. It's understood her conviction is now classified as spent. The Conservative Party chairman Nigel Huddleston has responded, saying these are extremely concerning revelations. Keir Starmer has serious questions to answer regarding what he knew and when. The Prime Minister has accused the previous government of running an open borders experiment while giving a press conference at Downing Street today. In the latest data, net migration fell 20% in the year to June 2024, down from a record high of 906,000 in the previous year. Meanwhile, the cost of the asylum system has soared to more than £5 billion, nearly 12 times the amount spent a decade ago. Sir Keir Starmer's speech comes as the government has announced an immigration deal with Iraq. Meanwhile, the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp, has responded, saying the Prime Minister has no plan and no desire to tackle the high levels of migration. 7 people arrested as part of a counter-terrorism investigation into a banned Kurdistan terror group remain in custody tonight as searches are carried out. On Wednesday, 5 men and 2 women were arrested across London as part of a probe into the proscribed Kurdistan Workers' Party known as PKK. The suspects, aged between 23 and 62, were detained under the Terrorism Act, with officers conducting searches at 8 addresses across the city, including the Kurdish Community Centre in Haringey. Police say there's no immediate threat to the public, but the centre will remain closed for up to 2 weeks as the investigation continues. And Parliament has a chance to correct injustice and reduce human suffering when it debates assisted dying. That's according to the MP behind the bill, Kim Ledbetter. But opposition campaigners have warned of inevitable abuse, pressure, coercion and mistakes. The divisive issue is being debated in the Commons tomorrow for the first time in almost a decade. It comes after David Cameron has become the first former Prime Minister to back the assisted dying bill, a significant shift after voting against it in 2015. His stance contrasts with other ex-leaders, including Boris Johnson and Gordon Brown, who opposed the bill. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's time for Headliners.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Welcome to Headliners, your first look at Friday's top stories with 3 comedians. Let's have a quick taste of what Kerry and Adam will have to deal with on Friday's front pages. The Express, please allow us dignity of choice in our lives. Telegraph, BBC in fresh sex scandal. That comes around every couple of months. Metro, MasterChef Greg accused of sick sex jokes. The Mail, revealed Cabinet Minister has fraud conviction. The Sun, Sarod, you humiliated my wife, you tubby, bald bully. That's not directed at me. The Star, you're a tubby, bald bully. Karma got you. That, again, that's definitely not me. And the Times, Kerry, we are going to start with that because there's just a lot of news before we get on to some tubby baldness.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, we don't say hello anymore.
No, we don't. We've got too much news to get through.
Well,
stop with your banter and get on with it.
It'll happen anyway.
Hi, Kerry.
First time I've worked with Adam on the show. Hello, Adam.
Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. So the Times, should we do this? Let's do it. Wow, I'm just it's a thrill.
Louise Schaefer over here.
We'll start off with no one's going to be doing that. Do you want to do the dating apps? What I've never admitted?
Yeah, what have you never admitted?
I'm an open book myself.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, nothing to
When
report.
was the last date you had?
A while ago. I've grown out of them. No, women grew out of me. Something like that happened. Okay, the serious news is tighter rules after shock increase in immigration. Starmer is shocked by the new immigration figures, which is that the immigration reached nearly 1 million last year, and apparently it's shocked all of us. He's the only person who is shocked, of course, because if you've been watching this programme, we've been talking about it ever since I first appeared on it, which was a while ago.
Yeah. Are you telling me that
I've heard it come up quite a lot.
Starmer's not a fan of GB News?
It turns out
headliners. I would have thought headliners in particular would be his favourite.
Real shame, because it looks like he could have been informed by it, in fact. What happened today, I think it was today, there was a whole load of press conferences by the Tories and by Labour and by Reform. I think they all had the same idea at the same time, to call a press conference in which Kemi oddly did take some responsibility on this on behalf of the Conservatives and say that they completely messed up, and Labour also took some responsibility saying that the Tories messed up.
Yep.
And so everyone's blaming the same thing at the moment, and no one's really got any plans. We're going to be covering it again because, of course, this is the story that never goes away and no one ever solves and won't solve. And at the rate of immigration coming into this country, very soon we will all be immigrants.
That's the hope. Adam, this is quite interesting because he says here, Keir Starmer, he called a press conference, as Kerry says, and he says, mark my words, this government will turn the page. Will they turn the page?
Well, I mean, he says they will. I mean,
that's the important thing.
Yeah, he says. And, it's the words that really count. I think I'm really interested when he says he plans to reform to a point-based system. I think this is really interesting. That sounds a bit reformy and a bit Australian.
Well, this is what Brexit
yes, well, it is based on that, yeah.
They said they would do post-Brexit, which they never implemented.
Yeah, but sorry, when I was reading into it, because my understanding of the Australian points-based system was you had to have a certain level of, qualifications, or you needed to be into the country. This seems to be companies in the UK will be said if you've got to bring in people who are foreign, you also need to train up a certain number of people who are born and raised in the UK. So that's an interesting dynamic, and maybe should be the standard.
What do you get points for? Be good behaviour?
People who were born here, I guess, and paying your taxes.
Simplistic.
I was born here because I think I'd get about 3 points.
Yeah, just being born.
I deduct.
Well done.
I would have no more points. I would not be let in.
It was the big achievement of your life, Josh.
I've got no skills whatsoever.
Driving points don't count, Josh.
No, exactly.
There's also should we do some of the smaller stories here?
No, let's stick with immigration. Let's give the people what they want. No, it is mad, and it is interesting that the Tories have taken responsibility, because the fact is that that's what happened. They were meant. The whole point of Brexit was it was meant to control immigration, and it seems like they just pretty much threw the doors open, and then we've got these numbers now that have just been crazy.
It's also how they were supposed to be tearing people away from reform.
Yes,
they said
by
they were
letting
going
loads
to
of
take
people
those voters back by covering the main area that reform was all about. So I'd say that was a bit of a fail. But they know it.
Yeah, but OK, what's one of the interesting things that they hasn't mentioned, Starmer, here is that we do need a certain number of people to work jobs that maybe British people don't want to work, and there are jobs in the health service, jobs in care. Those, he's saying, we're going to train those people up. I would also say maybe we need to get our birth rate up in this country, which would mean maybe dropping things like the 2-child limit cap, and actually encouraging people to have kids.
Your message is have more sex to the British public, yeah?
My message is I want to get some benefits for all.
You're leading by example, yeah.
Just trying to say, I want more benefits.
You'll have a different tune after they turn 18.
Okay,
fine.
Life.
Let's do some other stories then. And we're going to do the stolen phone in a second. Let's do these little ones at the bottom.
Some of the little ones are apparently people are now offended by people bringing olive oil to a party rather than flowers or chocolate cake or anything else, and so absolutely everything can offend us now. I'm not quite sure why olive oil is considered offensive.
Olive oil's like the more expensive than anything. If someone tied it with olive oil, I mean, I want to throw a dinner party just to get some olive oil.
I think when you have a dinner party where you just serve olive oil, nothing else.
No, I'm not that rich. It's so expensive.
I mean, a lot of it's fake anyway. There was a documentary I watched, and it was saying a lot of olive oil in the UK is actually just fake, and it's not even real. So,
all right, wow! If you can get me hooked up with that,
the mafia in
there's so many olives around.
Huge.
They're fake and they're olive oil.
Yeah,
Let's go on to The Guardian. Adam Kumas.
Oh, we're not going to cover the narco sub-drug bust.
All right, there was some submarines that had cocaine in it.
Yes.
As always.
I mean, you know, drugs are supposed to make you high, not low.
Okay, you did the joke. Can we move on now?
Okay.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
It was in the moment. We don't get time, you know. We get these things.
Periscope down.
Just deal with it.
The Guardian, MP behind assisted dying bill makes a final appeal before vote. So this is the news that the result is apparently on a knife edge with at least 100 thought to be still undecided.
Knife edge is inappropriate, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Talking about suicide.
Kim Leadbeater, great surname, has urged her colleagues to support the principle of bodily autonomy. And they're saying terminally ill patients who back the change and disability activists who oppose will be held to sort of their lies. I don't know if you've seen. I've seen some of these adverts that have been going around in support of this on TFL, and they were sort of saying it's my body, my choice, my body autonomy, dignity in death, and the adverts was a very young woman dancing in the kitchen in her pajamas, and I thought she doesn't look like she's on her deathbed. She looks very healthy. You know?
Yes, she does. It's an interesting one because they are presenting it like it is a women's rights movement. That's how they're framing it.
My body, my choice.
Yeah.
We've got to be careful. Yeah, sorry, go on, Kerry.
No, go on, finish.
I think it's interesting how we've got to be careful because we've seen where this can lead to in Canada, where almost the state just goes, well, rather than look after you, have you thought about death?
You've got a migraine.
Yeah.
Is it really worth going on?
We'll go back to the drill in the
head. It's a slippery slope, and people will force other people, you know, the people they don't want to be dependent upon them, and also for money and so on, in wills and so on. Into doing it. There's loads of downsides to it, but I mean, first of all, I'm not a good person to talk about this because I don't really like people. You know, if I had my way, everyone would be forced to die straight away. And it's almost like if you're against assisted dying, are you for unassisted dying? You know, there's just really tragic stories of people living with incredible pain and agony, you know, horror, who carry on for years. I personally, I think we're in the age where we can do this now, and I think it's humane.
Do you think there's a line, though? Do you think there's a line, like in terms of if somebody's in a paralysed state or a comatose state or a vegetative condition, that might be seen, okay, that can give them some release. But if we start slipping into the idea of, like you said, I just feel maybe depressed and I want to, there's nothing else to console me, is it a slippery slope?
Oh, it's a cure for boredom as well, you know?
Thought you were about to say baldness.
I would, well...
Cures both.
Consider it. But, no, I honestly think when I enter into anything, I like to know where's the way out. The interesting life, and I think it's quite nice to know that one day, I think it's more likely that people won't choose it as well, if you have that choice.
Well, the thing is, where is this choice? Where is this line? Slippery slope. All of it having legislation.
Everything's got a line.
Well, look, the interesting thing is the Telegraph here. Back to you, Kerry. It's got the totally opposite position where Amputee Peer is urging them to oppose assisted dying. So the Guardian wants people to be able to end their lives, and the Telegraph is saying, no, stick around.
I think it's weird how this is becoming a left-right thing as well.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Body autonomy.
Everything seems to divide up that way, and wherever the left goes, the right goes opposite, and so on. But it's, I don't really understand why that would be. Yeah, I mean, and I think you're right. It is coming into this same sort of my body, my choice sort of territory. But look, I fully understand this. An amputee peer who's talking about, he's warning about the dangers of it and so on. I fully get all the dangers of doing it and all the risks. And despite that, I mean, I'm taking all that into consideration. Well, and still saying overall my vote is for it.
We're going to deal with the Greg Wallace story in a second. There's two little stories at the bottom that I think are actually quite important. The Johnson let UK troops manage peace in Kyiv. That's a big deal.
Yeah, he's suggesting that the UK troops patrol the border.
Be the peacekeepers.
Be the peacekeepers, which I don't know why it would be UK, though. Why not just Europe, and why not...
We're the strongest.
We're supplying,
we're amazing.
I guess.
Well, yeah, he's made it his pet project, hasn't he?
Yeah, he wants more roads named after him in Kyiv.
Is that what it is, you think?
That's it. He's only got one road. He wants a roundabout next time. That's the thing. The other story is workers worse off in real terms than 2008. Now, we know this. Anybody who has a job, and I've barely got one, knows that is the case. We are just not as rich as we were. People are struggling.
I'd say I'm the exception, because in 2008 I was still in college, so I wasn't earning any money, so I'm doing better.
Fine. Oh, well, we're really happy for you.
Thank you.
Well done, Adam.
Yeah.
Yes, well, everyone knows this. Prices are going up on everything, rents are going up on everything, and everything's going up on everything.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're going to skip right to the Greg Wallace story, because This is a big deal. I got to be honest, I don't really know the dude. I don't watch MasterChef, which I believe is a TV show that he's on. This is in The Star. There's a picture of him. He looks like he's in shape. He's obviously got incredible style with the hair. And there have been accusations, we have to very clearly say, of untoward behaviour that are now being investigated by the production company that produces MasterChef.
Yeah.
And Rod Stewart has stepped in, and this is what this story is about, because...
Did he say, do you think I'm sexy? Do you want my body?
Well, we don't know who said that, and whatever.
That's a lyric, isn't it?
Do you think that's what it was?
It's a Rod Stewart lyric.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but I got it from context.
I only know 90s hip
his
hop.
position on this. Can we say what some of the accusations are? Is that
They are
allowed?
Yeah, they're accusation.
Talking openly about his sex life, taking his top off in front of a female worker, saying he wanted to give her a fashion show. Allegedly, telling a junior female colleague he was not wearing any boxer shorts under his jeans. Allegedly.
I did all of that.
Just in
an
5
hour
minutes,
ago.
I know, I heard.
I mean,
the whole place
I didn't know that
talking
was
about
wrong,
No.
personally.
Well, it was consensual with us.
Yes, well, you requested it, really. Josh, can we see what box shorts you're wearing
that
today?
is correct, yes.
Yeah, so this is the BBC. Obviously, the papers are going to be pushing the angle, oh, it's another BBC presenter. I would say there are larger issues here in terms of the Me Too movement. Arguably was a good thing. There are wrong uns out there.
Yes.
We don't know what's gone on exactly here, but have things maybe gone too far? Where is the line? What is an inappropriate joke? Is it all about a person feeling weird or not?
Is he a creep or is he a bloke?
Allegedly.
Is there more than dough rising in the BBC kitchen?
Exactly.
That is what we're asking. And really, we don't know much at this point. It's too early in the story. But generally, after the Me Too movement, I'm surprised that more men don't know this, is just shut up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I would say...
Don't say anything that can be construed. It's in the work.
He's of a certain age. What I don't think people understand, this is... Any of these kind of accusations are going to be the last of it, because presenters now, sort of 50 and under, are just terrified to do anything.
Yeah.
That's the way I am.
Yeah. I mean, one question I have is why has he got the Jaguar logo on his chest, allegedly?
Because he's a big fan of Jaguar. Allegedly. Before, I can't answer that. But I like his physique. I'm allowed to say that. I think I'm very impressed.
He's got a bit more meat on him, hasn't he?
He's just he's got a dad bod, and that's my vibe.
I think the problem is how much he likes his physique.
That is the problem. And when you start working out, allegedly, but when you start working out, you just want to. What's the point of having it if you can't flaunt it?
Allegedly.
That's why you shouldn't do it. Don't work out.
Woo! Okay, that's all the front pages. Come back to find out what we spent 5.4 billion on and how many pensioners are going to survive the winter.
Allegedly.
Yeah, this is GB News.
Allegedly.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment. This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory. Don't miss my big opinion. Mark meets and my take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Headliners, and a very nice message on X from Jack saying that Nick Dixon to please get better soon. I'd like to also mirror that message because I don't want to book someone different for tomorrow. Okay, kicking off with Friday's Telegraph. Kerry, an exciting news for the UK as we break yet another record.
We're on asylum seekers. Now, I mentioned that asylum seekers were going to come up again just a few moments ago because I am psychic.
Because you wanted people to come back. You knew they wanted to come back to the asylum seeker section.
I knew that. It's my power. But before we were talking about legal immigration, now we're on illegal immigration. We are. And so the UK Asylum Seekers Bill hits a record of 5.4 billion. That's the bill to put them up in hotels and so on, which has jumped by 20% in just 3 months, and it's costing the taxpayer more than £4 million a year. Now, £4 million a year. Now, I'm a taxpayer and I have not got £4 million a year. Look at my shoes; they're falling apart. You know.
Forget the 20. No, forget the 20%. The hotels have gone up, but the total cost has gone up 38% in just 1 year.
Yes, that's a lot, though.
That's a lot of money.
Yes.
That's a lot of old people. Cold.
Yeah, and we're also being told that it was originally up to September. It was Afghans, Iranians, and Syrians. But now, since then, the major group of asylum places have been taken by Vietnamese, and the Afghans, Iranians, and Syrians are complaining, saying, "No, the Vietnamese are taking our asylum places." Yeah. You know.
Well, this is DEI at work, I think, isn't it? We've got to keep it fair.
Yes.
You want to put it across the spectrum.
Yeah.
This it mentions here that it talks about in 2019-20, where they spent only 940 billion, so not 5.4 billion, but only 940 million. And those are just, Adam, those are the good old days.
Oh, the good old days, just millions, just the
940 million is nothing.
I have that in my back pocket right now.
Yeah.
So
we'll pay you too
much. Well, you're taller than me.
It's all the money.
Yeah.
I knew that's what was going on.
So, obviously, this is a huge jump. This can't be... I know a lot of people want to go, oh, Labour, 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 but the fact is this has been rising for a long time.
Yeah.
The question is, what are Labour going to do about it? Of course, Keir Starmer had a press conference. That's a great start.
Yes, yeah.
That's a great start.
Because you've got to say we're going to do something about it.
Yeah.
But the truth is, no one knows what they're actually going to do, or rather than really no one knows what's going to work. And the other thing that keeps happening is every time we hear these figures, they keep getting revised. Whoever's doing the figures keeps discovering more asylum people in the country. And that's amazing for, we're a tiny, a relatively small country, and we don't even know what's happening in our own country. I mean, the small boats turn out to be quite small numbers compared to the loosening of visa rules.
Yeah, but this is costing us a lot of more money.
Yes.
And
money.
In 6 years, 3% of people who arrive by small boats have been returned. That's an impressive figure, isn't it? 3%. Don't you think?
Yeah. So
am I impressed?
Are you impressed by 3%?
That's a great rate for a mortgage.
Impressed me.
Oh, really? Yeah. You don't think 3% is an impressive
failure, I would say.
Oh, that's a failure. Interesting. Well, we all have our different perspectives. I'm now going to be getting some messages.
Do you think it's a great 3% to you? Are you really impressed?
Go!
Wow.
3%!
Well, this is why you're not in government.
Okay, moving on to the Times now. And Adam, I guess this time Iraq is relieved we're sending people and not missiles.
Yeah, absolutely. This is from the Times. UK strikes deal with Iraq to return illegal migrants. immigrants. So Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, struck a deal with Iraqi ministers in Baghdad this week, as well as with the regional government of Kurdistan in Erbil, where some of the biggest people smuggling gangs ordinate. Now, this story is quite interesting. I mean, first of all, I love the idea that we've struck a deal with Iraq, because the idea that a lot of the people who are coming over illegally are from there, and then we're paying them.
Hopefully, we're not sending other people back there.
Yeah, well, it would be worse, wouldn't it? The idea is part of the other way that we're going to be spending our tax money as well. We're going to be providing advertising campaigns.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we'll be getting social media saying, "Don't come over because we might bring you back home."
Oh.
So free return.
And part of the money also, Kerry, is Iraqi law enforcement.
Sorry, it's this is spinning too much.
I was to say, part of the money is going to go on Iraqi law enforcement training, which it would be also quite good if we could do some UK police training as well.
Yes. Right.
Spend some money on that.
So for a start, we're spending a fortune for them to take back their own people. Can you imagine if we were offered millions to take our own people back, which is already very strange? And we're going to get them, we're going to teach them, as you say, we're going to, the part of this is the training, because we've been really successful with it. It's a bit like Gordon Ramsay teaching anger management, and we're going to start paying countries to not be corrupt, because this is the whole thing. They're extremely corrupt in that country, in Iraq. And Yvette Cooper's saying the country's changed. It's not the same as it was 20 years ago. This is the country that just recently lowered the age of consent to 9. I don't think that's... And, they're...
I think we should let in any 9-year-old girls. I think that would be...
What's that?
And 9-year-old girls should be allowed to
save them,
To save them. But, yeah, one of the things they are doing, which is interesting, is that they're going to have this cooperation, and so they're going to be able to send over documents, because a lot of people, small boats, they come over, they destroy their passports, and now we'll be able to... That sounds like a good thing. We're going to be able to have access to their passports to go, oh, actually, you're... Because they're pretending they're from Iran instead, and they're gay, and they're coming out and they go, actually, you're from Iraq, and being gay is totally fine there.
Well, if it's gay, just prove it.
Yes, I've always said that. Guardian next. Kerry, this is going to mess your weekend up, isn't it?
Nigel Farage suggests MPs should debate rolling back abortion limit. No, Josh, I'll live with it.
Okay.
I feel completely detached.
I just thought your plans might change somehow.
At the party leaders' conference today, they've all decided to have suddenly. I suppose he just had to come out with something different. He's running out of ideas to put forward right now. So
everybody's taking his immigration thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I've said before. I think babies.
I give it 6 months until Keir Starmer has a press conference about the abortion limit.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's going to get around. I've said before, babies are the worst kind of immigrants anyway. I don't approve of them. They don't speak the language. They take about 16 years to learn how to stack a shelf. But yeah, my body, my choice. So what he wants to do is to bring down the limit. It's currently at 24 weeks?
It is 24 weeks.
And he wants it all back to 22
weeks.
That's a huge difference.
Is 2 weeks a big difference, you think?
I mean, it depends. As a baby, maybe.
When you were pregnant, did you find that?
I mean, second time I was pregnant.
No, I think he's not saying 22. He's just saying that we now say babies at 22. But the issue here is that most people actually, if they have abortions, they have it at 10 weeks.
90% of abortions, yeah.
The ones that happen at that 22, 24 are people,
often horrifying.
Unfortunately, are really, babies with birth defects who wouldn't necessarily live were they to go through full term.
Yeah.
So, you know what it feels like to me. I don't know why he suddenly jumped on this. I mean, this, to be fair, was a question to him. But it feels like, is this somehow appealing to the American right?
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to copy some of the policies from the Republican Party. I think when I first saw this, my gut feeling was, look, let's leave the never-ending abortion debate to the states. We've got it here. We don't need to even give this airtime. Let's just...
No.
So you don't want us to discuss it?
No, not.
No, I think, look, there's...
Adam's getting very controlling, isn't
he? But I think that you're right in that Nigel Farage says here that this seems to be something that people at home, to debate things that people at home talk about. I don't think that, abortion in this country is a resolved issue. No, I don't think people at home are talking about it.
We don't have the religious pressure in this country, so, and it is in America, it's a very, Christian-based thing, so, but can I say that the story is also, it's an odd story, this, because it's mixed...
do your abortion jokes, I know you want to.
I'm not going to, I'm holding back.
Okay.
But if you'd like to see the extras after the show, then tune in. We charge large extra for that. So this story is kind of two stories in one, because it's about the abortion thing, but it's also about the Conservative Minister Andrea Jenkins, who's become the latest recruit to reform. She has moved over, and of course that looks good for Farage to say they've taken another Tory across. She's the one who got in trouble, I think it was a year ago or so, 2 years ago, with the she gave the finger to the press.
See, I liked it. I liked it.
She was slagging reform off for a few months.
Yeah,
gesture away.
I've never understood the finger as an offensive gesture, because it seems to backfire when someone, you used to come with the words.
On air.
I was just about to.
It's that the other way around, but without the other fingers. And it's not, and it used to be accompanied with the words "sit on it and swivel," which I always think you come out worse.
Yes.
If someone takes you up on it,
then I would say the sitting on it is bad, but the swivelling with that might loosen.
They go home with a smile. You have a dirty
that's
finger.
Not good. Right.
It's horrible.
Still to come, what is adultification, and why won't Australian teenagers get any? See you in 2 seconds.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
this is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Jubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect, and then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Headliners. Let's take another look at these front pages. The Express. Please allow us dignity of choice in our lives. Telegraph, BBC and Fresh sex scandal. Metro, MasterChef Greg accused of sick sex jokes. The Mail revealed Cabinet Minister has fraud conviction. The Sun, Sir Rod, you humiliated my wife. You tubby, bald bully. I'm kind of triggered by that one. Star, you're a tubby, bald bully. Karma got you. And kicking off with Friday's Mail, Adam, and the BBC continues its outstanding track record of being a great place to work for its Jewish employees.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so this is from the Daily Mail. BBC journalists quit union in protest after it urged them to wear Palestinian colours or headdress to mark the Day of Action for Palestine. So yeah, this is basically Jewish staff members at the corporation were left shocked after being invited to take part in a protest set up by the umbrella union organisation Trades Union Congress. So obviously there's a conflict as well, because this asking anyone or journalists to take part in this, especially with the BBC, does sort of violate all the sort of strict impartiality guidelines. As soon as I read this, I just thought, I thought the big thing that everyone says on Twitter, right-wing Twitter, would be, you know, the Jews control the media, and it seems like, you know...
What? I know.
Yeah,
it's just, we control headliners.
Right.
That's the only part of the media that we control. The rest of it, the Jews don't control.
Right, fine, okay, that makes a lot more sense. But yeah, just the idea of just... it just seems very insensitive, and I don't know. I think that any sort of like political posturing, no matter whose side it's on, should be kept to a minimum.
Yes.
Impartial. Do they know what impartial means?
No, it means dressing up in Palestinian flag colours.
Yeah, it seems
on
it does.
Thursday.
You know, I heard on the BBC, it was a web thing today, and they were talking about Israel's war with Lebanon. Even the wording I'm hearing with everything, like Israel started a war with Lebanon.
Not Hezbollah firing, 80,000 rockets over the last year into Israel, unprovoked.
Hundreds of thousands, millions. I don't know what it was now anymore. We've lost count.
It was billions.
Starting from October the 8th, so the day after the Hamas attack, they were attacking Israel, which went on for months. I'm also hearing lots of news about how people in Lebanon are returning to South Lebanon. But there's very little news about almost a million Israelis who were forced out of northern Israel.
Who are still not back in their homes.
Who are still not back, and they won't be back for some while. And then, you know, really the whole thing, and then there's some stuff here about 135 Palestinian journalists killed since October the 7th. I don't know why they're bringing that in here, but
well, it's just not true.
It's not true, and B, Hamas were found to have a whole load of press vests that they used to pretend they're press anyway.
Having an iPhone does not make you a journalist, and I know that.
You are correct.
I've got the iPhone.
What I'd say is that unions and businesses, certain types of businesses, need to stay in their lane. You know, we've seen this over and over again. Long before all this happened, the Women's March in the US, that was a march against Trump, and it became anti-Israel. And then the BLM movement, which we all know what that was about, but it became all about anti-Israel. Equity, the British Actors Union, is now so anti-Israel. They're putting out stuff about apartheid, colonialism, genocide. They're offering money for members to have court cases.
So many Jewish people I know, actors, friends of mine, have left.
But their job is to represent people in this country who are in the arts, and instead they're becoming all about Israel. Everything is about Israel.
But here's the dangerous point that I want to raise. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to raise it. The difference is about the arts is we're talking about journalism. These are the people we get our news from.
Sure, but I'm saying that there's a whole load of people who need to stay in their lane. Unions that represent one thing, movements that represent something internal within a country, and are becoming about a conflict 2,000
Luckily,
miles
I'm
away.
incredibly impartial.
Yeah.
So I everyone
we all know that about you, Josh.
Yeah, everyone knows that, Josh.
The good news about this, though, Adam, surely, before we move on, is that if the people do go into work on Thursday wearing Palestinian flags and the kafirs and all that stuff, at least we know who supports mass rape. Guardian now, Kerry, and I need a bit of adultification.
Wow, you ended that story really softly, didn't you?
Well, that's how I feel.
That was a banter point for me to jump off. I was like, nope.
Sorry, you know, I just realised it was just too good a point to let you...
No, that was very adult of you. Moving on to the next story about adultification.
Well, I also sort of mentioned Adam's name because in a way it sort of made him complicit within the
it was great.
I like the way you did that. It's very cool. You can relax again. Watchdog calls for an end to adultification of black children by police in England and Wales. Now, adultification sounds like a compliment at first, but it turns out it's not. And there's an expert called Janine Davis, who's the UK's leading expert on adultification, which is amazing because I've only just learnt the word.
What is adultification? Everybody at home, they want to know.
Well, I'm pausing on this. I'm building this.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a frisson that we want with this. So not only have I only just found out the word, but I've also found out there's an expert in it, which I think is incredible. So basically, it's a type of racism. The typical example, you might remember the story that happened earlier in the year about the 15-year-old student who was strip searched at her school.
That was 2020, but yeah.
Was it 2020? Which everything seems recent to me. You know?
Yes, yeah.
So anyway...
that's because you've been oldification.
I've been oldified. Children want to be treated as adults until the reality sets in, which turns out not to be very nice, particularly for black children. So this is the kind of racism where police treat children, if they're black, more like they are adults, and therefore can impose humiliating searches on them and so on, and it should stop.
Well, this is it, but this is partly...
Am I right?
Yeah, well, sort of.
Did I say the right thing?
Sort of,
Do I look
because...
good? Am I a good person, Josh?
Because...
Josh, am I moral? Will people like me?
Adam, it's not just black people, it's people from different ethnicities, and the thing that they don't mention here is there's, I would say, statistically, going through puberty a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
if you're like you went through puberty, like probably when I can see you shaving when you were 6.
5.
Something along those lines.
It was 5, thank you. No, yeah, absolutely. I think this is obviously going to affect children who've got natural growth spurts. If some teenagers have got beards quickly, or if they identify as different genders, it's going to affect everyone. I mean, adultification, I've just added it to the dictionary of words I need to learn. So I've learned, about problematic, microaggressions, mansplaining. I'm just sticking this in the thing.
I learned Antipodean recently.
Which one?
Did you not know that?
No, I didn't know it. But Antipodean was the first one I learned, and there was some other big word that was used the other day. I'll tell you, but I can't remember. Pacification. Oh.
Sounds like you nailed it.
Oh God, I need to look up. Right, heading to the mail now, Adam, where Sadiq Khan flirts with his body, trying to get the best deal for Londoners.
Yeah, and by flirts with his body, just a very warm hug, I think, wasn't it? This is from the Daily Mail. Sadiq Khan gives union boss Mick Whelan hug at the launch of the London Overground's 6.3 million woke rebranding. Now, I'm actually a beneficiary of this woke rebrand because I, today, on the way to the studio, came in on the Windrush line.
Has it been changed already, then?
Yes. Okay. According to the announcement, the service and everything else was exactly the same. I can say that it has not improved in that sense, but the colour, I think, was also the same. But yeah, this is good. I mean, it's 6.3 million well spent. I'm glad they didn't spend it on improving the service in any sort of real terms. I wouldn't have liked that.
Yes.
Or reduce the cost of the tickets.
That would have been a waste of money.
It would have been a waste of money.
New trains in and all that.
Yeah. I mean, there's only a certain amount you can do in Croydon as someone who lives there.
Change of a word is good as a holiday.
Absolutely.
So there's 2 stories here, right? I believe.
Well, the first story is about the hug, in which Sadiq Khan hugged the union boss Mick Whelan, and during it, Mick whispered in his ear, "Thanks for the pay rise." My people, allegedly.
I mean, do we want them hugging? We don't want. What I'm saying is, we don't want hugs with the union bosses. We want, if we think he's doing a good job, we want him rocking up and maybe a cold handshake, or even you bosses with your union drivers.
In those exact words.
That would, but a big hug suggests that, like, they're calling each other. Are you going to let me have a little bit of a rise?
Yeah.
I'm okay with the hug, but I'm a bit younger, I guess. Just spend the money where it needs to be spent, not just on changing the colours of the lines. Just improve the service.
Is it like a fetish, this hug thing of yours?
Huh? No, anyone under the age of like 45, I think, just
very quickly.
So the other story is really about just the change of the lines and whether it's the underground getting very woke and so on. Where is the white men line? That's what we want to know.
I think that's every other line.
Transport line. They could have done one of those. That would have been quite nice.
I would have taken that. I know, but then I feel totally different about the story.
Yeah, but then the left now regret all that. So.
Right, let's go now to a little interval. Still to come, what does an Elon Musk video game look like? And what is the worst drink in the world? This is Headliners, only on GB News.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment. This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory. Don't miss my big opinion. Mark meets and my take at 10. Democracy is a funny old thing. And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Jubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and he did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Welcome back to Headliners. Thank you so much for all the comments you have on your say, including someone who's signed in as Josh Huey, who just basically, I can't even read it. It's too offensive and painful and hurtful. But congratulations for spending your time doing that. It really makes me...
We have feelings.
I'm a human being! Right, jumping into Friday's Star Carey, and are the geeks happy that the biggest geek in the world is a billionaire?
Are we on the Star, not the Mirror?
No, we are in the Star.
Story 15. Anything, it just happens.
You are channeling Louise Haigh for this evening.
To catch up. Musk to step into video games. Now, fortunately, the heading doesn't end there.
OK.
You know, you're not going to find that in the future. You know, on X at the moment, he is absolutely everywhere, and somehow it seems that X seems to favour tweets by Musk.
I don't know how that's
I wouldn't be surprised at some point in the future he is in every single video game, but he's actually going to step into the video game industry and use AI to make games great again, which is, of course, the slogan of everything now, which is catching on. Everything has to be made great again. In fact, I think people are making slogans great again. It's been a couple of days for billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk. It's been a big couple of days.
Can we just please do
It's always a couple of days. OK, look, he's going to change video games and improve them with something or other.
I think you don't play video games.
I don't ever play any video games, but, you know, few. I am really excited.
It's a bigger industry than film and television combined.
So you say.
Yeah.
So you say, but prove it.
There's been a lot of issues with wokeness going into video games.
Let Josh say this point, because I want to challenge his point.
No, there's a lot of issues with wokeness going into video games.
Which woke games have you played?
Well, I don't play. I'm saying we've covered a lot of stories where they have invested hundreds of millions in these video games that have just flopped because they've got trans characters and they, them, and this and that.
So, as someone who actually plays video games, admittedly not as much as I used to, I mean, a lot of the big
girlfriend,
games,
right?
Yeah, she said She said I couldn't start playing. I couldn't play them anymore. But then, when I think of like some of the biggest video games, like Fortnite, which is a very popular kids game, that's not a woke game. It's just very silly and bright colours. GTA, Grand Theft Auto, famously not woke at all. Rocket League, which is about cars going around. The only thing I can think that did have a bit of a woke angle was The Last of Us Part 2, where there was a trans character.
But these are the successful video games, and we're talking about lots of new games coming through. That these games were made all before woke ideology sort of permeated everything.
Just don't buy them.
That's what he's saying, is that he needs to make them great again because it's all the old ones, and now we need that. The idea of using AI, though, is suspect because creativity and AI just don't mix. Adam, the Mail now, and which is more dangerous, teen drivers or sexual...
Say the thing you wrote.
No, I won't. Drivers who sexual abuse.
Great.
Allegedly.
Yeah, well, with those two options, I'd rather get the bus. Yeah, this is from the Daily Mail. Uber users slam ride-hailing app after it launches teen accounts as they claim letting children travel alone is a horrible idea. And they'd be right. It is a horrible idea. Uber for Teens is a new tool in the UK that allows children as young as 13 to order rides independently. I mean, what could go wrong? You know, I find this really interesting because I think around the world, I don't know if we even got to this story yet, but there's a story in coming up later where Australia's actually made social media illegal for people so under the age of 16, and they're going to fine some of these companies, and that's a good use of safeguarding. And yet we're just getting a cab by yourself with it. Famously, I mean, some Uber drivers are they're basically like unlicensed minicabs, some of them. So I think this is a very dangerous thing. Yeah.
All of them?
I mean, I'm obliged to say all of them because my dad is a taxi driver. So
Okay, well,
he's a good one.
The issue for me is that I have to spend my entire life, apart from doing the show, basically picking up and dropping off kids at various parties and bar mitzvahs and play dates and whatever. Yeah. So having Uber and being able to occasionally send my 15-year-old back or something is a good...
But you'd have to do it with your least loved ones.
Do you call Ubers for them anyway?
I do, but I lie.
OK. This sounds to me just like a new way for parents to panic more.
OK, fine. Well, next, the mail, Kerry, and finally I can find out what Mary Berry's knickers taste like.
That would be the way you would use this? OK, scientists have developed a lickable VR device. No, it's in the air now and I'm not letting you undo it.
It's a throwback to earlier stories.
So it's a lickable VR device and so, you know, Grandpa, what was it like in the days before you could smell and taste everything on television? That's what you'd be asked one day. This is absolutely horrible, and it is the future. It is what is coming. Basically, farming shows are going to stink. And, this is what...
Well, they might not stink. They might all just disappear with the inheritance tax.
Would you use this? Because 3D was meant to be a big deal, and VR and all this...
Everything's going to get more and more realistic. In the future, horror shows where you'll get splashed with blood and you'll get murdered at the end.
But also,
that's the assisted dying.
Our sense of smell is one of our most underappreciated senses.
Talk for yourself.
Yeah, you've got quite a big nose.
That's why you're sitting so far away. What do you think of this, Adam? You've got 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, I think the Great British Bake Off making more immersive. I mean, you know, being able to lick things, they clearly know their demographic. You know, good.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting that they've chosen that one show as the
only example where it would make any sense whatsoever. Otherwise, no, this whole thing, it's going to happen, but it's not to my taste.
Thank you. Right. No, good.
All right.
Run around, do a little run, do a little...
I don't do that, Josh. You've tried to make me run before and I never have
show is nearly over. Let's take another quick look at Friday's front pages. The Express, please allow us dignity of choice in our lives. Telegraph, BBC and fresh sex scandal. Metro, MasterChef Greg accused of sick sex jokes. Revealed in the Mail, Cabinet Minister has fraud conviction. The Sun, Sir Rod, you humiliated my wife, you tubby bald buddy. It's like your view on that. Star, you're a tubby bald buddy. Karma got you. And that's it for tonight's show. Thank you to my guests, Kerry and Adam. Cresta West will be hosting tomorrow at 11 p.m, joined by Louise Haigh and Nick Dixon. And if you're watching at 5 a.m, then stay tuned for breakfast. Bye.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Time for a weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. A little bit of mist and fog around this evening. Overall, though, won't be as cold as last night, not as frosty. And most places are going to be dry. There's some pretty wet weather coming into western Scotland thanks to these weather fronts pushing north. High pressure sitting across eastern England. That's where we've got the light winds. That's where the fog is quite thick this evening. Parts of Lincolnshire down into East Anglia. A few patches elsewhere too. Generally clearing though as the night goes on because the breeze will pick up. Staying soggy though across northern Scotland. Rain across the Western Isles may ease, but staying very wet across parts of Orkney and Shetland. Most places there will have a dry night, not as frosty as last night for sure. Still pretty chilly first thing tomorrow across eastern England. We'll have that cloud and rain still across Orkney and Shetland's early doors. That should be scooting away to the north. Nothing like as cold as this morning across Scotland. Most places will start above freezing. Quite gusty though across the west coast and at times across the northeast. Quite blustery conditions here during the day. A bit more of lighter wind further south, but just enough breeze, as I say, to clear away that fog this evening. So it should be a fine start across much of eastern England.
staying dry and bright here for most of the day. In the west, we'll see that cloud thickening, the breeze picking up, blustery conditions in western Scotland at times for Northern Ireland and northeast Scotland too. And you can see rain coming in here as well. So turning damp for Northern Ireland, western Scotland, bit of showery rain for the west coast of Wales, Devon and Cornwall by the end of the day. But look at the numbers here. We could see temperatures into the teens. Another pretty chilly feeling day across the east. By the weekend, though, it's going to be much milder everywhere. Quite a lot of cloud around. Could see some sunny spells coming through northeast England, at times northeast Scotland. Bit of showery rain moving across Scotland for a time. But again, most places will be dry. But temperatures on the rise, double digits everywhere, and some places into the teens on Saturday, and similar temperatures Sunday too.
We can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm day ahead. Lovely. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. The Transport Secretary admits misleading police.
In 2014, Louise Haigh pleaded guilty to making a false report that her mobile phone had been stolen.
Well, the Prime Minister is now facing pressure about what he knew of the incident when he made her Transport Secretary.
Last-minute lobbying is taking place across Parliament as MPs prepare to vote today on assisted dying for the first time in nearly a decade.
This government were running an open borders experiment.
The Prime Minister takes aim at the Conservatives as net migration hit a record 906,000 in the year to June 2023, much higher than previously thought.
More scandal at the BBC. Greg Wallace steps away from MasterChef following claims of misconduct.
And it's the biggest shopping day of the year, the Black Friday sales. The perfect time to bag yourself a bargain.
Yes, whether you're planning a summer getaway or want to upgrade to a brand new TV, I've scoured thousands of Black Friday deals so you don't have to. Throughout breakfast this morning, I'll be bringing you the biggest savings on everything from broadband to vacuums, air fryers to flights, and so much more.
I'll take them all. I'll take them all. In the sport, in the Europa League, Manchester United and Celtic win, while Spurs draw with Roma, and five-time Grand Slam champion Iga Swiatek is serving a secret drugs ban, which is not so secret now.
Hello, good morning. It's going to be a chilly start in the east, though turning mild, wet and windy in the west. There will be some sunshine around though, so join me later for all the details.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is GB News Breakfast.
It's Black Friday.
Oh, hurrah.
It's very American.
Very American.
But we've adopted it over here now.
And I'm a sucker for a Black Friday sale.
God, have you been shopping
I'm
already?
awful. I started yesterday on the
Pre-Black Friday.
Oh, pre-Black Friday.
Sales.
Oh, the
dreadful.
Grey Thursday.
Grey Thursday, yeah.
All of those emails that go out saying you can have pre-access or whatever it's called.
Fill your
I'm a
boots.
sucker for it, yeah. So I started yesterday, and I can't say what I bought because people might be listening, and it's presents for Christmas. But this is the first year I'm going to try and do all of my Christmas shopping today.
Right, OK.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Right.
And I don't know if it's wise,
But did you get a lot off?
Yes, I got... So let's say I bought a big technical item.
Oh.
We'll say that much.
Is it a television?
It's not a television, but it is a... That's all I can say.
It's a technical item.
It's a technical item, and I got £80 off. And then I got lots of points for the store that I bought it from.
Oh.
So I thought I did very, very well, but it is hard to know because I was looking at a coffee machine, which is what I want for Christmas.
Right.
You know how I feel about the coffee machine that I want. And they have cheeky little so-and-sos.
Yeah.
They've upped their price.
See, that's what worries me about Black Friday. This is what makes me nervous.
It's not a genuine sale.
Yeah.
Well, not always.
Well, this item wasn't anyway. It was,
Right.
They'd actually upped it by
Because don't they, I mean, Aaron will know this, but don't they put it up? Isn't it possible that they can put the price up and then drop
Bring
it down?
again. Yeah.
Isn't that right?
Or sometimes the price just goes up. Let me tell you about this.
Yeah.
Because who doesn't like an advent calendar?
I love an advent.
I love an advent calendar.
Well, Lint is selling an advent calendar.
That's what I've asked for my advent calendar.
Have you? It's 5 foot high.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, full of chocolate surprises. It's £180.
What?
100. This is in the Times this morning. £180.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you get it cheap today?
24 days of full-size gifts, including teddy bears, a reindeer, and a Father Christmas, and some truffle balls.
Oh.
180 quid's worth of chocolate. Most of it's a cardboard box.
Do you want to hear the worst part? I've just read into the finer detail here. If you actually buy...
Ellie's bought one.
I probably would do something like that, actually. But if you add up all of the chocolate together, the total retail value is only £92.
Oh, my
So another
goodness.
90 quid or so is the packaging.
Yes. But the thing is, you've got to... It should finish on 24. Some finish on 25. It always used to be 24. Used to be the double doors in the 24 because then that was the exciting bit. And me and my sister used to take turns. So she'd do one day, I'd do the other. Yeah. I was so excited. I always wanted to do number one, but she'd get to do 24 because that was the even one. She would get the double doors.
Yeah, and the big prize.
They're the big prize.
The bigger chocolate.
That's right,
Yeah.
the bigger chocolate.
Well, be careful out there today with what is a legitimate deal, because it is hard to know. Aaron Brown's going to be here later with all of the details, so do stay tuned.
Now, the Transport Secretary, Louise Haigh, has admitted pleading guilty to misleading police when she was a parliamentary candidate in 2014.
Yes, it's reported that she appeared before a magistrate's court after making a false report that her work mobile phone had been stolen after being mugged on a night out.
Later turned out the phone had not been stolen, with claims that she made the false report for personal benefit.
Well, she's also believed to have been fired from her job at Aviva because of the incident.
Well, in a statement, she said in 2013, I was mugged on a night out. I was a young woman and the experience was terrifying. I reported it to the police and gave them a list of what I believed had been taken, including a work mobile phone that had been issued by my employer. My solicitor advised me not to comment during that interview, and I regret following that advice. The police referred the matter to the CPS, and I appeared before Southwark magistrates. My solicitor advised me not to comment, I pleaded guilty despite the fact it was a genuine mistake from which I did not make any gain. The magistrates accepted the arguments and gave me the lowest possible outcome available.
Well, GB News has contacted the Labour Party for comment, but they are yet to get back to us. So let's cross live now to Westminster and talk to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Good to see you this morning, Catherine. I mean, some comment today saying that Louise Haigh's position is now untenable after all of this has come to light, and also questions for Sir Keir Starmer about why she's been given such a senior role.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, both. Well, Louise Haigh has issued her defence, as you have heard, basically trying to say there's nothing to see here. I was mugged on a night out. I thought my phone had been taken. I found it later. I was given bad advice, and so on and so forth. But I think there are a number of unanswered questions here, not least because it has been reported that her job at Aviva, that she subsequently lost that job because of this, and other reports that this had she'd lost phones on more than one occasion, on repeated occasions, other sources reporting similar. That has not been confirmed, but real questions for the Prime Minister. It will be very interesting to see what his response is to this today, or his spokesman in the lunchtime lobby briefing, because, of course, Louise Haigh, Shadow Transport Secretary, holds a very important job, a big cabinet position. Now, she says that she declared in full to the Prime Minister, then the Leader of the Opposition, what had happened when he made her Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary back in 2020. But the Conservatives, as you would have expected, have come out. The chair, Nigel Huddlestone, has said these are extremely concerning revelations about the person responsible for managing £30 billion of taxpayers' money. Louise Haigh, like many other Labour MPs, was highly critical of Boris Johnson under the Partygate when it emerged about all the fines, called for him to resign, has called out MPs of other colours in the past on offences, talking about the importance of transparency and of being upstanding in public life. So I think this is going to be a difficult few days for Louise Haigh.
And just briefly, it's going to be an interesting day in parliamentary terms, isn't it? Because we've got the assisted dying bill, which is a free vote today.
Yes, this is a massive day in Westminster. I think one of the most consequential votes that MPs will ever have to make, and they have to do this according to their conscience. Now, it looks like it could be very close. At the moment, those in favour are ahead, but there are still a significant number of MPs that haven't decided or haven't said which way they are going to vote. So we've got 5 hours of debate from 9:30 onwards, expecting the vote sometime after 2. I think what will be highly significant is how the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, votes. He is not saying, although we know that he previously voted for assisted dying back in 2015. He made a promise to Esther Rantzen, who has campaigned on this. So we suspect that he will vote for. He says he doesn't want to influence people, but I do think that when he votes, when he goes through the yes lobby or the no lobby, there will be many new Labour MPs who may be still wavering, who will look at what he does and likely to be influenced by his example.
Catherine, thank you.
That leads us on to our poll of the day today. Do you fear an assisted dying law could be abused? Let us know what you think. We'll bring you the live results throughout the day, so make sure you stay tuned. The final result, as always, will be announced later in Martin Daubney's show. And if you want to get involved, just go to gbnews.com/poll, or you can use the QR code on your screen now.
Now, at 6:10, let's have a look at some of the key stories this morning.
Voters head to the polls in Ireland this morning for a general election which will set the political landscape there for the next 5 years. The three largest parties are said to be virtually neck and neck heading into the vote, with one party leader describing the race as too close to call.
Boris Johnson has called for British troops to defend Ukraine's borders in a peace deal. The former Prime Minister told The Telegraph that peacekeeping responsibilities should be handled by a multinational group of Western nations. However, he added he did not think the UK should be sending in combat troops to take on the Russians.
Councils are to be given 4 bin guidelines to end the Wild West of recycling policies. Under the new plan, households will be given 4 containers, including a non-recyclable waste bin, a food and green waste bin, a bin or bag for paper and cardboard, and a bin for other recyclables. The move aims to streamline recycling practices, which currently see some households required to separate waste into 7 bins.
Oh, that's confusing.
It is a Wild West out there when it comes to recycling.
Madness, isn't it?
I have 4 bins and it's quite enough to handle.
Yeah, do they actually recycle any of it, though?
That's what I always think.
You never know, do you? You just don't know. Anyway, right, let's have a look at the weather for you today. Here's Honor.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed boilers. Sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's going to be a chilly start in the east, but turning mild, wet and windy from the west. It's not going to be wet everywhere, though, and we will see plenty of hazy sunshine. Through into Friday, then, the driest and brightest of the weather likely to be across central and southeastern areas. We'll start to see more and more clouds start to spill in from the west with some outbreaks of rain and drizzle at times. This could turn heavy, particularly across parts of Northern Ireland, western parts of Scotland, and then later across western parts of Wales and southwest England. Milder here, though, they're quite blustery around western coasts, and a slightly chillier day on offer parts of eastern England. To end the day then, it's going to be a rather wet end across western parts of Scotland. As I say, outbreaks of rain, this could be heavy at times, perhaps slightly drier to the far northeast of Scotland, though plenty of cloud here. Rain generally easing away from Northern Ireland, but likely to leave behind plenty of cloud, perhaps some rain and drizzle around hilly areas. Some rain also creeping into northwest England, parts of Wales and southwest England too. Still the driest of the weather across central and southeastern England. Through the course of the night, we're going to see more and more clouds spill its way in from the west. Still some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, once again mainly across hilly areas. Perhaps some more persistent rain at times across northern Scotland, and still those blustery winds continuing too. But with all that cloud, that is going to keep things fairly mild. Still slightly chillier in eastern areas, but not quite turning as frosty as it did in the week. To start off the weekend then, a fair amount of cloud around. If we do see any brighter spells, that's likely to be the lee of high ground, perhaps the northeast of Scotland, northeast of England. There's still some rain and drizzle on the cards feeding in from the west, this turning heavier later on Saturday. And we could even see some heavier spells across parts of Scotland by the time we reach the afternoon. But looking at those temperatures, it is a much milder start to the weekend.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Do stay with us. Still to come, our technology editor Aaron Brown will have all of the latest deals from our GB News Black Friday hub.
Well, don't miss that. Plus, we'll be having another look at a scandal, another scandal that's rocking the BBC. We'll tell you more in a minute.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Why go out on a Friday night when Friday night comes straight to your home?
Talking about?
Join me and my A-team of top pundits. Chemistry tonight is electric. As we tackle the big stories of the day with wit, insight and fearless energy.
Man of the people.
It's all vibe.
Just a filing cabinet on wheels with a tie on.
So, order in Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, every Friday at 8, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss my big opinion. Mark Meets and my take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to breakfast. The time is 6:18. Let's cross over now to GB News Black Friday Deals Hub with technology editor Aaron Brown for the latest Black Friday deals. Morning, Aaron. What are the best deals that you've spotted?
Well, there are thousands of good deals out there today, and I'll be running through them all this morning, but we're going to start off with package holidays. If you're looking to book a holiday this Black Friday, there are some great deals to be had. We're going to start with EasyJet. They're offering £100 off any of their holidays over £800. And that doubles up to £200 off when the holiday costs more than £2,000. Meanwhile, British Airways, they're offering 3 nights for the price of 2 on select city breaks, including destinations like Barcelona, Budapest and Prague. And if you want to hit the slopes, Jet2 is the place to go. They're offering 20% off flights to ski resorts up until March 2025. But don't worry, if that's not your thing, there's 15% off summer flights running from April to November 2025. TUI, meanwhile, they're going to cut £100 off the cost of your package holiday up to £1,000. And if you're spending £3,000 or more, they'll cost £300 off the cost. If you aren't looking for a package deal, airlines are also taking part in the Black Friday sale. Ryanair is offering buy one, get one half price on all of its flights between December to February 16th, 2025. TUI is offering 10% off all of its return flights for Black Friday, and they operate from all major UK airports. And if you're looking for a little taste of luxury this Black Friday, Cathay Pacific is offering 8% off its business class flights for solo travellers only. And finally, Etihad is offering up to 20% off flights with return journeys to Singapore, Melbourne and Beijing. That's all I have for now, but I'll have plenty more deals and bargains in half an hour. Keep checking gbnews.com/Black Friday for the details. Now back to Stephen and Ellie.
OK, lovely. Aaron, thank you very much indeed. You quite fancy a little bit of a flight somewhere, don't you?
Yeah, I like the sound of that, didn't I? That's what I mean. I'm a sucker for a good deal,
Yeah,
a good bargain.
There you go.
If you are as well, get in touch, gbnews.com/you'll say. Let us know what we've spotted. Aaron's going to be across all of the best deals online as well, and he's going to be telling us about them throughout the morning. So don't miss a thing if you want to bag a bargain this Black Friday.
Now, onto a bit of scandal for you, because the TV presenter Greg Wallace has stepped down from MasterChef following a host of claims of misconduct, all of which he denies.
Yes, Newsnight presenter Kirsty Walk has accused the 60-year-old of making sexualised jokes during her time on Celebrity MasterChef in 2011.
Well, she's one of 13 people to have reported inappropriate comments from Wallace over, apparently, a 17-year period.
Well, Sir Rod Stewart has fired shots at Greg Wallace too after hearing of his departure from MasterChef. He's tweeted... So, Greg Wallace gets fired from MasterChef. Good riddance, Wallace. You humiliated my wife when she was on the show, but you had that bit cut out, didn't you? You're a tubby, bald-headed, ill-mannered bully. Karma got you, Sir Rod Stewart.
We're going to talk about that in just a second. Just some breaking news. The Transport Secretary, Louise Haigh, has just resigned.
Oh.
Apparently, this on the Press Association. So, of course, she's been embroiled in this controversy. She's on all of the newspapers this morning. This is over this mobile phone scandal. She reported a mobile phone as being stolen when she was mugged. And then it was later discovered it was turned on, and the police noticed that the phone had been turned on, but she still had it.
Yes.
She admitted that it hadn't been stolen and that she'd lied to police and was taken to court where she pleaded guilty.
Yeah, she has previously said that under the advice of her solicitor at the time, she pleaded guilty, despite the fact that this was a genuine mistake from which I did not make any gain. It's understood that her conviction is now classified as spent and that she was totally transparent with Sir Keir Starmer about all of this before she joined the shadow cabinet. But we have just had that breaking news in the past few minutes that Louise Haigh has resigned as Transport Secretary.
Yeah, she said in a letter to the Prime Minister she is totally committed to our political project, but believes it will be best served by my supporting you from outside government. So, there's a bit of breaking news for you this morning. It is a blow to the Prime Minister to have someone having to resign just a few months into government, but clearly it's been decided in Number 10 that this is something better to be stamped out now rather than let it continue on. Like a festering wound, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they want to just deal with it now. So she has gone. We'll talk to our political reporter, Catherine Forster, about this a little bit later on. But shall we return to the BBC?
Let's return to the BBC and another scandal, this time Greg Wallace and claims of inappropriate behaviour. Well, joining us now is media commentator Paul Connew. Good to see you this morning, Paul. And another nightmare for the BBC.
Another nightmare for the BBC, yes, coming in the wake, of course, of Hugh Edwards, Jermaine Janus and Jay Blades. This one's sort of slightly curious in some ways because the investigation seems to be being carried out by Banjay, the production company who make MasterChef. But the complaints went to the BBC, who are boasting, you know, I think quite reasonably, that they did investigate this, although it begs the question, why didn't they investigate earlier? Given the history of Greg Wallace, or the alleged history of Greg Wallace, which he denies. And what intrigued me is Kirsty Walk appeared in 2013 and refers to unsavoury jokes, sexist jokes, etc., that she felt uncomfortable with, and so did others. But what did Kirsty Walk, who is one of the most senior BBC presenters, now retired, but did she, where did she take it? Did she mention it to anybody at the BBC or not? And that's a question I thought we might get answered on Newsnight last night. But of course, they didn't feature the Greg Wallace story on Newsnight beyond showing some front pages at the end of the programme. But I would like to know who at the BBC knew the allegations and how long ago. Now, I'm a BBC supporter as well as a critic of the BBC. And, for example, I was involved in the Al Fayed investigation by the BBC, which was fine public interest journalism. So I just wonder on this one, who should be investigating this? And I think that the BBC need to be investigating themselves, not just passing it back to Banjay, albeit I suspect that some of the alleged victims of Greg Wallace's language are employed by Banjay.
Yes, I mean, and that's the production company that makes MasterChef. But this is over a number of different programmes on different channels. However, you've got to ask, and we don't know enough detail. But some of the claims seem to be, as you say, inappropriate humour and things of that nature. Are they really things we should be getting overly concerned about?
Well, in the modern climate, and I think one of the problems here, and I go back as the editor thwarted legally from exposing Savile as far back as '94, and one of the things that the consistent pattern is that young employees are somewhat powerless and often afraid, for the sake of their careers, to actually level complaints. I mean, the Savile scandal was badly mishandled by the BBC, as indeed was the Hugh Edwards case, and others. But that pattern is, if you like, a reluctance to tackle big name stars, the talent so-called, and often I suspect there was intimidation, or certainly a feeling of being intimidated by, if you like, lesser mortals in the industry.
OK, Paul, we've got to leave it there, but thanks very much indeed. Well, Greg Wallace did post something on Instagram, actually, saying he'd like to thank all of the people getting in touch, reaching out and showing their support. That's good of you. Thank you very much.
And just to reiterate that breaking news in the past few minutes, that Louise Haigh has resigned as Transport Secretary, saying in a letter to the Prime Minister that she is totally committed to our political project, but believes it will best be served by my supporting you from outside government.
Let's head to Westminster and our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. I mean, heck, Catherine, I mean, this boil has been lanced pretty quickly.
Yes, very quickly indeed. This is a story which only broke last night. Louise Haigh, the Transport Secretary, has made a very swift decision to resign. Very often with this sort of thing, we see ministers clinging on for days and days, pressure building till the inevitable happens. I'm not sure that this was inevitable, but she has taken the decision, and she has said in her letter to the Prime Minister, she's explained what happened before, that she was mugged, that she thought her work phone had been stolen, that she later found it. She says it was all a mistake, but she goes on to say, I appreciate that whatever the facts of the matter, this issue will inevitably be a distraction from delivering on the work of this government and the policies to which we are both committed. And she goes on to say how proud she was to be the youngest female appointed to cabinet. She's just 37, and talks about the work that she's done, the Great British Railways Bill that's going through Parliament to renationalise the railway. She goes on to say, I'm sorry to leave under these circumstances, but I take pride in what we have done. I will continue to fight every day for the people of Sheffield Heeley, who I was first and foremost elected to represent. Yes,
Putin.
a very swift action on the part of Louise Haigh. I think she has said it was all a misunderstanding.
There's nobody advising him. He doesn't have anyone to help him whatsoever,
but I
which
think
is apparently an oversight. They just haven't appointed anyone.
So yeah, he needs. If you look to that, what happened yesterday, there was a reason, because of course a week ago Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, dodged the question about Benjamin Netanyahu and whether he would actually be arrested if he came to this country, saying that actually this was not something, there were processes to go through. And there was a very good reason for that, Mike, because what the government didn't want to get into was a face-off, you know, with the incoming President Donald Trump.
Right.
And the fact that Donald Trump is very supportive of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, as are France, who have changed their view because they're part of the ceasefire with Lebanon. Yeah. Right. It's a French initiative.
And that, of course, you know, diplomatically, you know, the ceasefire with Lebanon offered cover to say, actually, we don't need to go down this particular road right now. We don't need to necessarily arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel is a crucial ally.
Well, also the charges are a crock of absolute nonsense.
ICC is absolutely nonsense.
The ICC is completely biased, right? The man Khan, who is the chief prosecutor, is embroiled in all sorts of sexual innuendos and sexual accusations. So you think he's maybe, you know, possibly trying to deflect from that by bringing these charges against Israel. But they're not actual charges. They're saying we think they might have committed a war crime. They're not actually saying they have committed a war crime. So the whole thing is a load of rubbish.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
It's Guardian-style nonsense.
And the reason is that Labour the government decided to play into the hands of their own MPs and their own left-wing MPs and their own
Muslim
support and their voters in the summer when they decided to actually withdraw the objection, which was a perfectly sensible policy from the last government to the ICC request for an arrest warrant against Benjamin Netanyahu. That was the mistake. And then, of course, it had this implication when the ICC, surprise, surprise, actually followed through with it.
I know.
That's the way they're...
Absolutely. Well, we're going to look at Yvette Cooper coming up in the next section because, according to the Daily Mail, our £15 million daily asylum bill is now getting to ridiculous proportions. Spending is soared by a third with huge costs for hotel rooms. Yesterday, we broke the news at 9:30. The new immigration figures from the Office for National Statistics showed that 728,000 people had come in to this country in the year net to June of 2024. Turns out that was a wrong figure. Turns out it was actually 906,000, which is a lot closer to a million than the other figure.
And it's 2.2 million people have arrived in this country legally since in the last 3 years. It's now costing us in terms of hotels. It's costing us in terms of hotels £8 million a day. Labour, when they came into government, said
the Mail says £15 million a day. 15 million, £15 million every single day.
So the 8 million is the 8 million is just on the 8 million figure I saw. Maybe that's just on hotels. But what's interesting, Labour said they would stop the use of hotels, Mike. They've actually increased the number of hotels.
And they're actually now actively looking for more hotels.
Yeah, and they're sending a call out to say, have you got any
I'm going to Edinburgh today, and it took me quite a long time to find a hotel to stay in. I don't know whether that's because of the Home Office. But let's get a voice note from James on Louise Haigh.
Morning, Mike. Jamie from Hornchurch. Lies, fraud, and now criminal convictions. This Labour Party are an absolute joke. They weren't wrong when they said they were a change from the Tories. They're much, much worse. At least the Tories never appointed criminals into the cabinet. The only change that Keir Starmer's ever made is when he took his own clothes off and put Lord Alice freebies on. Great show.
Well, when we said that they were here for change, I didn't know they were here for the change of clothes, but it looks that way. It is absolutely comical, isn't it? That's the problem. It's now a comical government. You know, you've got David Lammy, the clown in charge of foreign affairs, who seems to be the only person in the entire world who thinks it's a good idea to offload the Chagos Islands. They don't want the Chagos Islands flogged off in Chagos. They don't want the Chagos Islands given to Mauritius in Mauritius. The Americans don't want it to happen. We seem to be the only people under this government that want to flog off the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. So that's all going wrong. It turns out that also David Lammy has had to apologise, of course, to Donald Trump. It turns out as well that Yvette Cooper can't do her job. We're spending now £15 million daily on asylum claims. So what else is going on that's of any use to man or beast? Louise Haigh has just resigned. She had to resign after 15 minutes of shellacking from me on Morning Glory. By 6:16, I kid you not, she literally handed in a resignation. Nobody's up this early. But what government minister's up this early to resign? She was, and she was listening to the show, and she had to hand in a resignation. Absolutely brilliant. Theo Usherwood's here. We talk about some more rubbish at the BBC coming up next. Apparently there's been more sex pestery that they didn't stop from happening. Sorry, I can't help it. This is Talk.
your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 6:36 in the morning. Louise Haigh, who is the Transport Minister, the Secretary of State, actually, for Transport, has just resigned. She basically says in a letter to the Prime Minister that she is totally committed to our political project, but says it will best be served by my supporting you from outside of government. Doesn't say anything about whether she's had to hand the phone back or indeed whether she's claiming for any phone-related nonsense. Says here from Perry, great start to the day. One down, it's only 6:20. Does she get to keep the phone? I don't know. I mean, it is absolutely remarkable, isn't it? Let's have another look at what Keir Starmer said about standards in public life.
We must change ourselves. We need to clean up politics. I will restore standards in public life.
So, by restoring standards in public life, I presume he didn't mean I'm going to appoint somebody who's been convicted of fraud, which he knew he was doing, as you said. Theo Usherwood's here. He knew he was appointing a convicted fraudster. And so far now, because everybody else has found out, she's had to go.
Yes, basically.
What does that say about Keir Starmer?
It is not a ringing endorsement of Keir Starmer's
It's really
judgment.
not.
And, you know, he made this appointment back in 2020. He was told about the conviction, we are told, in full when he made that appointment.
Yes.
And then he still decided to appoint her to his cabinet as Transport Secretary going back to July of this year.
Right.
And nobody in number 10 has yet come forward, and there's nothing in either of the letters, either the one that Louise Haigh sent Keir Starmer by way of resignation or in Keir Starmer's very short reply to Louise Haigh, which details exactly what piece of information, and I say this because I'm not sure there is a piece of information that Keir Starmer, he just got found out.
Yeah, but it's hardly, you know, standards in public life being improved, is it? You got found out, she's gone. That's not exactly me being honest and being a great Prime Minister. This from Soph, who says, Mike, if a police officer is convicted in court or found proved at a misconduct hearing an offence involving honesty and integrity, they're sacked and put on the barred list, yet Starmer was happy for a convicted fraudster to be in his government. I mean, I would go further and say, surely she's not fit to be an MP, is she? Well, she's a convicted fraudster who concealed the fact that she was a convicted fraudster in order to run for election. She never told the electors that she didn't hold her hands up when she was running for election to say, by the way, I've got some things in my past that you might find out about.
She didn't.
You can take a judgment on that and you might want to elect me, even though I've got blue hair or red hair, whatever the day of the week it is. But you can take a chance on me knowing all of the facts.
Yes.
She didn't.
No.
She concealed it.
No, and she should have made that declaration. She didn't make that declaration.
And these are the people that are telling us how we should behave, how much taxes we should pay, whether we can pass on any inheritance to our children, whether or not we should be able to send our children to public or private school. You know, I'm sick to death of them.
But it's also worth mentioning, I mean, when she was in post as Transport Secretary, she very nearly put the kibosh on Keir Starmer's investment summit, because you remember that the owners of the P&O ferries were, they did pull their investment after she came out and she called on voters to boycott P&O ferries because she didn't like their working practices because of the way they took on staff, the fire and rehire scheme. And she called on, so then you know, she was already on the naughty list in terms of number 10, because they're looking at that going, suddenly they're having to put in emergency phone calls saying, well, she didn't really mean it, please come to our investment summit, please put £1 billion into this new port, we really want your money.
She was also the first minister in the sort of, you know, in the public eye, if you like, because she supposedly sorted out the rail strikes. And suddenly was able to find a way.
They haven't done that, have they?
Well, no, of course they haven't. Also, by the way, it's just been pointed out to me that the letter, the resignation letter, which doesn't actually say she's resigning, was dated November 28th, yesterday.
That's a very good point. You can only assume that they wrote the letter yesterday, realising that the game was up, and thought, how are we going to
forgot to change the date. That's how useless they are. Yes. They haven't even updated the date of the letter.
Yes.
I mean, geez, sorry. I mean, I don't know what to say. Let's talk about Greg Wallace, shall we? Just to get away from the Tories' uselessness. Sir Rod, on the front page of The Sun, you humiliated my wife, you tubby, bald bully. I think he speaks for a nation, doesn't he? Really brilliant. I mean, Rod Stewart, what a great guy. And also, it turns out that Greg Wallace seems to be a serial kind of pest for want of a better word. I don't think there's anything in the accusations about him that would suggest that he's assaulted anyone or been involved in any kind of criminal activity, but he certainly seems to have been somebody that the BBC knew to be a problem for a very long time, and once again the BBC seems to have failed to do anything about it.
And then we knew about, I mean, these allegations were in the public domain going back to the middle of last month, and he was still allowed to continue.
Yeah. No, but they've been going on for a long time.
No, we knew they were in the public domain and people knew about them. There was a story about them. Absolutely, these have been going on. These are going back into 2021. I think was the
and all sorts of people coming forward, including Kirsty Walk from the BBC.
Yeah.
I think Mariella Frostrup was talking about it last night on Question Time. There seems to have been an awful lot of quite high-profile women, as well as other women who were not perhaps so well known, who say that he either made rather ridiculous jokes, sexual innuendos,
took his top
touching, took his clothes off, walked around naked. I mean, what the hell are they thinking, the BBC? I mean, I know that I'm the last person in the world to say that we should be po-faced about stuff, but when you go to work, you don't expect to see somebody walking naked through the office, do you? Really? Even at talk, we're not that liberal. Sir Rod Stewart, I can vouch for that. Sir Rod Stewart, he posted on Instagram. I mean, this was common knowledge. Greg Wallace gets fired. Everybody knew. Yeah, everybody knew. So Greg Wallace gets fired from MasterChef. Good riddance, Wallace. You humiliated my wife when she was on the show, but you had that bit cut out, didn't you? You're a tubby, bald-headed, ill-mannered bully. Karma gotcha. Yeah.
Sir Rod Stewart.
And Rod Stewart, who genuinely is a sort of national treasure. He really is. I've met him a few times. I've seen him in concert. He's a brilliant performer. And as a former kind of, member of what you might call the sort of permissive society of rock stars, but he's now reached this kind of, evidentiary kind of, status of a man who's like the king of Britain. Yeah. So for him to have a go publicly is quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very unusual for somebody and of his stature, as you rightly point out, of his stature to come out and have a go. But the BBC can act quickly, and most the vast majority of employers stamp this stuff out really quickly. Yeah. It's either one joke and a quiet word and don't do that again. Right. That's not okay. Or you get rid of them.
You don't let it go on and on and on and on, which appears to be what they did. And it's just incredible.
And the BBC hold themselves up to be this sort of holier-than-thou employer.
And also, look at the way they do the news. Look at the way they report the news, the po-faced nature of the way they do things like Question Time, in the Laura Kunsberg show. And aren't we really, really clever? And we're terribly, terribly straightforward, and we certainly don't allow any kind of nastiness that goes on. But their entertainment division appears to be rife with sexual predators and absolute maniacs.
And these are, this is the celebrity version. This is a celebrity version of MasterChef. They also have MasterChefs where they're working with. These judges are working with young people, vulnerable people potentially. Yeah. People who are coming in.
There's one instance in which he's accused of saying something very inappropriate to a junior MasterChef contestant who's obviously a child. And you think,
it's appalling.
Where he went, I'm not wearing any underwear. And it says in the Mail today by Katie Hines, who's a great reporter, TV bosses and attack dog lawyers fought to protect the 4 times married TV host, but then the charge sheet simply became impossible to ignore. Well, that's not the way it should be, is it?
No.
They should not be ignoring the charge sheet. They should pick the charge sheet up and absolutely act on it. But we've got loads more to do. It is Friday, so we try and cheer you all up. I mean, I didn't expect Louise Haigh to be resigning quite so early in the show, so we've got plenty of entertainment already. However, don't forget, it is Gaff Day, because it's Friday. So here's one from Julie Hartley-Brewer.
We're just going to have our little regular check to see whether we are fitting into that 0.1% of women in this country that do, according to our Prime Minister, have a penis. So, and ladies, if you'd like, however you identify, if you'd like to have a look at the same time, we're just going to have a quick look and just check whether our penis has happened overnight or not. No? No. Still haven't got one? No. Amazing. I'm yet to find a woman with a penis, and yet Keir Starmer reckons there are tens of thousands of them.
Yes, I'm saying nothing. This is Talk, and we're going to move straight on. Morning Glory, back after this.
factor in as well all the other initiatives about, you know, the windmills and solar panels and stuff, I mean, the idea that we are going to do this within this time frame does seem extraordinary. I mean, look, I think they had a bit of notice on the world ending, if that is the aim. I just simply cannot see this all sort of dovetailing into place, Steve, or rather nicely at 2030.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 6:49. Very soon it's going to be 7 o'clock, and Theo Rushell's here with us. We've been talking about the resignation of Louise Haigh. If you've only just joined us, we got going for 15 minutes on how ridiculous it was that Louise Haigh, the Secretary of State for Transport, had become an admitted, convicted fraudster, and she was still in government, and pretty soon she had to resign. Got this from Tim in Bromley. It says, cab for Starmer, at this rate, they'll need a minibus. Great hit rate so far, Mike. Let's hope that Louise Haigh does not let the door catch her on the way out. And here's one from Matt in Hove, who says, did Louise Haigh send that resignation tweet from her new phone? People just make fun of the government now, and that's always a bad thing. Mick says, morning, Mike, regarding the resignation of Louise Haigh, isn't it funny it's always a mistake when they get found out? Great show. And one from somebody who doesn't give a name. The government looked like an episode of Grange Hill during a drama class. They do. They look as if they don't know. I mean, I was saying this yesterday to Peter Hitchens over the Chagos Islands scenario, where they've obviously sort of, you know, come up with all of these different forms of what they would call policies, which they clearly haven't thought through. You know, Chagos, for example, let's get it through before Mauritius has an election, so that in case the new government of Mauritius doesn't want it, we'll get it written down in stone. Well, the new government of Mauritius has come in and said, we don't want it. And they're just going to go, sorry, we're going to wipe it away. Donald Trump, the new government coming into America, doesn't want it. Going to wipe it away. So the only people now who want it appear to be the people inside Keir Starmer's cabinet. Even the Chagosians say, we'd like to be British, please. Thanks very much.
Yeah, the Chagosians were always very straightforward about it. They wanted to remain part, and of course it was seen as a sop to China. Just by handing over Chagos Islands, and of course to Mauritius, but of course then, you know, that what that means, you know, for the, you know, Chinese. This is a, you know, people look at this island and they think, well, why is this archipelago of islands so important? It is strategically absolutely imperative, and this is why Trump is so against the deal, quite rightly, in order for the West to have access to the Middle East, because it's just south. It's south. It's also several hundred miles south.
Diego Garcia, as an airbase, has been used by the Americans as a jumping-off point for bombing Afghanistan, for attacking countries in the Middle East. You know, dropping cruise missiles into Iraq. You know, it's quite strategically a sensible place to be.
It's absolutely imperative that, you know, if the West is to remain, you know, the prevailing, you know, geopolitical terms, sort of prevailing authority, for want of a better expression, that we maintain our presence on Chagos. And, you know, the Chagosians are absolutely very upfront about it. They want the islands to remain British. They don't want to be suddenly come under the, you know, the purview of the Chinese. That is not a step forward.
No.
And now it looks as if, you know, they're trying to rush Downing Street, and the government are trying to rush through this treaty, try and get it over the line. But it's not going to happen. And then Trump's going to pull the rug from under the whole project. And it's just going to fall to bits.
Exactly right. Let's turn our attention to the stories about immigration this morning, because big numbers came out yesterday, just before we ended this show, 9:30 yesterday morning. 728,000, we were told, is the net new figure of migration into the country with the year ending of June 2024. Turns out they got it wrong. Office of National Statistics have revised that figure up to 906,000, so just shy of 1 million people who have come in the last year. We're told in one of the papers, I think, that basically we've now got 2.2 million people who have come into the country in 3 years, which is massive, isn't it?
It's huge. And there's an article, there's a story in the Mail by Rakib San, who's done a...
Rakib was in your very slot yesterday.
Yeah, and he's done this. These figures have shaken me to the core. If this carries on, we will need 15 new cities, the size of Birmingham by 2046.
And you know, the Migration Centre, I think, put this out a few months ago, because I remember talking to various immigration lawyers about this, who all poo-pooed it and said, absolute rubbish, this is nonsense, you know, complete scaremongering, no way are the numbers going to reach that. Well, they have.
Yeah, and I think what's astonishing is, you know, Keir Starmer does this press conference yesterday, and he says...
have we got any of that, by the way?
And he wants to sort this problem out, and he wants to, but of course they can't tighten. The government won't tighten the visa rules because, of course, firms rely on migrant workers to fill vacancies, and indeed the NHS relies on migrant workers to fill vacancies. The only thing he's now saying, the tightening of the rules, is that in order to get access to to take people on with visas from overseas to do the jobs, is that they'll have to offer domestic training. But they won't necessarily have to offer that job to a domestic worker first. They just have to provide. The firms will just have to provide the training. But that's what's driving this, is that firms need people to fill those vacancies, and they're saying, well, we can't get them.
But it's a kind of shibboleth, this, isn't it? Because you go around in circles, because the reason the firms want to employ people from overseas is not because they need them, it's because they pay them less money. And at the end of the day, they don't really want to employ people here because they would have to pay them more money. And so they want to keep this kind of, you know, constant string of cheap labour, basically, for want of a better word, coming in from overseas. And it's not sustainable because it now, particularly because we were so sort of sworn to it, that we were persuaded that, I know, if you can't get them to come in on their own, tell them they can bring their families. So people were coming in to do jobs, say in the NHS, but there was one person working and then 4 other people coming who were their dependents. And it simply didn't add up economically.
No, and
that's why we're in the bad place that we are.
Yeah, and the government, you know, these figures, you know, we're talking about legal migration here. This is putting the small boats to one side. The government could click their fingers and they could just close the visa routes. But then there'd be uproar from, as you say, this sort of circle.
Well, let there be uproar. I mean, I would say that the ordinary people of this country are sick to death of immigration, where people are coming into their communities and basically dominating them. And supposedly that's because we need to have these people come here so that they can work. Well, sorry, you know, let's get the 9 million economically inactive people to work instead and make them do the jobs that these people are coming in to do and pay them maybe slightly more than we're paying the immigrants, and everybody's happy.
We've got 2.8 million people on long-term sick now, unable to work.
Rising to 4 million in a year, they reckon.
That welfare bill is due to soar to around 100 billion a year by the end of this Parliament.
Exactly.
So, you know, these are significant problems, and Keir Starmer at the moment, you know, he's saying he doesn't want to introduce an immigration cap because he will say it will have no meaningful impact. But there are arguments to say that actually, if you just cap the number, then we all know exactly what the reliance is going to be on overseas workers, and that one beyond that, they're simply not going to get through to come and work in this country.
I mean, interesting piece in the Telegraph, page 19, saying workers are actually worse off now than they were in 2008 because of the rise of the cost of living, because of the fact that they're paying more tax, because of the fact that their wages haven't really risen in commensurate numbers with what is going on around them. And so an awful lot of people are now thinking, you know, rubbing their hands together and thinking, you know what, I'm not going to stay here. If I can go... I speak to more and more people every single week who are talking about leaving the country and going to work elsewhere. And I'm not just talking about, you know, rich, middle-class, you know, sort of online entrepreneurs. I'm talking about people who are just doing manual jobs because they can go and do those somewhere else as well.
Yeah, and immigration... This was conceded. I remember watching, it was Lord Rose, who was the boss at Marks and Spencer, conceded this during the Brexit debate, where he actually said, you know, if we, you know, he was asked by the committee, you know, what happens if, you know, will wages go up if we leave the European Union? And he had to concede that yes, because there will not be the same number of.
Well, that was one of the reasons why we did it. You know, to get better conditions for people who work in this country. We've got loads of other things to talk about, but we should finish off with this one story in The Sun, page 13. People from Cambridge, Cambridge University, very clever people. University challenged, it says. Cambridge tells students how to walk down the stairs. Britain's brightest students are being told how to use the stairs in health and safety posters, which are going up all over the uni.
Yes, the pictures, according to The Sun, show a picture of a man with a phone in his hand lying at the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, it's not Louise Haigh, is it?
At the bottom of a flight of stairs. Heads up, phones down, don't be the next accident. Thank you for not using your phone. And there's a QR code that links to a website where students can report an accident or a near miss. One student, Gennaro Dello, has said, why would anybody want to report a near miss episode on a staircase?
I know. Shocking, isn't it?
I don't know. These people, this is, of course, the generation that, you know, they're going to be in 10, 20 years' time, they're going to be running the country, whether it's in captains of industry or leading politicians, you know, having been to one of the world's best universities. But they need a hand. Boggles. They need a hand walking down the stairs.
Final one for you as well before we go to the next hour with Richard Tice from Reform. Councils will be told to give households up to 4 bins as a default to separate their waste under plans to end the Wild West approach to recycling. We'll talk about recycling. It's always a good subject, I find, for a Friday. It is Friday. It's already started with a bang. Louise Haigh, the Secretary of State for Transport, has resigned on account of the fact that she's a convicted fraudster. We'll be talking about that, plus a load more of other stuff. Theo Usherwood, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you after the news.
The UK on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Good morning and welcome to Morning Glory. 2 minutes past 7. It is Friday. We've reached the end of another glorious week in the world of Morning Glory. And I can tell you this, I started calling for the resignation of Louise Haigh at around about 1 minute past 6. By 17 minutes past 6, she was gone. So that we don't any longer have a Secretary of State for Transport. I don't know who's going to get the job next, but Keir Starmer's already lost the Chief of Staff that he appointed, Sue Gray, the woman with more integrity than you could shake a stick at. She went because apparently she couldn't get on with Morgan McSweeney, who's now running everything. The whole thing is, if you likened it to a train, literally the clattering train has not only stopped running, it's actually gone over a cliff. And it's hurtling down towards the sea. I don't know who's going to be next. Richard Tice is coming up to talk to us about it, Deputy Leader of Reform. Let's get a voice note. This is how you do it.
Another day in the Labour Party. First of all, lies, then mugging old age pensioners, then taking everything from us, taking taxes, now fraud. What crime are they going to commit next? Unbelievable. We've made it to Friday, mate.
Thank you very much indeed. So, Louise Haigh, the woman with the red hair, stroke blue hair, stroke whatever colour hair that she likes to make her hair look like, was, it turns out, a convicted fraudster. She pretended she'd lost her phone. She pretended her phone had been stolen, and it turned out it wasn't stolen when she was working for Aviva. What's even more funny is that Keir Starmer knew that she was a convicted fraudster, and he still gave her a job. And now that it's been discovered that she's a convicted fraudster, he sacked her. What a way to run a country. Unbelievable. How about this? Sharon says, can anyone recommend a programme on the BBC that doesn't have a sex pest in it? I don't know. Greg Wallace, on the front page of The Sun this morning, he's been told to take some time off on account of the fact that he's basically been a sex pest for years. And the BBC has only just discovered it. But Sir Rod Stewart has weighed in, saying, you humiliated my wife, you tubby, bald bully. Brilliant. I'd like to set Rod Stewart on the Labour government and see what he's got to say about them. They are completely useless, more useless than anybody could have ever imagined. I can't imagine what they're going to do next. You know, we've only been going for just about an hour, and we've already had one cabinet minister resign. Incredible. 0344 499 1000. We'll be talking as well about immigration, the open borders of this country. It's costing £5 billion, according to The Sun. According to the Daily Mail, we've got 2.2 million people that have come here in the last 3 years. The asylum bill has now hit £5 million a day. I mean, seriously, can we not stop inviting people to come and live here on our money, on our coin? I can't afford it, neither can you. 0344 499 1000. This is Morning Glory. Let's get it on. Also, we should tell you that today is the big day for the vote, or the conversation, the debate to be held in government, in Parliament, I should say, on assisted dying. I keep being reminded by my producer to remember that it's actually the day that the Labour government also gets involved in assisted lying. Here's one from Diana, who says, surely Starmer's integrity is now questionable. What boss covers up for a fraudster employee? Should this not be investigated? If you knowingly employ someone who has a criminal conviction, you should have to explain your motives. This just shows he is untrustworthy, and what was his motive for covering it all up? Well, that's a very good point. And here's one from Ellie. She says, oh dear, Mike, it's not often I'm laughing at 6:45 in the morning. To be honest, I've not laughed much since July the 4th. What a great way to start my day. Just wow. And Andy from Notts says, I hope Angela Rayner is still with the Pope. Her confessional might take a few more days. Yeah, the Pope, I think, has asked her to come back in today for some more confession, now that we've discovered that Louise Haigh is, in fact, not only the ex-Secretary of State for Transport, but is indeed a convicted fraudster. And it's a shocking story, I have to say. Let's talk to Richard Tice, because I'm sure he can't believe his ears either. Richard, very good morning to you.
Well, a very good morning to you, Mike. And I've got an idea. I think I might apply for the vacancy of Secretary of State for Transport. I've got a bold, radical two-point plan, Mike. Firstly, I would, if I was in that job, scrap HS2, which would save about £50 billion, so we could afford the winter fuel allowance for our wonderful pensioners. Then secondly, I would scrap the IHT farmers tax, the grief tax for farmers. And then thirdly, I think what I would do is I would use the Eurostar trains and have a sort of shuttle service going back into France full of asylum seekers. I think this would be a good way
good to me. But I'm sorry.
I think we'd save tens of billions of pounds. Do you think I'll get the job?
I don't think so, Richard. I'm sorry to break it to you, but Starmer's only interested in hiring convicted fraudsters and criminals. So unless you've got some kind of conviction that you can offer up as by way of an incentive, he's not. You know, the thing that I find staggering about this, right? We'll get on to immigration in a minute. Is that Keir Starmer knew that she was a convicted fraudster, and he still gave her the job. I mean, what sort of maniac is he? And now that we've all decided that we've discovered that she was a convicted fraudster, she's out of a job.
It is quite extraordinary, isn't it, that he should have carried on with appointing Louise Haigh, given what has now come out.
Yeah.
Just remarkable. Not a very good look in a cabinet position, but there we are. We've seen so much incompetence, naivety within this government, just within, 4.5, 5 months.
Yeah.
Nobody can believe the chaos that is descending. And yeah, it's Friday morning. I mean, maybe she listened to your advice in the first 10 minutes of your show, Mike.
Well, I think they did. I mean, my producer Christian has said to me, this is the fastest result we've ever had. You know, I started saying, this woman has to resign. It's absolutely untenable. I said it at 6:05. By 17 minutes past 6, she was gone.
That's the power and influence that Talk Radio and Mr. Graham on Morning Glory has, clearly.
I mean, it is extraordinary, isn't it? Let's talk about immigration figures, though, right? Because yesterday, I don't understand why they got it wrong, but when we broke the news yesterday morning at 9:30 that 728,000 was the number for net migration up to the year up to June 2024, it turns out the Office of National Statistics had actually got it wrong, and it was actually 906,000, which is far closer to the previous year, and proving that almost 1 million people now per year are coming in net to this country.
Let me just clarify. So actually, the 906,000 is the revised estimate for the year to June 2023.
Yeah.
Which previously, when they first came out a year ago with that number, it was about 740,000. So they've been, 670,000. So they increased it. They revised it upwards by some 230,000 people, about 35%. That's for the year ended 2023. This year, at 728,000 to June 24, an increase on their first estimate from a year ago, they tried to present as a fall. And the Tories, in their woeful, complete spin and misrepresentation, tried to claim credit for a fall that actually turned out to be an increase.
Right.
I mean, the whole thing is utterly mind-boggling.
And also, Keir Starmer, and I'm not sure, have we got the Keir Starmer clip from yesterday? Can we play that? Yeah, let's have a look at it. I can't understand what he says here.
We will publish a white paper imminently which sets out a plan to reduce immigration. The Migration Advisory Committee is already conducting a review. And where we find clear evidence of sectors that are over-reliant on immigration, we will reform the points-based system and make sure that applications for the relevant visa routes, whether it's the skilled worker route or the shortage occupation list, will now come with new expectations on training people here in our country. We will also crack down on any abuse of the visa routes. For far too long, we've been casual about malpractice in our labour market, which sends a clear signal overseas that we're a soft touch. Well, no more.
I don't understand a word of that. I'm sorry. I mean, what's he talking about?
Listen, I actually do. It's word salad, waffle, garbage.
Yeah.
And the British people know that means that nothing will change. The truth is that net 2.2 million people have come here in the last 3 years that we know about. I actually think the number is far higher. You can just sense the increase in the population just walking around the streets, trying to get a GP appointment, trying to get a hospital appointment, trying to rent a home. The country is bursting at the seams, and this has to stop. And the only party that's going to stop it, with the only net zero that we want in this country, net zero immigration, is Reform UK. And that, Mike, is why we're soaring in the polls. We're up at 22% in a national poll yesterday because people trust us on this critical issue of immigration.
And you had a big press conference yesterday where you talked about, you know, the large number of members that have now joined the party. You've co-opted Andrea Jenkins to be a mayoral candidate, I think, in Lincolnshire. We're going to be speaking to her later on in the show. And an awful lot of people are starting to talk about the possibility, and I know that it might sound mad at the moment, but it actually doesn't to me, because I was the one that predicted Donald Trump would win in America both times when everybody else said he wouldn't. People are starting to talk very seriously now, Richard, about Nigel Farage becoming the Prime Minister in 2029.
Well, it's very clear, bluntly, the country's in a terrible state, the country's broken, and if people want to save Britain and make it great again, then reform needs to lead the next government. And you've now got the situation where you've got three political parties all polling in the sort of the mid-20% range, plus or minus. I don't think we've ever seen that before that I can recall in my living memory. I think that's a sign that serious change is happening. We're catching up with the Labour Party, we're catching up with the Conservative Party, and it's a genuine, proper choice for voters, and I think that's a very good thing for democracy.
And what do you think happens to Labour over the next, say, 6 months? Because we saw that petition that came out. It's already reached 2.8 million signatories. It could reach 3 million. Doesn't really matter here, there, or anywhere. At the end of the day, 3 million, close to 3 million people is an awful lot of people. It seems to me that they are rudderless. That they have absolutely no clue about what to do about any subject that they seem to be embarking upon. We've got the Chagos Islands disaster. We've got Rachel Reeves' budget, which is an absolute and utter, you know, a pig in a poke. I call
her budget the blunder budget.
It is. Well, because no part of it is working, right?
Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the Bank of England doesn't like it. Farmers don't like it, pensioners don't like it, businessmen don't like it, you know, hospitality owners don't like it, ordinary workers don't like it because they're not getting pay rises, they're getting laid off. You know, it's a complete and utter show of what can only be described as SH1T, without me saying the word. And yet they continue to sort of clatter around from one ridiculous move to another. And now this morning we've got the resignation of a cabinet member for being a fraudster. I mean, I can't imagine where we will be in February.
The good news, Mike, is that on January the 6th, the first day back for Parliament after the Christmas recess, that petition is going to be debated in the Houses of Parliament, and that will be a significant moment. And the idea that a newly elected government with the biggest majority, almost in living memory, with the lowest vote share, should be within 6 months, being forced to have that debate in the Houses of Parliament is quite extraordinary. And well, let's see what happens. It won't result in them calling a general election, of course, we all know that, but what it does is it forces them to try and defend their woeful record. And the most important thing amongst all of the mad noise that you just referred to is that we are getting poorer with mass immigration, with no growth whatsoever. It's a simple mathematical calculation that a 16-year-old can do. We are getting poorer per person, per month, per quarter, per year, and nothing's going to change. And the quality of life is going down, and we have to have a radical change of direction, a massive, massive U-turn. If we carry on like this, I fear that this country is going bust before the next general election in 4 or 5 years' time.
Right. And maybe we can't afford that, and so maybe we have to intervene between now and then in order to fix the country. Let me ask you one final question, Richard. What news, if any, on the Manchester Airport thuggery? You guys launched a private prosecution just a week or so ago against the people responsible for attacking the police. Have you got any updates for us?
Well, it's an ongoing process. Sadly, it's going to take many months. We're waiting to hear formally and properly in detail from both the CPS and from Greater Manchester Police, but our team are on it, and we will just keep pushing and pushing and pushing to make sure that justice is done, which is what anybody would expect. And that's the latest update. And you've got Andrea Jenkins on the show later.
Yeah.
Just, thrilled that she's come over to reform. She's going to be a brilliant mayoral candidate in Greater Lincolnshire. And I think with all our efforts and help, we think she can win.
Tremendous stuff. Good to talk to you. Richard Tice, MP, Deputy Leader of Reform UK. Thank you very much indeed. One from Mike in Erith, who says, illegal migration. It's obvious that Britain is full, as there is not enough houses for them. Our hotels should only be used by tourists, business people and British citizens that require emergency accommodation. All others need to be returned to sender. And Mark says, I think that's no idea Keir sent Angela Rayner off to see the Pope to ask him to pray for a miracle for the Labour Party. Well, you might be right. Let's get a voice note from Brian on Louise Haigh.
Morning, Mike. Brian from Southend. Loving the show. Always great. I thought it'd been a bit of a quiet week on the Starmer front, but boy, has he dropped a bombshell on us this Friday.
I mean, he really has. Also, he's done it too late for Plank of the Week. We might have to do it next week. Louise Haigh has come in on a Friday. We've already recorded Plank of the Week. It's going out tonight at 7. We'll show you a clip for it later on. We've got some more gaps to show you as well. It's all happening here. 18 minutes past 7. This is Morning Glory.
Should we or should we not have a blasphemy law? Because I have to say, Keir Starmer's answer was pretty, I don't know, should we say vague on whether or not he agreed or disagreed with the blasphemy law?
Well, first of all, Julia, I agree with you. Keir Starmer was vague, and I think he was trying to avoid upsetting anybody, which...
That's the trouble,
sometimes it's sensible, sometimes it's not sensible. I think he should have given a clear lead, and my view categorically is we should not have any blasphemy law.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 22 minutes past 7. I'm Mike Graham. We are, of course, here all the way through until 10 every single weekday morning. 4 glorious hours of Morning Glory from 6 a.m. sharp. Don't miss any of it, because I'll tell you what, we had amazing news in the first hour of the show, which is that Louise Haigh, of course, has had to resign as Secretary of State for Transport on account of the fact that she is a convicted fraudster, which everybody knew, apparently, inside the Labour Party, but as soon as they found out, everybody else found out, she had to go. How about this from Ed in Stevenage? He said, "Morning, Mike. Surely the people of Sheffield, Heeley, are entitled to a by-election, given that information regarding Louise Haigh's conviction was not made clear to the electorate." I think that's a good point. Let's hear from Russ on migration.
Morning, Mike. Russ here. I thought Labour already had a plan for immigration, but they're going to make a white paper to come out with another one. Good morning.
Yeah, they're going to make a white paper. Sounds a bit racist to me. Surely they should make a multicultural paper. I don't know. Let's get a gaff, though, as well, because we are Friday. It is about to be December. This is the last Friday in November, by the way. Still Thanksgiving in America. They'll still be celebrating and recovering from all the turkey they were eating yesterday. But who better than to sum up the week that we've had than Kevin O'Sullivan?
A lot of this rebranding has got to do with the supporting LGBTQ, apparently. No one quite knows why. Nothing wrong with supporting LGBTQ causes, but why Jaguar? What's the point? What does that achieve?
Sorry, should we do that again? What is it? LGBG what? Go on, have another one.
A lot of this rebranding has got to do with the supporting LGBTQ, apparently. No one quite knows why. Nothing wrong with supporting LGBTQ causes, but why Jaguar? What's the point?
Yeah.
What does that achieve?
Where's the extra G come from? LGBGT. What's the extra G? I don't know. We'll have to ask him. He's on at 7 o'clock tonight, of course. Absolutely right. Morning, Mike. We've reached peak madness. We're governed by substandard lying charlatans who are not fit for office. I do not consent for these muppets to govern me. And Jeanette says this. That was Jackie, by the way. Jeanette says this. "Oh, my God, Mike. The Cabinet with a convicted fraudster, a liar on a CV, a load of freebie takers running our country, and a Prime Minister who can't tell the truth about policies or what a woman is. You could not make this stuff up. No wonder we're going downhill." Says Jan in Newcastle. I know. It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. I mean, it was so quick this morning. We started at 6:03 or something like that, and by 6:17, old Louise Haigh was out of a job. She'd given herself up on the grounds that she didn't realise that being a convicted fraudster was a problem. Let's talk to Robert Bates, who's, of course, Research Director at the Centre for Migration Control. Robert, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Not at all. Lots of questions this morning about the migration numbers. The Office for National Statistics coming under fire for misrepresenting the numbers from last year, getting it wrong to the tune of about, a couple of 100,000. It turns out that the number last year should have been 906,000 instead of what they said it was, which was like 728. But we're told now that the daily hotel bill for housing asylum seekers, according to figures in The Sun, 8.3 million. The average cost of housing one asylum seeker per year, £41,000. £5.4 billion spent on the asylum system in 2023-24, up 36% in a year. You know, the numbers just get worse and worse and worse. I mean, surely at some point or other, somebody's going to stand up and go, we can't afford this anymore.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? And let's not forget that this is coming at a time when pretty much every section of British society is being kiboshed in some form or another by the Labour government, whether you've got the farmers, the pensioners or the employers of this nation. We're all having to suffer through Labour's plans in some form or another. So the fact that we're seeing now that about £5.4 billion every single year is being spent on those that are broken into our country is an incredibly insulting thing to have to get to grips with. I think the biggest news that came out yesterday was obviously the legal net migration figures. I think to have seen an upward revision of nearly 200,000, which the ONS seem to have just lost down the back of the couch, is quite a astounding state of affairs that we now have a national statistics body that is unable to actually deal with national statistics. We simply don't know who is in our country, how many people are in our country, and how many people are leaving our country. And there are calls now, and I think they're very, very important voices that need to be listened to on this, that we almost need to be moving towards an emergency census to actually get to grips with the scale of mass migration that took place under the Conservatives.
Right, but would the census even pick up all the people that are here? Because, I mean, presumably the problem with doing a census would be that you wouldn't actually catch all of the casual, numbers of people who are wandering around in a state of seeking asylum while either living in temporary accommodation or living in a hotel. They wouldn't necessarily be counted because they wouldn't know where to go to be counted.
Well, on illegal migration, that's definitely a very good point. And of course, there are many that have actually had their asylum application rejected and been told that they aren't allowed to stay in the United Kingdom. They then just disappear into the ether. They disappear into the black market and end up making a living on car washes and Deliveroos and things like that.
And that's the sort of upwardly mobile section of that market, isn't it? The downwardly mobile section of that market is working in prostitution, working in drug dealing, working in criminal gangs.
Yeah, and there's a whole host of social problems that quite clearly come along with that. And I think that many communities, unfortunately, across the north of England in particular, are rediscovering the problems that come with having migrant hotels opened in their neck of the woods as well. Let's not forget that one of the key promises the Labour Party made during the general election was that they would end the huge sums that we are spending on hotels every single year. These figures obviously show that there's a long way to go to bring down that bill, and the fact that they are now reopening hotels in places like Altrincham, in places like Crewe, there is a real recognition, I think, across the country that a lot of the promises that we were actually having to listen to during the general election aren't going to be delivered on.
Right, exactly right. And let's talk a bit about, as well, Keir Starmer's statement yesterday, because we've got a clip to show you where he talks about a white paper plan where he's going to be sort of trying to discover exactly what people are doing when they come here. Have a look at this.
We will publish a white paper imminently which sets out a plan to reduce immigration. The Migration Advisory Committee is already conducting a review. And where we find clear evidence of sectors that are over-reliant on immigration, we will reform the points-based system and make sure that applications for the relevant visa routes, whether it's the skilled worker route or the shortage occupation list, will now come with new expectations on training people here in our country. We will also crack down on any abuse of the visa routes. For far too long, we've been casual about malpractice in our labour market, which sends a clear signal overseas that we're a soft touch. Well, no more.
Well, he says no more, but, I mean, he says things like that all the time. But what, in actual fact, is he going to do? You know, this white paper is not going to suddenly magically make all these people disappear. I mean, I get asked the question all the time, what's going to happen to these people in hotels when they get moved out of the hotels? They're going to be given free housing, aren't they?
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it in terms of Keir Starmer's promise that he'll be bringing this to an end. Of course, what does normally happen with those that are in hotels that eventually get moved on is that they end up being put on some of the poorest councils and local authorities around the country, and they are then required to put these people up in social housing. I think he's, again, going down the Keir Starmer route of making incredibly big promises that he has no real intention, no real plan on how to deliver. And you look at some of the people that you see on Labour front benches and particularly Labour back benches, and you have to think that any measure that this Prime Minister tries to introduce that would actually tackle the illegal migration problem and tackle those that are in our country illegally doesn't stand a real chance of actually looking up to scrutiny, because these are people that are, by their very nature, by their very DNA, open-bore enthusiasts, and they would absolutely irk away from any measure that they would perhaps deem to be somewhat nasty.
Exactly right, because at the end of the day we still have a country full of the sort of elites who believe that immigration's great, you know, it's fantastic, we need it, we must have it. There are certain, you know, industries that would only die if we didn't have immigration, people to come in and work in it. I mean, we hear it all the time. The NHS would not survive without you know, immigration. Well, sorry, the NHS is pretty useless, quite frankly, and whether or not the people who come here from other countries to work in it save it from being even more useless is kind of a moot point. It's useless. So whatever it is that they're doing isn't really making any difference anyway, is it?
Well, it's a lie that we need mass migration to keep a prop the NHS. We have the wherewithal in our own nation with our own people right now to make the health service fully staffed, and it's ultimately the problems with the NHS obviously lie in the need for fundamental reform and the way things work. But every single year we have thousands and thousands of Brits applying for medical courses, applying for courses in nursing, applying for health and social care courses, and to try and develop those skills that would allow them to enter those sectors that we're apparently chronically understaffed in, and they're turned away because we simply haven't put in place for the last 10, 20 years the means through which to train these individuals, and we've capped places such as those to train doctors at universities and instead allowed our universities to offer places to those from overseas. So a real reformatting of how we actually approach the link up between training and our job market is needed if we are to break this addiction. And I think the white paper that he's promised will probably have some very waffly language. I can't imagine it will effectively set a cap on those that are coming into the country, which is ultimately what we really, really need if we are to therefore shift our economy away from mass migration. You have to set a hard limit and say we will not breach this upper threshold. But without that, the numbers will just keep drifting higher.
Yeah, exactly right. And finally, what about this deal that the Home Secretary has hatched with Iraq? Apparently £800,000 of taxpayers' money is going to be given to the Iraqi government in a bid to crack down on Iraq sending so many people here. But frankly, the people who are coming here from Iraq are not coming here because the government is sending them. They're coming here because they're trying to get away from the government. So why is giving the government money going to make any difference?
They're coming here because we're a soft touch, and unless you address the pull factors that makes those people want to come to the UK, you can give as much money as you want to these governments around the world. You can give it to them in the Middle East or in Eastern Europe and pray and hope that somehow they'll find benevolence and help us deal with our own problem of people breaking into our country. But the fact of the matter is that the only way to actually stop those crossing the channel is to send a very hard message that if you come into the UK illegally, you will be deported. And until the Labour Party realises that, the numbers are just going to keep going up and up.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Robert Bates, thank you very much indeed, Research Director at the Centre for Migration Control. Coming up, we're going to talk about the assisted dying bill, which is going on today. It's going to be discussed in Parliament today, so you can give us your views on all of that. Also, of course, we want to talk about many other things, including the 4-bin rule, which is going to be brought in by local councils to end household recycling chaos, is what they call it. They said that will include a bin for non-recyclable waste, a bin for food waste, mixed with garden waste, a bin or a bag for paper and card, and a bin or a bag for other recyclable waste. It doesn't sound like that's clearing up the chaos to me, does it? You know, here's how you clear up the chaos. You got some rubbish, put it in a black bin liner and chuck it out. All of it. Doesn't matter. It's a bottle, whether it's a plastic cap, whether it's an empty milk container, whether it's some butter wrapping, whether it's some food. Just put it on a black bin liner, chuck it in the bin. That's what the bin is, right? It's a bin. You don't need to separate paper or cardboard or food waste or garden waste. It all goes into one bin, simple, straightforward, everybody understands it. You have one wheelie bin, you don't need 4. Thank you very much indeed. Solved. No problem at all. I'm Mike Graham, this is Talk.
across the UK. On DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 7:38. The breaking news this morning, in case you're just waking up to it and just joining us, you've missed, by the way, 1 hour and 38 minutes of a fantastic show. So don't do it again. This is Friday. We're going to get loads of gaffes coming up from Kevin O'Sullivan, Julie Hartley-Brewer, Ian Collins, Jeremy Kyle, all of those great people who are all here, of course, throughout the week. We're going to talk about the assisted dying conversation as well with Dr. Gillian Wright coming up. But let's play you the moment we broke the news about Louise Haigh, the Secretary of State for Transport, who resigned this morning. She lied, and she was convicted of fraud, and she's a Minister of the Crown. I find it extraordinary. She'll surely have to resign, won't she? Yeah. Oh, hello. Breaking news. She's just resigned. Are you serious? Louise Haigh has just resigned. She's obviously started listening to Morning Glory, and she's 10 minutes in, and she's gone, I can't take this. So Louise Haigh. So another one bites the dust.
Yes.
What a shambles this government has become. Deary me. Deary me. Sorry. Standards in public life he's going to restore. So then he appointed a woman who's a convicted fraudster to be the Transport Secretary. It is extraordinary, isn't it? And literally 6:12, right? You saw the timestamp on that. 12 minutes past 6, I said, she surely can't stay. She's got to go. Got to go. 6:17, 5 minutes later, literally 5 minutes later, she's gone. I claim that. I'm claiming it. Don't worry. Nobody else is on the air at this time of the morning to actually make that happen. The weird thing as well is I've got the letter here. This is her letter of resignation. It's on, headed notepaper from Parliament. It's dated yesterday. So did she write it yesterday and pretend not to give it away until today? As you know, in 2013, I was mugged in London, she says. As a 24-year-old woman, the experience was terrifying. In the immediate aftermath, I reported the incident to the police. I gave the police a list of my possessions that I believed had been stolen, including my work phone. Sometime later... Now, if you believe this, I've got some swampland to sell you in Florida. Sometime later, I discovered that the handset in question was still in my house. Right. So, when my phone was stolen, I knew it was stolen. I'll tell you how I knew it was stolen, because the man who stole it snatched it out of my hand on the street and rode off with it on a moped. I didn't think when he rode off with my phone on a moped that when I got home, I would discover that my phone was still in my house. So when I reported it stolen to the police, there was no chance of that happening. So if you've ever had anything stolen from you, you would know whether it had been stolen, I think. I mean, she doesn't even say it was in a handbag which was stolen and therefore I thought it was in there. No, she was outside of her house without her phone, which is also not really a very credible story. Let me just read this to you again. I gave the police a list of my possessions that I believed had been stolen, right? Including my work phone. Sometime later, I discovered that the handset in question was still in my house. I mean, you be the judge of that. Give her the benefit of the doubt. But should a convicted fraudster, who has not declared herself to be a convicted fraudster because she then was charged by the police, right, and admitted guilt, should she have been standing for Parliament without telling people? I don't mind people being convicted of fraud who stand for Parliament and admit it and say, look, I need a second chance, I made a mistake, I did something wrong, and, here I am asking for your forgiveness and asking for you to vote for me. I don't mind that. But why did she not reveal it? And why, if Keir Starmer knew that she was a convicted fraudster, which he did he give her a job without telling anyone? Because if he did, how is he now firing her? Surely, if he thought it was OK to give her a job when he knew that she was a convicted fraudster, then it was OK for her to keep her job, isn't it? What's the difference? Very confusing, this politics stuff, isn't it? Anyway, let's talk about assisted dying. Dr. Gillian Wright is here, Director of Our Duty of Care, who are a group of healthcare workers who oppose the intentional killing of patients by assisted suicide. Dr. Gillian, very good morning.
Good morning, hi.
Hi. I was quite disturbed yesterday. I was on the tube and I saw one of those posters that have been put up by the assisted dying sort of advocates, shall we say. And which is quite disturbing. I mean, I didn't look at it too closely. I could see it from afar. basically a picture of a very healthy, happy-looking woman saying, I need the right to be able to take my own life because, you know, I don't want anybody else to suffer as a result. But it's kind of gleeful and rather, I would say, misleading, if nothing else. And it made me feel rather unwell, actually. And I thought, I'm not sure that those are the people that I would like to align myself with, who are kind of celebrating the fact that you can take your own life.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've had huge concerns about that advertising on the tube and the whole context of them being on the proximity to the tube. I think we would really have a concern about people who might feel a pressure to take their own life, and the whole power of suggestion is really important in this bill, but also in that kind of advertising. And so absolutely we'd urge MPs today to vote against the assisted dying bill and instead to invest in high quality palliative care.
Yes, because I mean, the trouble with adverts like that is it sort of gives the impression, at least, that people are campaigning for something which doesn't necessarily affect them, but they think they should do it because they know better than everybody else. I mean, my take on all of this, right, is maybe an old-fashioned one. I don't feel that the situation we have now is a problem. It might be difficult for some people who have been questioned by police as to whether or not they've been involved in assisted dying. But nobody's ever been charged. Nobody's ever gone to court, as far as I know. Nobody's ever had to be dragged through, you know, the legal process. And normally, if people are found to be possibly involved in something like that, they sort of get let off gently by what I would consider to be a reasonable kind of, you know, sort of, you know, legal process. People realise that, you know, sometimes things happen and sometimes they go wrong. But, you know, this would seem to me to be an encouragement to people to allow or to even, you know, sort of convince people to kill themselves.
Absolutely, and I would agree that when we're not providing people with enough care, when people aren't, we know 1 in 4 people don't get palliative care across the UK. People are struggling to see their GPs and get psychological support. So to give people the means to take their own life within 2 or 3 weeks, but yet not give them the proper care, is we would feel not really a choice at all. And so we absolutely encourage MPs to vote this down clearly today and say instead that they would back palliative care, because there is so much you can do. There's so much we can do for symptom control, for psychological support, and for families who are undoubtedly distressed and grieving. But how will we respond as a community today to people who are at their end of lives and who are distressed? And we would so urge people today to back palliative care and supporting people until they die, but not helping them to die.
I mean, one of the things I haven't seen over the course of the last few weeks and all the campaigning from both sides is how many people this actually affects. I'm assuming it's probably quite a big number of people, depending on, you know, which sample you take. But I mean, I keep also reading in papers this week that it's likely to pass this bill, that there's more MPs than not who think it's a good idea.
Well, there's 2 aspects to that. In terms of the numbers, we hear it's on a knife edge. What we know is there are a number in favour, a number against, but there's also a big number of those who are undecided. And I think that emphasises the difficulty of this decision, that people are really struggling with it. And I would emphasise what this kind of moral distress that doctors would have in their practice, and that this kind of decision making that they would hand over to doctors, and the kind of effects that it would have on doctors and nurses and those who are looking after people at the end of life. So absolutely, we would really encourage people to listen to the evidence. And what we know from polling is that the more people know about this, the less they want it. The more they know about the difficulties in Canada, in the Netherlands and Belgium, where it's been extended to those who have dementia, to those who have learning disability and autism. Those in Canada, there's really big numbers that are now being euthanized. It's been extended to those who have chronic illnesses, not just those who have terminal illness. And the difficulty is if you bring this in as a healthcare treatment, then the difficulty then is limiting access to that, because we all have rights to healthcare. So we would urge to walk away from this, please. Ask the House of Commons to walk well away from this. And we understand why people are doing it out of compassionate means, out of compassionate intentions for those who are suffering. But we would say that there is so much more we could do with palliative care if it was well funded.
And I don't think enough has been said about exactly what methods would be used either. You know, because a lot of people have said it's been rushed through. There's a 5-hour hearing, I think, in Parliament today. 175 MPs want to speak about it. The debate starts around about 9:30 this morning. I mean, I've not really heard much about... you know, it's all very well saying, OK, so now a decision has been taken, 2 doctors have been consulted, you know, all of the boxes have been ticked. What happens then? You know, what do you then do if you're, you know, my mother died recently at the age of 99. She's just sort of expired, and it was sad and it was terrible. But you know, luckily for us, she didn't suffer terribly. But if she had been suffering, what would have, you know, would I have been asked to be present while she was somehow injected with something? Would you know, would her death have been caused by somebody in my presence? I don't know.
And there's a great deal of unknowns about the practicalities of it, but we do know that there are practical problems in other countries. You know, that some people have seizures, some people are sick, some people don't tolerate the medicines. And so absolutely we do need to consider these practical problems. You know, does the doctor sit with the patient until the end, or what happens if it's a very prolonged period of time? That's just not practical. So and you're right. At the moment, what is being proposed is that the person would take the medicine themselves, the lethal drug themselves. But actually, in many other countries, they've proceeded to a lethal injection because it is more practical. But then the whole issue of coercion and whether or not it's been done voluntarily is much more difficult to determine. And so this bill is keen to avoid that. But the whole issues of assessing the capacity of the person, assessing whether or not even the nature of their terminal illness, you know, how long do they have to live, is actually a very difficult thing to assess for some people. And doctors get that wrong.
Yeah, my mother used to joke when she was younger, you know, when I say younger, she was sort of, you know, in the early 90s, and she would go, you know, if I get to the point where I'm a bit incapacitated, just give me some cyanide and, you know, I'll just shuffle off. And, of course, as time went on, we used to joke back with her and go, I thought, you know, when she would moan about getting up in the morning, or she had a pain in her leg or something, I'd be like, so now, do you want the pills now so you can, you know, disappear? She was like, no, of course not, you know. And so, you know, people's frame of mind is an interesting thing, and it changes. You know, people say things they don't mean, and I don't think anyone in their right mind wants to necessarily disappear, no matter what's going on.
Yeah, I think those are really important points. The fact that people do change their minds, and they don't necessarily anticipate how they'll feel in particular scenarios. And we know from data from Oregon that about 1/3 of people change their minds, and so it's really important, I think, to consider particularly those who are elderly, because I know that often elderly patients feel a burden, and they don't want to be a bother to the doctor. You know, they don't want to take up your time, and I am concerned that people might feel that if this was offered to them, that maybe this is something they ought to do, and instead we want to say to our elderly people, no, we will look after you and look after you well, and that's a real challenge to our society. There's a very clear statement from the British Society of Geriatrics that they are opposed to this. So the doctors who look after elderly patients are extremely concerned about this because of the risk to elderly patients, and that is moderate.
For sure. Dr. Julie Wright, fascinating. Thank you very much for talking to us, and we'll see how it all turns out. But I'm very much, I think, having thought about it quite a lot, as I think everybody has, I don't think we need to do this, honestly. You will probably have different opinions on it, and by all means let us know what you think. 0344 499 1000. The big vote is coming up. They're going to talk about this for 5 hours today in Parliament. Very unusual for Friday. Kicks off at about 9:30. We're going to hear from other voices as well. We'll hear from people who think it's a good idea, but let's hear from you as well. Let's now, though, talk about recycling, because we've been talking about that as well. Mike's got something to say about it.
Morning, Mike. Mike from Brackley here. Great show as always. Been listening since 6. Just on the subject of bins, you know, you were saying about just chuck it all in a black bin. Absolutely. I work in the waste industry, and while people do try and recycle, when you're in the position where you can see exactly what comes through the door and what people have chucked away. It's pointless. You know, there's, as you say, there's everything in the black bin. It all goes to be incinerated anyway. So it's just a load of twaddle, this idea of recycling.
It is. I mean, I've got where I live in London, a massive recycling bin, right, which is in behind a door, which you open. Some bozo has decided, having emptied it, they've locked it, right? So everybody who's put recycling into that particular area has now chucked it just into the space behind the door. So it's a terrible mess, and people are putting all sorts of stuff in there: food, you know, coffee cups, stuff that isn't supposed to be recycled, it's supposed to go into rubbish. You know, it'd be a lot simpler. Just put it all in one bag and chuck it. Simple. This is Talk.
Should we or should we not have a blasphemy law? Because I have to say, Keir Starmer's answer was pretty, I don't know, should we say vague on whether or not he agreed or disagreed with the blasphemy law?
Well, first of all, Julia, I agree with you. Keir Starmer was vague, and I think he was trying to avoid upsetting anybody, which
That's the trouble,
sometimes is sensible, sometimes it's not sensible. I think he should have given a clear lead, and my view categorically is we should not have any blasphemy law.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 7:57. We're here until 10, of course. 4 glorious hours of Morning Glory. Here's one from Peter who says, Louise Haigh has resigned as Transport Secretary. Ironically, she's been thrown under the bus. Let's talk to, who is it? Who have we got here? John in Bradford. John, very good morning to you.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Right,
What can I do for you?
Well, I've just been reading the things about standing for Parliament, and it says if you lie on your nomination papers, or if you've got an historical criminal record, you're not allowed to stand as an MP.
Right, and I don't know whether she declared it on her application papers. Certainly, Keir Starmer knew she was a convicted fraudster when he gave her the job in the cabinet, but I don't know whether she told anyone when she was standing for Parliament.
But according to the rules of that's laid down, it doesn't matter who you tell. If you lie on your paper or you've got a criminal record, you're banned from standing as an MP.
Yeah, so
Rachel Reeves should resign.
Yeah,
and so should she. But he won't push this, and you know why, don't you? Because he knows he'll lose the seats.
Yes. Of course. I mean, he's got plenty of seats in majority, but it shows a weakness at the heart of government, doesn't it? He's got a liar for a Chancellor, and he's got a liar for a Secretary of State for Transport. One of them's gone, the other one will probably go soon.
Yeah, and I think what you're predicting about them going will be soon, because I reckon that come the council elections in May, if they get a hammering, the other Labour MPs, the new Labour MPs are going to think to themselves, my job's on the line, and then see if he gets their support then.
Exactly. Very good point. John, thanks for the call. John in Bradford saying that if you don't declare that you've got some kind of conviction, or if you tell a lie on your application papers to be an MP, you will have to withdraw your MP application. And that's exactly what seems to have happened. Louise Haigh has resigned this morning as Transport Secretary, saying in a letter to the Prime Minister that she is totally committed to our political project. Well, that may well be, but she's a convicted fraudster, and we didn't know that. I don't think we did. I think it's a disgrace. Coming up, we've got loads more going on. We're going to be speaking, of course, to Harry Phibbs from Conservative Home. I'm Mike Graham.
Smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
2 minutes past 8. Welcome back to Morning Glory. I'm Mike Graham. Breaking news this morning. Louise Haigh has resigned as the Transport Secretary of State for Transport, on account of being a convicted fraudster. I'm sorry. It's quite hard to keep a straight face when you're reporting this kind of news. Everybody apparently in the Labour Party knew she was a convicted fraudster. Keir Starmer knew she was a convicted fraudster, still gave her the job. She apparently claimed that she'd lost her phone to the police because it had been stolen, and then discovered it hadn't been stolen at all. But nevertheless, didn't actually own up to that and was done for fraud. Thanks very much indeed, Keir Starmer, for bringing this to us. So far we've lost the woman of 1,000 days who was meant to be the brightest and most integrity-filled woman in the history of politics, Sue Gray. She didn't even last 100 days, which she was meant to be planning. Presumably in her planning for 100 days, she didn't say, I'm going to be resigning on day 93, which is what she did. We've now got Louise Haigh, the first Cabinet Minister to resign because of an infractione, which the Prime Minister knew about, right, before he actually gave her the job. Let's get a voice note from John.
Morning, Mike. John here. I had a day off yesterday. Went and bought one of them new Jaguar EVs, the LGBGT model. And only had it an hour, it got stolen. So reported it. Blow me, it wasn't stolen, it was in the garage. I completely forgot to put it in the garage.
That's too good. It's too funny, John. Thank you very much indeed. I'm arresting you on the account of being far too amusing at this time of the morning. Kevin O'Sullivan, of course, has come up with the new phrase, LGBGT. According to Raiden, he says the LGBTGT patiently stands for lesbian, gay, Britain's Got Talent people who apparently have been marginalised and discriminated against for decades. Should we play the Kevin clip again? Here we go.
A lot of this rebranding has got to do with the supporting LGBTQ, apparently. No one quite knows why. Nothing wrong with supporting LGBTQ causes, but why Jaguar? What's the point? What does that achieve?
Yeah, what is the point? A lot of people ask that question. Kev's back, of course, 7 o'clock tonight. How about this? The 4-bin rule is going to come and completely end households' recycling chaos, it says here. Did I just hear on the news that there's now a rule in place, apparently at the moment, where you have 10 bins? 10 bins? Why would you have 10 bins? What's going on? You don't need 10 bins. You need one for, what, glass, one for paper, one for food, I don't know what, one for regular rubbish, and one for Garden West. 5. It's 5, surely. How do you make 10? How can you have 10 bins? I said earlier, it sounds like some kind of Indian chief from the old days of the Wild West. 10 bins. His wisdom is beyond all measure. Anyway, it's 5 minutes past 8. Let's get it on. Now, I have to say, I'm claiming this as a major victory for Morning Glory because Louise Haigh, it turns out, was this morning on the front pages of all the papers under fire. And I was saying she should go, right? Have a look at how quickly she went after I said that. She lied, and she was convicted of fraud, and she's a Minister of the Crown. I find it extraordinary. She'll surely have to resign, won't she? Oh, hello. Breaking news. She's just resigned. Are you serious? Louise Haigh has just resigned. She's obviously started listening to Morning Glory, and she's 10 minutes in, and she's gone, I can't take this. So Louise Haigh, so another one bites the dust.
Yes.
What a shambles this government has become. Deary me. Deary me. Sorry. Standards in public life he's going to restore. So then he appointed a woman who's a convicted fraudster to be the Transport Secretary. I mean, I'm sorry to keep laughing about this government, but I'm not sure there's anything else you can do because Keir Starmer, right, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, said this before he was elected Prime Minister.
We must change ourselves. We need to clean up politics. I will restore standards in public life.
Of course you are. Yeah, OK then. Standards in public life have been really, really improved, haven't they, since old Keir Starmer came in. He no longer gets free clothes or... Oh, no, sorry, he does actually get free clothes and glasses. Gave some money back because of that. Rachel Reeves didn't lie on her CV. Oh, no, she did lie on her CV, pretended she was the economist at HBOS when it turns out that she wasn't. And now, of course, we've got Louise Haigh, a convicted fraudster. who is sorry to leave the government under these circumstances, but she says she takes pride in what she's done. As somebody pointed out earlier, it's kind of ironic that the Transport Secretary has been thrown under the bus. She says, as you know, in 2013, I was mugged in London. As a 24-year-old woman, the experience was terrifying. In the immediate aftermath, I reported the incident to the police. I gave the police a list of my possessions that I believed had been stolen. As you would, including my work phone, she says. Sometime later, I discovered that the handset in question was still in my house. I should have immediately informed my employer, and not doing so straight away was a mistake. Yeah, it was worse than that, actually. It was fraud. And you were working for an insurance company at the time. And apparently, according to the papers anyway this morning, the reason she wanted to pretend that her phone had been stolen was she wanted a new phone. When I want a new phone, what I do is I go on the website and see what the upgrade cost is, and usually it's about 25 quid. So you just go, can I have a new phone, please? And they go, yeah, sure, we'll send it out to you now. It's 25 quid. You know, you don't have to pretend it's been nicked. And when I had my phone stolen, the reason I knew it had been stolen was not because I didn't have it with me, it was because somebody stole it literally from my hand on a moped and drove off with it. It's not difficult, this stuff, is it? We've got people running this country who are fraudsters, literally. Who else has been done for it? Wedge Streeting, has he been done for anything? You know, what about Angela Rayner? She's had a bit of trouble with housing, hasn't she? But that was all fine. Anybody else want to come forward from the Cabinet now, just before anybody else finds out about what was going on? The point is that Keir Starmer hired Louise Haigh, made her Transport Secretary, knowing that this had happened, knowing that she'd got a conviction for criminal offences. And yet he gave her the job anyway. Again, I think people would have said, why not? Give her a second chance, you know. She might not be a career criminal. You know, maybe she won't commit another offence in life. But, you know, but without actually admitting it and with concealing it, it always looks a lot worse. Let's talk to Harry Phibbs, columnist at the Conservative Home. Harry, very good morning to you.
Morning.
So it beggars belief, this story, doesn't it? I mean, with every week that passes, this government becomes more and more ridiculous. The idea that Louise Haigh has a conviction for fraud, which she didn't admit to before she was elected and before she became the Secretary of State for Transport, it's just so ridiculous. I don't know where to begin. Because if she had admitted it, nobody would have said, therefore, you're unfit for office, would they?
I don't think the thing that makes me less sympathetic towards her is, according to the papers, Aviva was fed up with her because she was constantly claiming that her phone had been stolen or her phone was gone missing and asking for new phones, and it was because of that they thought, right, come on, enough's enough, so her account of it being, you know, that she was a bit scatty and a bit embarrassed about reporting her phone stolen. It wasn't stolen, and it was a bit awkward, and so she didn't quite own up to it straight away. And there's, you know, could be some sympathy with the human failing. It's a bit different if she's endlessly demanding new phones and her employer are fed up with her. But you're right. I think that the fact that she told Keir Starmer about it, so it's his judgment that put in the question, and it'll probably emerge. I mean, when people resign, they send in these letters of resignation, right. And sometimes they're genuinely resigned, but sometimes they've been sacked. Yeah, and it'll probably emerge if she has been pushed under a bus, as you put it, or whether she genuinely, you know, feels repentant and wanted to help.
Well, what's interesting, Harry, is that in no way in the letter, in no place in the letter, does she say she's resigning. So I suspect it's the former. I suspect she's been asked to go because I think what happened was that they looked at the story last night. Because, funnily enough, the resignation letter is dated November the 28th, which was yesterday. So I wonder if they prepared the letter and waited to see what was going to come out in the papers this morning. They saw the papers this morning and decided that, notwithstanding the huge scandal at the BBC with Greg Wallace, she still made the front pages, and therefore she might be better off leaving.
And so, therefore, why hasn't Rachel Reeves been sacked over lying on her?
Good question.
CV, which I think you could say was more serious than trying to get a, you know, trying to get a new mobile phone because she didn't like the old model. Yeah. I mean, in terms of the significance and the persistence of Rachel Reeves making false claims and the relevance in terms of her job as Chancellor of the Exchequer claiming she was an economist when she was working in the complaints department.
Yeah.
But then I suppose then if Keir Starmer goes too far, sort of sacking everyone, then people will say, well, hang on, you're not a complete saint. So I think it does remarkably, as we've discussed before, this is a young government. They've been in for 6 months or whatever, but it has a feel of being worn out, sleazy.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, if you were being generous, you would say that they've all been very economical with the truth. You know, Angela Rayner's had a problem with the sale of her second home, which we weren't clear whether it was a first home or a second home. You know, we then find out that she wants to pull the ladder up and say that, you know, it's going to be impossible for people to escape capital gains tax if they're buying and selling council houses. You've got, as you say, you've got Rachel Reeves lying on her CV. You've got Keir Starmer basically taking freebies to Taylor Swift, not once but twice, taking his family, pretending that he was sitting in the stands when he was actually backstage. You know, all of the suits that he was provided with, all of the glasses he was provided with by Lord Alley, the fact that he spent time living in Lord Alley's penthouse apartment, the questions about whether his marriage is still a going concern, whether Mrs Starmer is actually still on side with him, whether she goes with him to Washington but doesn't go with him to other places. You know, the questions have been ridiculous, I have to say. It's been quite extraordinary. We've got, of course, Pat McFadden, who moved to a house next door so that he could claim rent because he couldn't any longer claim mortgage relief from his house to the right of him. You know, these people are about as sleazy as they get.
And you mentioned Angela Rayner. I mean, that was particularly outrageous in terms of her taking advantage of the right to buy. I mean, there were arguments about whether she was acting within the rules about that, but the very fact that she benefited from the right to buy discount and is now drastically cutting back on those that in practice will make it unaffordable for council tenants to exercise the right to buy. That, I mean, that shows an appalling hypocrisy and climbing the ladder and then putting the ladder away from other people. And I think that's a serious issue because one of the things that the Conservatives used to stand for was home ownership and wider opportunity for home ownership, and people felt let down by policies from the Conservative government and were hoping a lot of younger people looking for home ownership that they might get a better chance, and that has been completely thwarted, completely betrayed.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the point is that, you know, the entire kind of personality of this government is one of dodginess, sort of, you know, skullduggery and infighting, because it seems as though, you know, the first 100 days that we were told was going to be a brilliant sort of, you know, fest of activity. It was going to be a masterclass in how to run government, in how to bring the grown-ups back and to stop squabbling. You know, the woman who was charged with plotting the first 100 days, Sue Gray, didn't even last 100 days, you know, which is laughable in itself. And she was ousted by Morgan McSweeney, who now seems to be the guy who thinks it's a great idea to take people out on away days to teach them how to get on with each other.
They had 14 years in opposition, and they come in and they're now saying, oh, maybe we should do something about welfare reform. You know, maybe there is a bit of a problem with such a huge number of people on welfare and the economy getting addicted to immigration to provide cheap labour because so many British people are off doing Mickey Mouse courses at university or claiming welfare benefit. Oh, we'll set up a commission and have a think about it in maybe a couple of years. They had 14 years in opposition. You would have thought that they would have worked out one or two policies of substance.
Well, you would have thought so. Instead of which, we've got a government which has now been in for 5 months, who are talking about, when it comes to immigration, preparing a white paper and preparing discussions on what to do if they discover, as a result of that white paper and an inquiry, that there are people who are coming into this country wrongly and being used wrongly by people who are relying wrongly on immigration. I mean, it makes you laugh, doesn't it?
Yes, I think all they can do is say, oh, it was a mess under the Tories as well, and so that, I mean, I think Kemi Badenoch's right to have fessed up to that and said, yes, you know, we did fail on things that you would expect a Conservative government to be strong on, like tax and immigration and all the rest of it. And so they've still got some traction. But I think people are already getting bored that whenever they're asked what are they going to do about something, all they do is say, "Oh well, we inherited a mess." I think that they can't keep going with that for much longer. People are becoming impatient with that.
Yeah, well, people are just completely and utterly fed up with politics, I think, in general, and this lot aren't helping. Harry, good to talk to you. Harry Phibbs there, columnist at Conservative Home. G in Birmingham says, "Morning, Mike. We've got 12 bins, 1 for rubbish and 11 for recycling old mobile phones." Sorry. Louise Haigh says Sandra in Essex should have asked Lord Ali for a new phone. And morning, Mike. I'm more shocked the police investigated where the stolen phone actually was, says Tracy in Bromley. Let's get a voice note from Richie.
Good morning, Mike. Richie from Grimsby. Absolutely loving the show as always. When I moved into my new build 12 years ago, we had a 4-bin system already. And then our council decided they were going to take the garden waste bin away from us unless we paid extra for it. Absolute joke.
What's wrong with people? Recycling? It's a joke, isn't it? This is talk.
Factor in as well all the other initiatives about, the windmills and solar panels and stuff. I mean, the idea that we are going to do this within this time frame does seem extraordinary. I mean, look, I think they had a bit of notice on the world ending, if that is the aim. I just simply cannot see this all sort of dovetailing into place, Steve, all rather nicely at 2030.
smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 22 minutes past 8. TF says this: Mike, I made a mistake one morning putting the recycling in the wrong bin, just as the bin guys were picking up the rubbish. I said, wait a minute, I put the wrong rubbish in the wrong bin. Sorry. One of them said, don't worry about it, we don't recycle anything anyway. I mean, that's the truth, isn't it? Great show, says love it. I've got this from Olivia in Sussex. She said, I received this email the other day from the council after I reported that they hadn't collected my bin for 3 weeks. We are very sorry that your waste has been missed 3 times since October. I have checked our contractor's log and can see no reason for this. I have sent a notification to the contractor crew for your next collection. Then it says, missed bins must be reported by 5 p.m. the next working day. We will not accept missed bin reports outside of this time frame. Missed bins can be reported online during the link. It says here, this is Paul in Hitchin. Morning, Mike. I love the old Wild West analogy. Indian chief, 10 bins. Was he the leader of the We Have Crappaho tribe? Sorry. Oh, my God. Let's talk to Henry Bolton, who's international border control expert, because you've got to get serious for a minute here, because the immigration problem is massive. We've got stories in the papers this morning in the Times all over the place saying that basically they were shocked to the increase in immigration. Well, I don't know why they were shocked, because nobody else was. I mean, everybody knows immigration's out of control, and we get about 1 million people coming into the country every single year. They got it wrong last year by a factor of about 200,000, but it's now costing us £8.3 million a day to house asylum seekers in hotels. 41,000 is the average cost of housing one asylum seeker per year. According to The Sun, £5.4 billion was spent on the asylum system, up 36% from the year before, and there's about 35,600 migrants in hotels at the end of September. But more coming. There'll be more coming today. There'll be more coming tomorrow. There'll be more coming over the weekend. Henry, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike. Morning.
So I mean, this is reaching epidemic mad proportions, isn't it? You know, the idea that we keep looking at these numbers and expecting them to go down, and the Times this morning is saying that people in government are shocked that they've gone up. I mean, why are they shocked? Nobody else is.
Well, no, Mike, and I know you said we've got to be serious, but it actually is a bit of a serious point that the people who are organising bin collections seem to be the same people who are organising our borders and our immigration policy.
It's about the same level of capacity, isn't it?
Indeed, but perhaps in some way we can sort of marry the two together. I don't know, but anyway. But no, look, this is in the last year's statistics. We've got approximately 1 in every 70 people in this country arrived during that 1 year.
Right.
And the number of people we've got in hotels, being accommodated in hotels at the moment, is almost exactly half of the size of the British Army.
Ah.
Now, you know, we are not investing in any meaningful way in policing, in infrastructure, in anything, any of our public services and utilities. And it does not take a rocket scientist to figure out that at some point the pressure is going to become overwhelming.
Yeah.
It already has done in many places, I'd argue. And talking about rocket scientists, there is the argument that most of these people contribute to the British economy. Well, that's absolute rubbish, because only about 18% of these people came in on work visas. So, you know, the others are...
Also, yeah, I mean, you know, I'll take your point. They do contribute to the economy. They help supply cocaine to people on bikes. You know, they help drive the old, Deliveroo market and bring you your hamburgers at 4 o'clock in the morning. But that's about it.
But this is part of the picture again, you know, Mike. I mean, this is so incredibly frustrating, because I've been banging on about this for years. But we talk about immigration as though it's a standalone issue. What you've just said is absolutely right, because a lot of immigration, not the majority, but a significant amount of it, is actually linked to organised criminality. There are people working on the black market, there are people working in support of organised crime. That there is a reason that this country has such a problem with cocaine and heroin and illegal firearms. And that is because our borders are porous, and we have networks of immigrant communities. And I'm not tarring everybody with the same brush.
No.
But we are failing to ensure that people we let into this country are not a threat to public safety. And I don't necessarily mean the high-profile cases where horrendous...
Yeah, where they're actually
cases.
terrorists. But the trouble is that you and I know very well, Henry, that we see it every single week on social media, you know, people pulling machetes out, fighting in the streets, quite often with each other. So, you know, you might argue that ordinary people aren't affected by that. But, you know, there's gangland culture going on. There's people coming into this country from other countries around the world who are clearly, you know, not exactly imbued with the ability to obey the law, and they're running wild.
Indeed, and we are failing. We ought to talk about solutions a little bit as well, but we are failing to help immigrant communities, those people we let in. And by the way, all of these people, it is a conscious decision on the part of officials at various levels of government, whether it's in terms of policy or directives or individuals making decisions in government, in the civil service.
Yeah.
It is a conscious decision to let these people in and give them leave to remain.
Yeah.
So that's important to note. It's this is not some natural phenomenon that we can't do anything about. It's a conscious decision in every case.
Yeah.
Now, I think, you know, we've got to talk solutions, and we cannot separate, as I said, immigration from these other things, but we have to have a national strategy. We have to deal with all of the push factors, why people leave the regions. I bang on about this all the time, but hopefully somebody in government one day might be listening and that might have drunk their coffee and actually go, actually, there's a point there. We need to deal with all of these things together, not one at a time. We need to have a comprehensive and fully integrated strategy that deals with the myriad of push factors, the various pull factors. Why do they want to come here? Because it's bloody easy. That's why.
But hang on,
And when they get here, it's easy to stay here.
but also the Labour government, Henry, said before they got into power that they had a plan. That they knew what they were going to do. They were going to smash the gangs, which obviously they haven't done. They've arrested one bloke from Kurdistan. They've now done a deal with Iraq where they're going to give them 800,000 quid in order to try and stop people from leaving Iraq, which seems to me to be a complete and utter waste of money because basically people leave Iraq to get away from being persecuted. That, you know, the government doesn't help them to go. The government doesn't want them to go. You know, so, you know, they're now going to produce a white paper to see whether or not certain industries or businesses in this country are too reliant on immigration. Well, you don't have to do a white paper or an inquiry into that. You can just walk down the street and have a look and see where people are working, can't you?
Indeed, it's kicking the can down the road. But the money thing for the Kurdish area of Turkey and so on, I mean, that's a long topic, but it's not going to work, Keir Starmer. It will not work. The way to do this is to embed law enforcement and intelligence officials inside these law enforcement and intelligence agencies along the route, if you want to deal with organised crime, and give them control over the budget. So if there's a local operation that they want to be that they're helping to put together that requires resources, then we fund that specifically, and it's in control of it's in the hands of British officials. But you mentioned Keir Starmer. Look, I've looked in depth at the policies of all of the political parties, Mike.
Yeah.
You know, which one has a credible approach? Well, none of them are in any way satisfactory. But the only one, believe it or not, that I think is credible, not just in what they want to do, what they say they will do, but the how and the why and the resources and so on. The only one is the SDP, the Social Democratic Party.
Yeah.
You know, reform say things really convincingly, but it's all the sort of what we intend to do. Yeah. We'll leave the ECHR, we'll stop the boats, we'll put the Navy in the Channel, whatever. But it's words. I want to know.
So what are the SDP saying then? What's got you hooked into them? What do you think they are going to do that nobody else is going to do?
Well, it's not what they're going to do. It's the how and where they're going to look for the resources and so on. And it's a myriad of things, but there is far more thinking going on there, far more thoughtfulness, not only as to what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, but the implications of doing it. What are the knock-on effects? So if you're going to pay for something, where are you going to get that money from, and what's the impact of that, and how do you mitigate the risk there in maybe a totally different field? So I just say to people, look at all the various political parties and don't just look at what they say they're going to do, because we've had that for years. Yeah. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. We're getting it from Keir Starmer now. But look at whether or not they've got actually some thought behind it as to how they're going to do it, what they're going to do it with, and, you know, how they're going to deal with the implications of it. That's what I would ask people to make your own minds up.
Yeah, absolutely right. Henry, thank you very much indeed. Henry Bolton, International Border Control expert. Let's get a voice note from Charles on recycling.
Morning, Mike. Charles from Sussex. 42 bins we have in our council, one for every gender. Have a good day. Great show.
Brilliant. Keith in West Malling says, Mike, when we go back to a 4-bin system, which bin do we put the extra bins into to ensure recycling? Exactly right. You know, in Sussex, right, where I go at the weekends, there's separate recycling. They used to have a recycling unit in the car park, right, where you could go and put clothing, you could go and put bottles, you could go and put paper, you could go and put cardboard, and it was all, you know, fine and dandy. You could just pull up in your car, stick a load of stuff in there, everyone was happy. They pulled it all, and they said people were misusing it, so it's not there anymore. So now nobody knows where to go to recycle anything. And basically everything has to be put in a pink bag, which the council then have to come and collect if it hasn't been ripped to shreds by the foxes, right, and strewn all over the road. And if you're lucky, they'll take that away, but not paper. You can't put paper in it or cardboard. Whereas in London, the recycling bin, which is currently locked, basically takes everything. Bottles, bags, you know, cardboard, paper, plastic. Doesn't matter. They'll take it all. It's unbelievable. It really is. How about this from Richard Dudley? He says, Mike, how can you have posters glorifying assisted dying on the underground, but a poster with the hot dog on it is banned? Well, the world has gone mad. I'll tell you what, we're going to address that actually on Plank of the Week, which we'll play you a little clip of later on. Here's another update on Louise Haigh. She recently resigned, of course, from her job as Secretary of State for Transport. It turns out that before entering politics, Louise Haigh was a special constable in the Metropolitan Police, serving between 2009 and 2011 in the South London borough of Lambeth, or the People's Republic of Lambeth, as we like to call it, who used to be headed up by Steve Reed, who's now the Secretary of State for the Environment. Funnily enough, when she lost her phone and was convicted of fraud, that was also in Lambeth, some years later. She was appointed... She was appointed Shadow Policing Minister by Jeremy Corbyn in 2017. Well done, Jezza. She's a criminal. Policing Minister. Good idea. Brilliant. What are we doing next? I've lost the plot here. I think we're going to talk some more about assisted dying. Very serious story. This is a talk.
UK. On DAB+. On your smart speaker. On your smart TV. And on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 8:38. Of course, we're here all the way through until 10 o'clock. 4 glorious hours of Morning Glory every single day now, every single weekday from 6 a.m. Until 10. Coming up, Alex Phillips will be here to take you through until 1 o'clock. One here from Roy in Fulham. He says, Mike, I've just seen my own mother and my mother-in-law go by cancer. Palliative care was good, but both individuals wanted to go ASAP. I support assisted dying 100%, and so did all of the doctors and hospice and NHS staff we spoke with. That's Roy in Fulham. Let's get a voice note from Steve.
Hi Mike, Steve from Manchester. Great show as normal. Just a quick one on the assisted dying bill. In my opinion, if I was terminally ill, I've got 6 months left to live, I'm in acute pain, suffering, I think I would prefer to end my life there and then, rather than wait another 6 months, get more ill and unwell and in serious pain and suffering. Just let me end it. It seems simple to me. Thanks anyway, Mike. Cheers. Bye.
Steve, thanks very much for a very honest message there. We're going to talk to Jackie Davis now, Chair of Healthcare Professionals for Assisted Dying. MP is going to vote in the Commons today after a 5-hour debate. It's officially called the Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill, and there's something like 175 MPs who are going to speak on it. So we'll be obviously bringing you that all the way through the course of the day today. But let's talk to Jackie Davis and find out what she has to say about this whole very difficult issue, I think. Jackie, very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks very much for joining us. We spoke earlier to somebody who was against this bill. I mean, listening to what Steve just said there on that voice note, saying that, you know, he'd like the opportunity or the ability, if he needed to have it, to end his own life. I mean, we kind of have that now, don't we? I mean, it's not difficult for people, if they wish to end their life, to do so. I suppose the question would be, do you want to kind of, you know, regulate it in such a way as to make it easier for people? Is that sensible?
I don't think it is easy for people to end their lives, actually. My brother ended his life with a diagnosis of terminal cancer. He threw himself down the stairs when his wife went out, and it was very, very traumatic for the family. So, you know, people starve themselves to death. That's really, really cruel to push people into that position. When we could have an assisted dying law, which works abroad, has been available to people for years in some places, where they can be in their bed surrounded by their family at a time of their choosing and just pass away very peacefully. I really wouldn't wish, you know, taking your own life imposed on anybody. It's a terrible thing.
No. Is it so? I mean, is the bill, because a lot of people have asked these questions, and the bill has got sort of, you know, quite a lot missing from it, in my view. Is it? I mean, how does it sort of constitute exactly how you would do so? I mean, if you wanted, for example, to help somebody end their life, how does the bill tell you how you can do it legally and how you shouldn't do it?
I think the bill has got a lot of information in it, but it can't have too much information in it, because that would be, if it gets through the second reading, that would be for people to discuss in Parliament. I think it's got the right balance, because it's based on the Oregon model, which has been available for over 25 years. Very stringent conditions. You have to be diagnosed by 2 doctors as having 6 months to live, and of sound mind. So you have to be compos mentis. And I've been to Oregon. I've spoken to people there. I know that it works. You know, what's interesting is once legislation is passed, all this fuss stops, and people just get on with it. Less than 1% of people in Oregon actually have an assisted death. But everybody in Oregon knows that if they have a disease that might end with a bad death, or your loved one does, that option will be available. And what it does is it allows people to lose that fear of what might happen at the end, and to actually live until they die. So your phone-in chap who said, I'd take the medicine, you know, you wouldn't need to take it until absolutely at the end, and most people don't. So the bill has got detail, but more detail will go in. But we're not inventing the wheel here. This has been done abroad for years. Australia and New Zealand have been doing it for years now. And I really wish the people who are worried about this or who are opposed to it would talk to the doctors and lawyers from these places, as I have done, who are absolutely reassuring about how it works, but no threat to vulnerable people, no threat to disabled people, no slippery slope. The Commons Select Committee said that after looking at it for 14 years, there's been no slippery slope in jurisdictions who have the Oregon model.
But there has been a slippery slope in other places like the Netherlands and Belgium, hasn't there? Because people have pointed to that and said, well, you know, they've now expanded the groups of people who could end their lives for one reason or another. And there's this kind of sort of nagging doubt for a lot of people in this country where the question of, you know, am I a burden on my family is a reason for you to end your own life. And, you know, I think there's enough, for me anyway, and you know, I'm not saying I'm right, it's just I've gone backwards and forwards on this. For me, there seems to be just not quite enough specifics about exactly what could be prevented from happening, if you like, and how, you know, bad actors could be stopped from doing things in this bill, which at the moment is for me, a little bit incomplete.
Well, the completeness would come after second reading, of course. But your point about Belgium and Holland is an important one to address because they started out with a different bill.
Yeah,
started out with euthanasia, and that's what they've always had. Canada, which people talk about, has changed, but they have a completely different setup there, where the courts can tell Parliament what to do, and people over here have been absolutely clear that the law we pass will be the law that we get, and that the courts can't tell Parliament to change it. Although,
to be honest, the courts have been able to change parliamentary rulings in the past on other things, not necessarily medical matters, but, you know, they can. The Supreme Court prevented, you know, the last government from deporting people.
You know, I've spoken to lawyers about this, and in fact, I think it's the ex-president of the Supreme Court here has said that the Supreme Court would not be able to intervene. I take his word on that. He should know what he's talking about. Your talk about coercion and burden and all the rest of it. You know, what's interesting talking to doctors involved in this in jurisdictions abroad is the only coercion they see is families trying to stop their loved ones actually having an assisted death, talking them out of it. And people are just very surprised at this conversation. I understand where the conversation is coming from, but people are very surprised at the conversation about, you know, killing off granny because you want to get the money. These people are dying. These people are dying anyway. If you talk to the people who are involved in this abroad, been involved in it for years, closely looking for coercion, and doctors are used to detecting coercion because, quite frankly, at the moment, there could be coercion that we don't know about. How do we know about coercion for people who are actually taking their own lives? How do we know about coercion with people going to Dignitas? So this would introduce safeguards where there really aren't any at the moment, actually.
Yeah, I'm not dissuaded from your arguments, Jackie. I feel as though there's just something slightly sinister about it and slightly, you know, something slightly missing. I mean, when I saw an advert on the Tube yesterday of a woman looking, to all intents and purposes, happy, healthy, young, fit, saying, you know, I want the right to die because I don't want my family to see me suffering, almost like in a triumphant sort of way. I think that's kind of given me the wrong message, and I've felt slightly uneasy about it ever since I saw it.
I think there's nothing trivial about this. Of course, it's a huge thing. It's like, you know, we had the end of capital punishment. We had decriminalisation of homosexuality. It is a huge moment, and there's nothing trivial about it. I think the point of that advert is what I said before, that an assisted dying law would allow people facing a bad death. You know, and we've heard from Dame Esther Ranson, who's talking about going to Dignitas. Those people, if they knew that at the end that possibility was available, if the palliative care couldn't help them, then they would know that that was available and they could get on and live their lives. And I have to say that I've been campaigning for this for 10 years now. Some of the stories that we have heard from palliative care doctors themselves, not to mention what I've seen in my professional life, of course, are so horrendous that you just think, how could we not show compassion to people who are, you know, vomiting up feces, who've got fungating tumours coming through their abdomens, who've got bowel obstruction, I don't even want to describe to you some of the things that happen to people at the end of their life that palliative care can't address. Why would we not show compassion to them if we're sure that the safeguards are there? And would be the most safeguarded
But I just wonder whether what we have currently, if somebody is in that terrible state that you've just described, you know, nobody, to my knowledge anyway, has ever been prosecuted for assisting somebody to die. They might have been questioned by the police about it. They might have been asked why they went to Dignitas and all of that. But it doesn't actually normally result in any kind of punishment for them.
But if you're in hospital at the moment in one of those terrible situations that I'm describing, people can't help you to die. And the notion, I mean, I've spoken
Well, they can't legally, but they sort of, you know, they can, with a nod and a wink, the way that some things are done, they can, right?
You know, I've spoken to MPs who say, your doctor will see you right, your doctor will see you right. I'm afraid Harold Shipman put an end to all of that. Being able, your doctor coming in and just being able to give you a bit more of something doesn't happen anymore. And you know, I'm a doctor. I know I'm not a GP, but I know a lot of GPs. They're very afraid to give a dose that's too big, because I know of cases where the relatives come along and they say, you killed my mother, my father, whatever. It's all. You know, you can't do that. It's not easy to die at the end of life. That's why my brother threw himself down the stairs. That's why people come home and find their relatives, you know, hanging from the rafters. And that's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing for the patient to die on their own like that. Why would we not, under these safeguards, give people the chance to die in their own beds with their families around them?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense the way you put it, but I suppose the reason I would say perhaps it's worth questioning is because it might not always work out quite as well as you would like it to, and that sometimes there might be mistakes made, other people might get involved who perhaps have different motives. That's, I guess, the problem. But, you know, listen, very interesting conversation, Jackie. Thank you very much indeed. Chair of Healthcare Professionals for Assisted Dying, Jackie Davis there. Let's get a voice note from Ash.
Morning, Mike. Ash from Preston. So we've got a Transport Secretary who's a fraudster, a Chancellor who's a liar, a Foreign Secretary who calls everybody colonialists and racists, and a Prime Minister who lives off freebies. What a fantastic government the people of this country elected. God help us. Great show. Cheers.
Ash, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. What an absolute shambles. Louise Haigh has resigned this morning, if you just joined us, as Secretary of State for Transport, because it turns out she's a convicted fraudster. Who knew? Oh, I know. Keir Starmer knew. He's the Prime Minister. He appointed her anyway. Didn't matter. Now she's gone because somebody else found out. This is Talk.
when's Christophobia month? When's anti-Semitism month? Maybe every month should be saying, we don't want racism, we don't want hatred. But what this does, and him standing there, he actually creates division, disunity, disharmony. We've already got existing laws that deal with it. We don't need any more laws. I quite like, actually, the police to focus on just, preventing real crimes like stabbing people, raping people, shoplifting, what most drug dealers, most people will call real crimes.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory. I'm Mike Graham. Steve Denier's here from Virgin Radio. He's going to talk to us about Greg Wallace this morning. Just get a quick voice note from Dean on the subject of recycling.
Morning, Mike. Great show as normal. The recycling madness is also happening in Essex. So a local authority decided to introduce a booking system online for people that want to use the tip. So you turn up at the tip with a car full of stuff you want to get rid of. They turn you away and say, sorry, you haven't got a booking number, you can't use it. Then 3 months later, the council online issue a warning to people in the area that fly tipping has gone through the roof. I wonder what caused that.
Hard to draw the two things together, isn't it? Hard to imagine what caused that. It is ridiculous, isn't it? Same with the tip. There's a tip I use occasionally down in Sussex. It's the same thing. I don't actually ask for you to make an appointment, but yeah, it's ridiculous the way you have to put different things in different things. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Steve Denier's here. Steve, very good morning to you.
Good morning,
Front
Mike.
pages this morning, The Sun in particular, brilliant. Sir Rod, you humiliated my wife, you tubby, bald bully.
Wow.
He's talking about Greg Wallace. I mean, this is one of the great, celebrity on celebrity attacks.
Isn't it?
Let's not even say that the two are in any way related, because Rod Stewart's obviously a much bigger star than Greg Wallace, but Greg Wallace is in a bad way.
He is in a very, very bad way. And yet again, we're in this position, Mike, of the BBC apparently knowing this for years. He was spoken to in 2018.
Right.
And he was told, we've had these allegations, you've got to watch yourself, you can't do what you're doing.
Yeah.
But, these stem back 20 years ago, and it would seem that it's kind of ramped up within the last few years.
Yes.
So here we are.
Well, I remember having conversations with people, I don't know about you, but people sort of his name coming up in conversation and like, Greg Wallace, he's a bit touchy-feely, everybody knows that everybody's got a problem with it, he's not good around women, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we know makeup people who are generally nice with everybody.
Yeah.
But he's the one person that's come up time after time after time, people going, just don't like him.
Yeah, right.
He can't control himself. And there's allegations about touchy-feely behaviour.
Yeah.
Comments,
right.
Apparently him walking around naked.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't make half of this up.
Yeah.
So here we are, he's stepped down from MasterChef, but there's two specials due to air over Christmas period. We heard from him last night. Do you want to have a little look at
let's have a look
what
on
he said?
Instagram,
I would like to thank all the people getting in touch, reaching out and showing their support. It's good of you. Thank you very much.
It'd be more convincing if he'd done it topless, wouldn't it? Hey? I mean, that's how he normally looks.
Well, the pictures, all the papers,
without a shirt on.
He doesn't look that chubby, to be honest with you. I don't know, maybe that was a barbed comment. Maybe he had a body image issues, I don't know.
He's more chubby than Rod, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
The rock god. But, I mean, the guy's an idiot, isn't he? I mean, he had a very successful career. A lot of people said when he became as successful as he did, they didn't quite understand why he became that successful, because he's not really... People in the restaurant business that I talk to say he's not really a chef, he's not really... into food that much. You know, somehow he's given this impression of being, you know, a master chef, but he's not really.
Well, it's a 17-year career. So many other shows apart from that. He's been on all, you know, all the channels. Got his own production company.
Yeah.
We spoke about this a moment ago. The trouble is, people like this get a god complex, and they think they're untouchable.
Yeah.
And this is what's happened. And we're hearing it within the BBC. We're hearing this time and time again. People are told you can't speak out. This person's important. It won't be good for your career. And we get into this situation where it goes on for years, and we find out there's dozens of complaints now. And if it's been shut down earlier,
and also the BBC again being accused of not dealing with the problem that they knew about, as you say, for at least, you know, 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
And yet he continued to harass women, to make jokes to women. I mean, there'll be some people this morning saying, well, what exactly did he do that was so terrible? Well, I think turning up for work naked is probably not something that anybody would be used to doing.
we don't do that at 5 a.m. here, do we?
We don't.
I mean, not yet.
There's not many people around either, so we probably could get away with it. But no, you don't, do you? I mean, there's certain things that you just don't do. And the man is clearly sort of slightly deranged.
Yeah. You know, what's next for him? You would imagine that no one would touch him now. I mean, he stepped down from MasterChef. The production company have basically halted everything.
It's a sort of Philip Schofield scenario, isn't it, really, for him?
Exactly.
Speaking of which, actually, we should talk, we've got a minute to go. Martin Frizzell, the guy who was responsible for This Morning, creator of it, really, producer, he's going.
Yeah.
He says he's going to spend more time with his wife, who's a lovely woman, and I feel for her because she's not well.
Yes.
But that's the revenge of Philip Schofield, isn't it?
Well, that and Fiona Phillips, I think. I mean, Alison Hammond was in on Virgin Radio yesterday morning, and Chris Evans asked her, and she was very, very emotional about it, really. She just heard it when she came in to News UK yesterday and said, you know, this is a massive blow. But, there have been multiple things leading up to this, and obviously Fiona at the moment is a big story, and, you know, sent shockwaves through the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve Denyer, thank you very much indeed. Back on Virgin tomorrow.
Later on tonight, 4 o'clock.
Later on tonight, 4 o'clock. There you go. Don't have to wait very long. I'm Mike Graham. This morning.
across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 2 minutes past 9, here with you all the way through until 10 o'clock, of course, from 6 a.m. every single weekday morning, Monday to Friday, 4 glorious hours of Morning Glory. One from G in Birmingham says, "Morning, Mike. The person who stole your mobile wasn't described as having red hair and a purple coat, was she? Happy Friday." No, funnily enough. Let's get a voice note from Simon, though, on Louise Haigh.
Morning, Mike. It's Simon from Devon. So the police can't find the thousands of genuinely stolen phones, but they find one that isn't stolen. You're gonna laugh, aren't you?
You really have. I mean, you've got to read the letter, the resignation letter from Louise Haigh. Her first paragraph says, "I gave the police a list of my possessions that I believed had been stolen, including my work phone. Sometime later," doesn't say when, "I discovered that the handset in question was still in my house." It's amazing. What a great story. The police were baffled, by the way, because they couldn't understand how something had been reported stolen that wasn't stolen. And then, as Simon just said, then they found it. Or she found it in her own house. Imagine that. What an amazing turn of events. Anyway, she's now gone. She resigned literally 5 minutes after I called for her to resign this morning at about 6:15. So we'll be playing you a bit of that as well. Benedict Spence coming up in a moment. Absolutely extraordinary times that we're living in. So we've had the situation where the Chancellor, Rachel Thieves, has faked her own CV. We've got Keir Starmer who's taking a load of free clothes and glasses from Lord Ali. We've got the situation of Angela Rayner pulling the ladder up on anybody who wants to buy their own council home because she made a bit of a profit off of hers. We've got Pat McFadden, the chief as advisor to the Prime Minister, who basically moved next door to the house he was living in so he could rent it, so he could charge rent to the public purse because he couldn't charge his mortgage anymore. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. And now we've got Louise Haigh, who's a convicted fraudster, who can't any longer be Secretary of State for Transport, even though Keir Starmer appointed her knowing that she was a convicted fraudster. What does that tell you? I mean, is it any wonder they can't get anything right, this bleeding government? 0344 499 1000. Meanwhile, we'll continue talking about recycling because apparently they're going to reduce the number of bins that you have to 4. There are some people who've apparently got 10 bins. Oh, dear. This is Morning Glory. Coming up, more from the Madhouse. We're also talking about the Assisted Dying Act, which is going to be discussed in Parliament today from about 9:30, because apparently 175 different MPs want to say something. We need to recycle plastic, says Tony, to make all the new bins we need to recycle. Very true. And Gary says, "Morning, Mike. Our council in Shropshire has now started charging £56 a year to collect your green waste, which should be covered by the council tax, so my green waste will be going in the bin." That's what I said earlier. Just put everything in a black bin bag, take it down the dump and chuck it in the household waste. That's what I do. Oh, dear. Benedict Spence is here. Oh, tell you what, before we do that, this is how we broke the story this morning of Louise Haigh. She lied, and she was convicted of fraud, and she's a Minister of the Crown. I find it extraordinary. She'll surely have to resign, won't she? Yeah. Oh, hello. Breaking news. She's just resigned. Are you serious? Louise Haigh has just resigned. She's obviously started listening to Morning Glory, and she's 10 minutes in, and she's gone, "I can't take this." So Louise Haigh. So another one bites the dust.
Yes.
What a shambles this government has become. Deary me. Deary me. Sorry. Standards in public life he's going to restore. So then he appointed a woman who's a convicted fraudster to be the Transport Secretary. It is ridiculous. Here's what Starmer said shortly before he became Prime Minister.
We must change ourselves. We need to clean up politics. I will restore standards in public life.
No, you won't. Benedict, I'm sorry. A very good morning to you. I can't really stop laughing at this point.
Don't worry, I'm listening to all of this and I'm laughing as well.
I mean, I was talking to my boss the other day, and he said the great thing about this show now is that you're not really angry anymore. You've kind of got past anger. It's kind of just everything's ridiculous, because it is ridiculous. How on earth could Starmer fire her, knowing that she was a convicted fraudster when he hired her? What's the difference? You know, the fact that we all now know that she's a convicted fraudster, why does that mean he has to fire her?
I honestly, I'll be honest, actually, like listening to that clip back again, saying she'll have to resign. She's resigned.
It was 5 minutes. 5 minutes after I said it, she was gone.
I was going to say, the genie that kept on granting Keir Starmer every wish he possibly wanted on the campaign trail has turned against him very forcefully.
It has.
We should have seen this coming the second that he said, I am going to restore standards in public life. Everybody should have just got out their spreadsheet and gone, right, what are the odds of this minister for this, having to resign for this, because it's all going to go horribly wrong. Tempting fate like that. It's nice to know, though, that there are things that you can be forced or asked to resign for in this government, because, as you pointed out earlier, you can go through a great big list of things for which they'll go, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Lying on your CV, giving away sovereign territory, it's not a big deal. Yeah, that's all fine. But honestly, look, it's been handled very quickly. That's perhaps the first thing that's been sort of nipped in the bud very quickly. But as you say, if this was known to him already, this hasn't blindsided him. What on earth was he doing appointing her in the first place? This is the standard that you're going to hold.
And let's not forget, this is the woman who, when she first came in, completely and utterly pledged her troth, if you like, to the unions. By the way, I believe that she was actually helped out to the tune of several tens of thousands of pounds by ASLEF, who were big donors to the Labour Party, but also particularly big donors to her in person, I believe. And she's only settled the ASLEF train driver strike by giving them a massive pay rise of something like 15%, which they weren't even asking for. They then turned around and said, actually, that's fine, but on Monday we're going back on strike again. She's complete. And somebody said to me earlier this morning, it's kind of ironic that the Transport Secretary has been thrown under the bus.
Yeah. I agree. They can't even do sort of being criminal geniuses particularly well. It's like, well, thank you for giving us this money. We'll take a bit more. At which point her face just slightly droops and goes, oh dear, I should have seen this coming. But this is, I'm afraid, going to be what keeps on happening, is that there will be a sort of a slow, steady drip of ministers doing silly things, saying silly things, and possibly having to resign. There was a very little scrutiny, actually, relatively placed on Labour in the build-up to this election, partly because the Tories were in such a bad state. And they were quite literally commanding the news cycle because they kept on dropping the ball. It was impossible actually to ignore. And I think Labour really did get in slightly under the radar, so to speak. You will see a lot more of these sorts of stories, I think, popping up.
Yes.
And even things that
let's not forget, I mean, the Lord Alley scandal kind of disappeared because something else happened. It didn't disappear because we stopped asking questions. It was because the whole disaster of this Labour government was so ridiculous that we moved on. But I'm determined to go back to the Lord Alley scandal because I still want to know exactly what he was doing in Downing Street, exactly what his role was when he had a pass to go in and out of government meetings, and exactly what he expected to get for his, £100,000 donation to effectively Keir Starmer's lifestyle.
And also the fact that people in his office seem to have a say in the selection process as well. Again,
exactly.
Only certain media outlets and journalists were paying attention to that during the election cycle, the furore about people being parachuted into safe seats and all that sort of thing. And again, people were paying attention to the Tories doing it because people like Richard Holden were trying to do it and everybody was going, hang on, this seems a bit of a stitch-up. But they was not quite picking up on the fact that there was a lot of anger within the Labour Party itself that this was happening. Talked about it. I think Michael Crick talked about it quite a lot, but actually the BBC certainly didn't cover it. But people in Lord Alley's office were involved in that selection process as well. So you're right that there are questions that still need to be answered there. But as I say, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the stuff, this Louise Haigh story, this was something that Guido Fawkes journalists went after. This is not necessarily something that the big newspapers are going after. The BBC certainly aren't investigating this. It's still very much on the fringes, and we're still not even at the 200-day mark yet of this new government, and they're already in these really, really basic amateur hour kind of situations where it transpires this person's lied. Yeah, honestly, normally there's supposed to be a little bit of a period where governments have a bit of a honeymoon stage.
They've had no respite because every single day something else happens, which is even more ridiculous than the thing that went before. And they continue, and Starmer continues to make ludicrous statements on, sort of publicly, where yesterday he was talking about immigration. the clip we played you earlier was from before he was actually Prime Minister, but talking about the idea that, we were going to restore, public faith in public service. And I mean, even more ridiculously, before Louise Haigh entered politics, we discover she was a special constable in the Metropolitan Police, serving between 2009 and 2011 in the South London borough of Lambeth, which is, ironically, where she committed her heinous crime. Right? And Jeremy Corbyn appointed her in 2017 as a shadow policing minister.
Oh, I love it. It's just the levels of farce. Who said that, British comedy is dead? It's just not something to see. It's just in real life.
It's absolutely tremendous, isn't it? And I mean, let me just read you, because I love this. This is the opening paragraph of her resignation letter, in which she doesn't actually say she's resigning. She says that she was mugged as a 24-year-old woman. The experience was terrifying. I reported the incident to the police. I gave the police a list of my possessions that I believed had been stolen, including my work phone. Sometime later, I discovered that the handset in question was still in my house. I mean, I'm sorry, I've had my phone stolen recently, and as I said earlier, the reason I knew it was stolen was the man actually took it out of my hand and rode down the street on it on a moped, right? And I could follow and track where it was. She apparently was out without her phone, and normally speaking, when you don't have your phone with you, you're in a sort of blind panic going, I better get home and get my phone. She discovered that not only had her phone not been stolen, but it was at home all the time.
I mean, at least she had the good grace not to list, I don't know, a Matisse as missing or anything like that. It was just the phone.
Well,
you really could have gone to town on it.
Before you say that, maybe we should see the entire rap sheet of exactly what she said was stolen, because she was working for an insurance company at the time. So it was almost as though, and we're told that it was because she wanted to get a new phone. And again, as I said, when you wanted to get a new phone, normally you just go online and order a new phone.
like a normal person, but
as opposed to pretending that you've been mugged and the phone's been nicked off you. I mean, it's just amazing.
It is, but honestly, as I say, this is that sort of brazenness that we're going to keep on seeing it time and time again. There's not quite enough discipline, I think, in the party. This is something that Starmer was supposed to be known for, his discipline, but it does seem that he himself is sort of letting really silly things slide. He seems to jump on things like anti-Semitism within his own ranks very quickly. Good, but criminality or dishonesty or things like that, it's almost like he thinks, well, that can be given a bit of a pass because it's not quite actual racism. Right. Which I suppose it's nice to know what the standards are, but I mean, honestly, I think things are going to get very difficult for Labour, and I think a lot of these very new and experienced MPs are going to be put under the cosh quite a bit. Much in the same way as all MPs were put under the cosh during the expenses scandal, and suddenly found their lives being gone over with a fine-tooth comb. I suppose the good thing for a lot of these MPs is, in a couple of hours, it looks like they're going to be able to go to their GP and say, God, things are getting really tough, and the GP is going to turn around and go, well, have you considered killing yourself? There is a way.
Well, exactly right.
Look on the bright side.
But there is a sense, isn't there, that this government doesn't have anybody really running it. It seems as though there's no collective kind of, point to it. They all go off and do their own thing. We heard that Steve Reid, for example, the Environment Secretary of State, wasn't told about the farming manoeuvres in the budget until the day before, so he couldn't really prepare a sort of response to it. It looks as though, Rachel Reeves does her own thing, claims that she's an economist when she isn't, decides to rewrite her CV when nobody else knows what she's doing. Angela Rayner going off to see the Pope in Rome for no apparent reason in the middle of, what could be considered to be a pretty much crisis in this country. He doesn't really feel like he's leading anybody, does he?
I mean, I quite like the mental image now of Angela Rayner turning up at the next cabinet meeting and just sort of riding across whatever Keir Starmer says and say, well, you say that, Prime Minister, but I've spoken to the Holy Father and he has a lot to say. God has interceded.
I see her more as sort of an exorcist figure with some holy water, sort of spraying it on people, whenever they get in her way. But
this is a missed opportunity if she doesn't turn up in robes to the next step. You see, Prime Minister.
Absolutely. A couple of texts have come in. Woodsy says, Mike, I'm surprised she didn't know her mobile hadn't been stolen when she was calling the police with it to report it stolen. And Steve says, come on, Mike, leave poor Louise alone. One little mistake about a phone and everybody wants to Nokia.
Yeah.
I know that's really lame, sorry, but I had to read it.
Oh, well. At least he tried.
I did, and so did Steve. I mean, where are we going to go? I mean, it's almost impossible now, though, I find, and we've been doing this a long time, you and I, talking about politics. I find it impossible to know, when I come back to work on Monday, what the big story is going to be. But there will be one. there will be some probably massive scandal. I still think there's a massive scandal hiding somewhere in the undergrowth that somebody is going to unveil. And this is a good example of exactly the kind of thing that the newspapers should have dug up before the election, but didn't.
I think, yeah, you're exactly right that there's so much that's just they've been allowed a free pass. I think you're right that there is probably at least one major scandal featuring somebody very senior in the government. And, you know, it would be wrong for us to sort of say it'll affect the Prime Minister or it'll affect the Chancellor. But I think we all sort of know that these things are brewing. The question, I suppose, is what happens first? Is it the historic scandal that breaks forth? Or is the scandal, in fact, that they do something silly in real time? I still don't think the full ramifications of the Chagos Island deal are out there in the public view. The fact that the United States are trying to torpedo it, I think, should tell you that there's, you know, there are some bad things going on there. Be it to do with the farmers, you know, be it sort of a series of rolling strikes, be it a gaffe to do with that, I don't know. Again, Dominic Grieve writing in the Times a couple of days ago that the assisted suicide bill would breach the ECHR. That would be a hell of a funny thing to happen. There are going to be gaffes that happen both historically and in real time, and that's the only thing that you and I have to predict. Which one's it going to be? Is it going to be something that actually comes towards us or comes back from the past? It's great entertainment for us, but we also have to remember this is the running of the country we're talking about, and we were promised a government of adults, and we've had the exact opposite so far.
Absolutely right. It's been a complete shambles. Benedict, good to talk to you. Benedict Spence, Conservative commentator there. How about this from Sarah? Mike, surely if you mislay your phone, which I often do, you get your partner to ring it first. Mislaid in a house, please pull the other one. And Ian says, how many of the Cabinet criticised Donald Trump for being a criminal? Well, yeah, quite right. Let's get, we'll come to a voice note in a minute, but let's get another gaffe underway because look at the time, it's 18 minutes past 9. We're nearly over the show. It's ridiculous. I haven't laughed so much quite since yesterday. A week of Starmer impressions. Let's have a look. 470 people with him to COP29. I didn't know he knew 470 people, to be honest. Building the foundations. Wish I had Starmer's air miles. I run a country, I wouldn't trust him to run a bath. He'd probably leave the plug out. He probably would, yeah, and then blame somebody else. I'll never leave the plug out, and then he would do it.
Yes, it's true.
Is Keir Starmer real, or is he some kind of AI robot? Well, it's a good question.
Smash the people smuggling gangs.
China. We're going to make England great. Sorry, Britain great again. We're going to release the sausages.
The return of the sausages.
Oh dear, I mean, you don't see Trump standing there going, oh, delivery, change, you know.
Goodness gracious me. Brian says this, fancy the Transport Minister going off the rails. Very good. And Spite, John in Germany, just seen the staff in tears outside Carphone Warehouse in Sheffield. Deary me. Listen, we're here till 10 o'clock. After that, I've got no idea. Alex Phillips is going to be here. We're going to play a clip from Plank of the Week as well. More gaffes to come too. This is, of course, Morning Glory.
are earning above certain thresholds and contribute to the country. You know, doctors and other bits and pieces. My cancer surgeon had come from an immigrant family. The assistant surgeon come from an immigrant family. My father was looked after by immigrants when he was in his care home. They're adding to society because there's work-shy Brits don't want to go and do that or train for that. But the dependents, the huge numbers that are there, the illegal migrants are a net burden on society.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
9:24, welcome back to Morning Glory. One from Marco in Swindon. He says, "Morning, Mike. I can't take any more of these revelations in the Labour government. My ribs are hurting too much from laughing. What next? Ed Miliband sending knockoff biodiesel from his shed in his back garden." Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, actually, at anything Ed Miliband does. Morning, Mike. I'll happily have one more bin for this government as long as it's not for recycling, says Alan in Notts. And Treacle in Bridgend says, "We have plastic bags for our recycling. Words fail me." I see what you did there. I know what you mean. We're going to talk about assisted dying again because the big vote today is happening. There's going to be about 5 hours of debate in the House of Commons. If you're able to watch us on TV, you'll be able to see some footage of campaigners for assisted dying outside the Parliament right now. We're going to speak to Tim Dieppe, Head of Public Policy at Christian Concern. There's loads of people down in Westminster. It's a very emotive subject. A lot of people pro, a lot of people anti. Some people think that the vote is going to go through, which will mean that it's assisted dying is granted, but others say it's very much more closer than you would think. So let's find out from Tim, who I think is against assisted dying, has an argument. Tim, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike.
So, I mean, we've heard from both sides already this morning. I mean, both sides really make some quite compelling arguments, and it's one of those situations where I suppose as a moral issue it sort of splits the country, and I must say I find some sympathy with both arguments. I think I've come down after some thought about it all that I don't think it's necessary to bring a new law in to make this possible, because I think what happens at the moment is probably not maybe perfect, but probably okay. Tell us what your position is.
Well, I agree with you, Mike. And the law as it stands is the best option out of this situation. And really, we should call it assisted suicide. Let's be clear about that. This bill aims to amend the Suicide Act 1961 in order to make it legal to help someone commit suicide. And surely that's not what a kind of compassionate society does when somebody is suicidal says, "Oh yes, let me help you end your life." And the very last thing somebody in pain and suffering or being told you haven't got many months to live, the very last thing they want is their trusted doctor or consultant saying to them, "Have you considered suicide?" What an awful thing to do, really, as a society. And you read stories of people in legislations where this has been legalised, countries where it's been legalised, and the doctors come round every morning and say, "Have you considered suicide?" What an awful thing to say to somebody. And you get people who regret it, who say, if I'd been able to commit suicide, I would have done. I'm so glad I didn't in the end, because I wouldn't have missed out on all these kind of things. You get doctors who get the diagnoses wrong. They say it's 6 months to live, and then decades later, the person's still alive.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, the woman we spoke to earlier, who was in favour of this law change and bringing in assisted dying, assisted suicide, said that well, I trust the lawyers, I trust the doctors. Well, that's all very well for you to say, but a lot of people don't, because we've seen doctors getting it wrong before, we've seen lawyers getting it wrong before.
We've seen judges get it wrong as well. We've seen in some of our cases, judges have ruled it's in the best interest of a patient to die, even when that's against their wishes, or they haven't expressed the wishes, or the family have all thoroughly opposed it. And even when there's alternative treatment available at no cost to the NHS, the judge has still said, best interest to die. So yes, I don't trust the judges on this at all. They haven't got time. There isn't capacity for them to do anything other than rubber stamp something here. There's no methodology for testing whether somebody's being coerced. Relatives have an interest. to obtain the will and get and cause somebody to die before their time because they're not bothered about it. There's all sorts of problems that arise. Once you legalise this, you've changed the law in a fundamental way. And what you've seen from other countries again is that people campaign, I should have the right to, I should have the right to. And before you know it, people who are very far from anything like a terminal diagnosis are having the legal right to end their lives or have somebody assist in ending their lives. And it's an awful thing to see, really, when you legalise it. So I really hope it doesn't go through today.
Yes, and what's your understanding of the kind of breakdown so far of the way that
I think the best intelligence, Mike, is that it'd be very, very close today. A lot of MPs still haven't declared which way they go. Quite a few MPs have said, I'm going to see how it goes on the debate today. So all to play for the people speaking in the debate today. A lot of MPs who've never really thought about this before suddenly thrown into a very high-stakes, highly emotive debate, life and death issue, and really unsure which way to go. People could be swayed today on the day. Right. And so we will see. Whatever happens, it's a lot closer than anybody expected. Certainly even I expected a few months ago when we knew this was going to come. I thought we haven't really got a chance. But, it's actually a lot closer than anyone expected. People have heard the arguments. Disabled people have made the arguments. People with end-of-life diagnoses have made the arguments. And people are realising that it's not as simple as people think in terms of what would happen if you change the law on this.
And presumably it's quite a long way from being made into... People have said that it's all being rushed through rather, unceremonially in Parliament. But presumably after today, it would have to go to the Lords, it'd have to come back. I mean, there's quite a long period of time left before anything really changes, isn't there?
That's right. There would be scrutiny in committee. It would have to go through the Lords, back through the Commons again. It'll be a few years yet before the law changes, and still some chances that it wouldn't change. But this is an in-principle vote. If it goes through, it'd be very hard to stop it. But not to say people wouldn't try, but it's not guaranteed if it goes through today. I hope it doesn't go through today, but if it does, there's still a long way to go before it actually becomes law.
Yeah, I mean, the woman we spoke to who was in favour of bringing it in said that, this was based upon the Oregon model and looking at the Oregon model and things that happen in Canada. There hasn't been a slippery slope. There hasn't been suddenly a rush for people to kill themselves or to take their own lives or anything like that. What would you say to someone who made those arguments and say that, it doesn't really change anything, it just gives people more rights?
It really does. It really does change things. It changes the doctor-patient relationship. It changes the society's attitude to suicide. In Australia, when this was legalised, not only did assisted suicides increase, but unassisted suicides increased as well. And in Oregon and every other country, the numbers of people obtaining suicide by this means has continued to increase every year since it's come into play. It really changes a fundamental rule in society about suicide. Is suicide something you should help someone to do? And at the moment, if you meet someone on the bridge, the last thing you want to do is say, oh yeah, I'll help you, I'll push you off the bridge. No, you want to persuade them not to, and later on they'll thank you for it. And that's the experience as well of people who've had diagnoses and terminal diagnoses and, gone through an awful time in their lives when they felt suicidal. Somebody's persuaded them not to, and then they're so glad they didn't, or so glad they didn't live in a jurisdiction where it is legal, when otherwise they would have ended their lives. So it's a massive crossing of a line. It's a very monumental moment if it happens today. I really hope it doesn't, but it will be a very significant change in the law, perhaps the biggest change in the law for 50 years since the 1967 legalisation of abortion.
Sure. Good to talk to you. Tim Dieppe, thank you very much indeed, Head of Public Policy at Christian Concern, very much against the introduction of a sort of assisted dying law, which he calls assisted suicide. Let's talk to Tracy, who's in Northampton. Hi, Tracy.
I don't. Yeah, I'm all for it. I've experienced it. I've watched my mum lay in the bed, weeing herself in pain, doing everything, and she has whispered in my ear, "Just put a pillow over my head, please, to end it." And you can't do that because you know the consequences. They're like, to feed your own mum like a baby, to see her like that, and she doesn't want to be here. She doesn't want to be here. She doesn't want people seeing her like. She doesn't want her own child feeding her. liquidise things and changing her. So no, I'm sorry. I hope it goes through today in Parliament because the pain as well that she was in, you know, it's awful. So no, I'm sorry.
No, I get that. And is she not with you anymore?
No, she died. But you know, it was 6 months of sheer pain.
Yeah.
She was in, and you know, if I had the guts to have done that, I would have done it. But I know the law, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But she begged, you know, and I couldn't.
But you know, you say it though. But can I ask you, Tracy? I mean, if you had the ability to give her something, or a doctor came and gave her something, and you stood there with her, and you held her hand, and you watched her pass away, would you be okay with that?
Yes, I would, because I know she's out of pain. Yeah. She's out of pain, and she's not begging me near enough, you know, 2, 3 times a week to let me end it. Yeah. So no, yes, I would be, yes. And I'd sit with her, and yes, absolutely. How can you watch somebody in pain, and there's no cure, and there's nothing there for them?
No, listen, it's a very compelling argument. I feel for you, and you're not wrong, and I get it. I'm just not sure that there's enough in the bill, the way that it's constructed, that will safeguard some people who might not be just as good-natured as you, or who might not be as honest and as truthful as you, you know? And I worry that there'll be people that might take advantage of it in some way.
Yeah, I know, but I just think of them poor people like my mum who suffered.
Yeah.
Do you want to watch somebody suffer?
I totally get what you're saying. I didn't enjoy seeing my mother at the end. You know, she didn't suffer for long, but it wasn't pleasant.
It wasn't. It's not pleasant.
Right.
And I always say, and I know there's no companionship. You wouldn't let a dog in pain, would you? Squeal. You'd have them put down. I've had a dog put down, so I know what it's like.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Which
I know
is
there's
also
no
awful as well.
It's absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
But you know, they don't. You make that choice for them. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So the best choice for me was to have my dog put down because he was in pain.
Yeah.
And I couldn't take it anymore.
No, of course. No, listen, Tracy, I totally get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you at all. Tracy, thank you very much indeed. The conversation, the debate is just getting underway. I don't know if we can hear any of that from Mr. Speaker. Let's go over for a minute.
To make their comments, and then we will move to end the debate. I've got to manage the expectation. Not everyone will get in. I will try and get as many people as possible. So it's important that this debate, it is one of the most important debates this House has had. So it's about being considerate, respectful of each other, and let us listen to each other. This is for the time for the House to show itself at its best. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders.
That's the Speaker introducing the debate on assisted dying. Let's get a voice note from Tony.
Morning, Mike. Great show as usual. Tony from Buckinghamshire. Actually, I wonder, who do we think we are deciding on the choice that someone might have if they're so unwell that they want to end their life? I think realistically, the question is, who are they surviving for? Because if their life has no quality whatsoever, then why? If it was an animal, we'd let them go, because that's what love is. Holding on is for the living, not for the ones suffering.
Yeah. It's another good point from Tony there. Pedro in Telford says, assisted suicide, what happens to the deceased life insurance if they choose assisted suicide? It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I guess we'll get that answer probably, I'm sure, throughout the course of the day. One from Dorothy in East Kilbride. I'm sure there are many stories of people who have been told they only have some months left to live, but then go on to live for years. The adverts on the tube are disturbing, to say the least. They certainly are. I saw them yesterday with my own eyes, and I couldn't quite believe them. You know, because it doesn't look like an advert for assisted suicide, which is what it's for. It looks like an advert for some kind of deodorant or perfume or something. It's got this young woman who looks, to all intents and purposes, to be very happy with life and to be very fit and to be very healthy and to be very young. And it talks about her wanting to have the right to end her own life so that nobody else suffers pain. Shocking, really. Here's one from, where are we? Mike says here, I went to the tip in Milton Keynes and it was empty apart from 4 council workers who were sitting at an old garden table playing cards. They said I couldn't dump my stuff as I didn't have an appointment. What a waste of space. Yeah, perhaps you could recycle them and get them to do something else. This is Talk. We're going to speak to Dame Andrea Jenkins coming next.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory, 9:40. We're here till 10 o'clock, of course. We've been here since 6. It's very cold out there. It's looking lovely. It's going to be quite a big weekend. I'm actually going up to Scotland this weekend, back to the old country. I'm going to Alex Salmond's memorial, which is tomorrow in Edinburgh. So I'll be reporting back to you on Monday about how that all goes. We've got lots of voice notes and things coming from all sorts of people. Sandra in Clacton says this: right, great show as always. I don't agree, and I'm against assisted dying and suicide. It is open to abuse. They say you would need 2 doctors to agree. You can't even get a doctor's appointment for an illness. Then it would go before a judge when the courts are so clogged up. Who can say? Keep up the good work. And John, talking about one of our earlier guests who spoke about how assisted dying was a good thing, a guest at last who fully understands about assisted dying. She should be allowed to speak to those naive MPs today. Why would you not want to have assisted dying if you had dementia, the worst, slowest death of all? Compassion is what is needed. I mean, it's a very big subject, and it's being debated even as we speak right now in the Houses of Parliament, and we'll bring you that, of course, throughout the course of the day here at Talk. Let's talk now, though, to Dame Andrea Jenkins, who's the newest member of the Reform Party. She joined yesterday. She was announced as the prospective mayoral candidate for Lincolnshire while she's at it. Dame Andrea, of course, has often been very critical of the direction of the Conservative Party in recent years, the way that it's gone a bit wet and a bit soft. Dame Andrea, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike.
So I suppose congratulations are in order, are they not, for your new appointment and your new prospective appointment as Mayor of Lincolnshire?
Yes, I mean, look, it was a hard decision when you've been with a party as a member for nearly 20 years. It's a difficult decision, but I know it's the right decision. And as you mentioned just there, Mike, the direction of the Conservative Party, to me, is not the right direction, unfortunately. Yes. But Nigel is connecting to the people, And I think there's three people who actually gets the general public. You know, one was Boris, one was Connect, one is Farage, and the other one's Trump in the US. And I really do think that we can get this reform. We need to blow the door off the establishment and ensure people start listening now.
And you seem to have got the endorsement of one Elon Musk, which is not bad, for the first day of being in a new political party.
No, I mean, I'm sure that'll be Nigel contacting him, don't you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, does he know everybody in the American government now? He's obviously got Donald Trump on speed dial. Has he got Elon Musk as well?
No, he was there when Trump won, wasn't he? I'm sure he met Elon then as well. But no, that was amazing. I mean, that was a nice thing to wake up to this morning. As you can see, I'm actually in a hotel on the M1, driving back late last night, and I got so tired I pulled up.
So glamorous.
No, I mean, I'm very excited about the role, though. I think that in Lincolnshire, I mean, I went to school there. I grew up there. I went to university there. I was a councillor there, the best Conservative councillor, lived and worked there. And I want to see this, you know, if I, you know, get elected, but I'm going to, you know, fight my socks off, to be a blueprint for common sense conservatism and root out the woke agenda, which actually creeps into both colours of government, doesn't it, Mike? And
it does.
And ensure that every penny of taxpayers' money is a you know, well spent. So to me, it's about being frugal as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, the news this morning, quite staggeringly, as if you couldn't make any more ridiculous stories up about this Labour government, Louise Haigh resigned literally 10 minutes into my show this morning, 5 minutes after I called for her to resign. She was obviously watching and couldn't handle the criticism, and at 6:15 decided to chuck it all in. I don't think she wanted to, but I find it quite staggering that Keir Starmer appointed her, apparently knowing that she was a convicted fraudster, and yet didn't think that was a problem, but now thinks it's a problem because everybody else has found out.
I think it just smacks. I mean, you know, we spoke about this before, haven't we, Mike, on your show? The hypocrisy of the Labour government, the double standards. And it's, you know, but people in glass houses throw stones, but that literally he'll only act it when he's found out. And it's so wrong. And I'm on the other side of it, though, I understand that she was a real ally of Sue Gray, and her PBS ministerial aide is actually Sue Gray's son. Right. So I think also that Starmer was looking for an excuse to get rid of her.
How do you think? Yeah, because I was going to say, well, surely if she's getting sacked because she was shall we say or economical with the truth, surely Rachel Reeves will have to be the next one to go as well, because she was changing her CV right, left, and centre, taking liberties with the truth, saying that she was an economist at HBOS when she wasn't. You know, I don't understand how she's still in a job.
I completely agree. And look how you know, they pushed to oust Boris over birthday cake, when look at these serious allegations. I mean, being convicted as well. It's quite staggering, isn't it? Like you said, he must have known, you know, when you're the top level of a party, I mean, from being in the whip's office myself, you do get to know stuff. So Starmer must have known this.
Yeah, he did. Well, I don't think there's any doubt that he knew it. The fact is that why suddenly, having known it before, has he now said she must go because I've just found out that everybody else knows? It seems bizarre. Let me ask you about Kemi Badenoch and the whole immigration issue as well. She came out the other day and said, you know, Britain is not a hotel. Well, I've got some bad news for us. It sort of is, isn't it? You know, we're spending something like, you know, £5 million.
Do you know, it's funny you say that, Mike. When I was, because, you know, I was doing media till 11 o'clock and trying to drive back to Yorkshire, I was phoning so many hotels along the motorway, and most of them just said there's not even one room available. Right. I wonder who's in these hotels.
And you're thinking, why are people? You know, why is somebody staying off the sort of the exit, the road exit to Leicestershire? You know.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I mean, the thing about Kemi, though, I mean, when only a few years ago she was calling for to be more liberal with our immigration laws for family, letting people's families, relatives come across to Britain, and she was calling for that, to then suddenly try to take a strong stance people don't believe it, Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one reason I defected to Reform, was when Kemi became leader, because, she says this is what really drives me crazy about some politicians saying one thing, but their record and their they do another thing. I mean, she says she voted for Brexit, and I know I was on the campaign trail for Brexit. I know in Parliament having to fight against the Speaker to try and ensure we deliver the democratic mandate of the British public. And she says she voted for Brexit, but all these red tape that was EU laws that was on the British statute, she didn't get rid of them, and it was their responsibility.
Yeah.
And so, to me, I lost confidence, in her. Really, I just didn't want her to be the party leader because I just didn't believe in her.
Yeah,
and that's
and
why
I get
I'm
that.
joining.
I get that loud and clear from an awful lot of callers and an awful lot of viewers to this show who say, "Look, we've had enough of the Tories. We just don't believe a word they say, particularly on immigration, because they were the ones that caused a massive influx of people over the last sort of 10 years."
I mean, I think there also is the issue of the so-called blob, Mike. I mean, look, Pretty, I love Pretty, I love Robert Jenrick. I've been very close to them both over the years as friends. And look how they tried to, make changes and be more strident with migration. But look at the blocks they got from the blob and the civil service. I mean, look, Pretty, they tried to make out that she was a bully for standing up to the civil servants. And look, they was going on strike and down in tools because of the Rwanda bill.
Yeah.
And it's so wrong. They are not elected. They should be doing what is instructed by their ministers.
Yeah.
And so I think, if anybody, I mean, look what Elon Musk is doing and planning to do in America with the civil service and cutting out waste. And I think actually it's sort of Nigel and the Reform Party that can do that in Britain, because it's so badly needed.
We definitely need it. Absolutely right. Andrew, congratulations again. Thank you very much indeed. Dame Andrew Jenkins, hope to see you in the studio next time you're down in town. Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, you might know, of course, it's time for Plank of the Week.
I'm not promoting it in any way, but the only thing that would change this government is if everybody stayed at home tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that.
Tomorrow's Saturday, forget it. But a weekday.
I'll tell you what, he might be ill, but he's managed to do that seamlessly.
Yeah,
tomorrow's Saturday.
If everybody stopped working...
Well, national strike you're talking about.
They would have to
national
do
strike, yeah. I mean, I wish the government would go on strike and just not do anything for a while and give us all a bit of a break. Look out for it, 7 o'clock tonight. It's also going to be played all the way through the weekend on the Talk Network, so you can not have any excuse for missing it. Coming up, we're going to be talking about Black Friday, because apparently that's what it is today, and loads of parcels and products are going to go missing, because you're going to expect them to land on your doorstep and somebody's going to nick them. We'll find out what that's all about in a minute. But first, let's get a voice note from Wayne.
Hello, Mike. Wayne from Burnham-on-Crouch here. In regard to the life insurance, you'll actually find that when you get a terminal illness, most life insurance policies will pay out. And also, a lot of policies, you are covered for suicide. So in the event of obviously assisted suicide, you've got to have the terminal diagnosis, and you've also then got the suicide factor. So 90% of life insurance policies will cover you for that in whichever event, whether it be the terminal diagnosis or whether it be the actual assisted suicide itself. Great show as usual, mate. Cheers.
Wayne, thanks very much indeed for the information. Always great when people help out with the questions that we don't have answers for. So there we are. If you do have life insurance, generally speaking, if you get a terminal illness, they will pay out at that point. They will also pay out if you commit suicide or if you are assisted to commit suicide in some way, shape or form. So there we go. I was surprised to hear that, actually. One from Amanda says, there comes a time when a person's dying where compassion must play a part to end the suffering. And Stuart says, Mike, surely Keir Starmer must resign for appointing a known and convicted fraudster. Well, you would think so. Coming back, we'll play you how we broke the story this morning, because it was quite remarkable. I called for the resignation of Louise Haigh, and sure enough, a couple of minutes later, she resigned. The power of morning glory. It's 9:52.
I don't know the international law position. I do know that we've signed ourselves up to the International Criminal Court, as, for example, did South Africa.
But so has France, and so has Germany, and so has loads of other countries.
They have, and I'm not sure what their position is. I think we need to be. We need to look at the bigger picture. So whatever Netanyahu has done. What we also need to do is ensure that the peace settlement we've just had in Lebanon, and potentially a peace settlement we might have in Gaza, is enforced. And we need to balance out those two things.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Morning Glory. I'm Mike Graham. It's 9:56. Goodness gracious me, we've hardly got any time at all. Adele Cook's here from The Sun. We're going to talk to her in a minute about Black Friday and packages and all of that. But first, let's give you a little taster of what happened this morning when we broke the news that Louise Haigh had resigned from the Cabinet. She lied, and she was convicted of fraud, and she's a Minister of the Crown. I find it extraordinary. She'll surely have to resign, won't she? Oh, hello. Breaking news. She's just resigned. Are you serious? Louise Haigh has just resigned. She's obviously started listening to Morning Glory, and she's 10 minutes in, and she's gone, I can't take this. So Louise Haigh. So another one bites the dust.
Yes.
What a shambles this government has become. Deary me. Deary me. Sorry. Standards in public life he's going to restore. So then he appointed a woman who's a convicted fraudster to be the Transport Secretary. I mean, it was hard to believe this morning. It's 6:15, 5 minutes into the show. Just ridiculous. Anyway, sorry, Adele. Good to see you. Very good morning.
Lovely to see you as well.
Happy Black Friday. I'm glad that we're finally here, because we seem to have been talking about Black Friday for about 4 weeks.
Yes,
and at least 4 Fridays. But obviously, one of the things we've been talking about as well is the number of parcels that will go missing, packages that you think are going to land on your doorstep or outside your apartment, which will just be nicked.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as a lot of parcels arrive in the next week or two, as people order for Black Friday, there is a risk that more could go missing. If you're worried about your parcel going missing, then actually maybe it's better to order it to a pickup point or to store. And often actually this is cheaper than having it delivered to your home. And it just means that you can guarantee that when you go to the pickup point or the shop, your parcel actually will be there. Yes. Yeah, exactly. And that you have that safety and you don't need to worry.
That's the frustrating thing, because for me, I don't order loads of stuff online, but, you know, occasionally I think if you need to... before COVID, everything had to be signed for. Now, almost everything doesn't have to be signed for.
Yes.
But if it does need to be, and you're not there, and you then end up chasing it sort of halfway across town, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. And you find that actually you end up having parcels delivered and re-delivered and what have you, and it can be a real palaver. And I think actually sometimes having that guarantee of knowing, well, I'll go and collect it within this window could be a better option. Or if you're ordering high-value items, then signed for is a good option to just guarantee that it is going to get there.
And if somebody does steal your parcel, is it your fault? Is it their fault?
No.
What happens?
No, it's not. You should contact the retailer that sent the parcel. So actually, they're the best point of contact rather than it arrives to you. So if it doesn't, they will offer you a refund. So if it doesn't, or they should send you another parcel. Or they should the responsibility is with them to ensure that your order arrives.
Okay, good. And you were telling me earlier that you had once a situation where somebody put a parcel in the bin.
Yes.
And then, of course, we were talking about recycling this morning. Somebody took the bin away.
Yes, indeed. I was so annoyed. They said that my parcel had arrived. I got a photo of it in a green wheelie bin. And I thought, great, well, it's Tuesday. The bin man comes today. And by the time I got home, it was gone. Yeah, I know.
But at least you got it back anyway. Listen, we've got to run. Adele, great to see you. Have a great weekend. Alex Phillips is next. Have a great weekend. Alex Phillips is next.
speaker, on your smart TV, on your side, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, good morning. Welcome to the show. I'm the artist formerly known as Alex Phillips, now more known as the Sickly Yeti. You are with Talk on DAB Plus Radio, on YouTube, on your smart speaker, on your connected devices, on your smart speaker, on your connected devices. App available at all good app stores. You should get it on your desktop, on your smartphone. Then you can catch up with the whole back catalogue of Common Sense any time you'd like. I am with you live from now all the way through until 1 o'clock. And coming up in the show, Louise Haigh has resigned as Transport Secretary after it was revealed she was convicted of fraud in a police investigation involving stolen and missing mobile phones. What is going on there? Interesting quotes from her this morning, which I'm going to delve into a bit later. Conservative peer Lord McKinley has urged MPs to vote against assisted dying, as though they're currently debating this historic bill. We're going to be getting opinions on that from all sides. It's a momentous day in political history. The government might well be given for the first time ever the powers to take lives. The number of migrants living in hotels has surged since Labour came into power. The figures show that now £5.4 billion are being spent every single year on so-called asylum. And Greg Wallace has stepped away from his role as a MasterChef presenter after the BBC began an inquiry into allegations of sexual misconduct following an investigation by a national newspaper. This is Talk. Welcome to the home of Common Sense. Now, given the momentous debates taking place in the House of Commons today, there's really only one topic to be discussed, and that is, of course, assisted dying. Do you support it? Are you comfortable with the government now being given for the first time powers? For the first time, we don't know if they will be, but powers given to the state, where enabling someone to kill themselves is going to become legal. Do you say, well, look, you know, this is the most humane thing to do. We should have agency. We should have personal choice. We should have agency. We should especially those of us who might be facing in the future, or even at present, chronic illness, great discomfort, who simply want to be able to choose the time of their death and the manner of their death in order that it be as joyful as possible, if that's the right phrase. Or do you sit on the side of the fence that as many safeguards have been put in place, this has been rather rushed, very often once you give a state a certain amount of power, then what will happen in the future is little amendments start to sneak in. Well, maybe it shouldn't be 6 months. Maybe it should be a year. Or maybe it shouldn't be this particular drug. Maybe we should also involve this. Maybe it shouldn't have to be self-administered. Perhaps it could be administered for you. And then before you know it, you're in a pretty worrying situation. Give us a call, 0344 499 1000. Text me, 8722. You can tweet me on X if tweet is still the performative verb, at Talk TV. You can also use the number 0344 499 1000 to ping me a WhatsApp message, or even leave me a message or voice note, which I'll try and get through as many comments as possible today, because it really is a day today of important debates, and these things need to be thrashed out. Calls are charged at national rate. Text cost one standard national rate. Text message. I'm joined today.
Good morning.
I don't really need to give you any other sort of astronaut title. You are just Russell Quirk of quirk. You are
just me.
Lord Quirk of quirkiness.
Just me. That sounds
Lord
great.
Quirk of quirkiness. I mean, let's just have a quick conversation between us before we go on to other news about assisted dying. Where do you stand on this?
I think if you're a libertarian, and I think if you're a libertarian, I believe in freedom of choice. And I think if you are in a situation where you're ill, and you designate and nominate that you would like to be assisted with regard to the end of your life because of the pain that you're in, or that you anticipate you're going to be in, I think with safeguards, whether it be by way of medical sign-off or legal sign-off, obviously there must be safeguards. There are safeguards in this bill, and of course there is a big question mark over this, Alex, in terms of what those safeguards are. And indeed, if you do need the sign-off of, let's say, 2 medical professionals and 2 judges, how long that takes. Because last time I looked, the NHS and the judiciary, neither of those organisations were particularly swift in, I was going to say executing on things.
Herein lies my concern. The detail is that you have to get one doctor to diagnose you with 6 months left to live and of sound mind. Then a week later, a second doctor has to be able to do the same. Then there's a 2-week cooling off period, and then a judge has to then sign this off. Now we know the huge backlogs in the NHS. We know the huge backlogs in the judicial system. We also know there'll be doctors who feel very uncomfortable about this. They swear by a Hippocratic oath, mean no harm, and actually knowing that what they're doing, rather than what has been the complete reverse of their profession, which is under all circumstances try and protect and preserve life, suddenly be part of a process where they will be taking that away.
Yeah, but there's an argument that if someone, so my mother, for instance, she died 15 years ago of cancer, and for weeks beforehand was in acute pain, mitigated by morphine, which was self-administered. But if she'd been in a position, I think, frankly, if she'd been asked if she wanted to end her life slightly earlier, she probably would have said yes. That, from a doctor's perspective, you could argue, I think quite convincingly, is actually in accordance with the Hippocratic Oath, on the basis that that patient is saying, I do not want to suffer anymore, and I am deciding that I want to end the suffering now. Then I don't see really how a doctor involved can say, well, this is the wrong thing to do.
My other concern about this is that, let's take for instance the year running up to June 2023 to 24. There were 13,784 cases against the NHS for negligence. That's 37 a day, 1 every 40 minutes of negligence. And the NHS have had to pay out £2.8 billion in compensation in that year. £2.8 billion in compensation for medical negligence. Do you know how much money the government gives to hospices and end-of-life care?
Zero.
It was 350 million.
Hardly anything.
It's hardly anything.
It's
all done by self-funding. My concern is this. I'm going to leave the fact that I'm actually also opposed to this on for religious reasons. But my main concern, if I lift that out, is this. My concern is we start off in a position where I understand all the humanity behind this and the choice element, and indeed had a very close relative who suffered incredibly with MS and considered Switzerland. So it's also something very close to my heart. But my huge concern is at the moment what we have in place is these 3 checking systems. Now, it won't be long before we have a thing where a doctor says, well, I thought they were only going to live 6 months, and actually it could have been longer, or the doctors disagree. I mean, even Esther Ranson, who really sort of brought this into the foreground, and the legislation now says those who know they've only got 6 months left to live. She thought she was only going to live until last Christmas. A year later, she's still here campaigning on this. So how does a doctor come to the conclusion this is definitely only 6 months you've got left? Then the argument is that, the person who wants to end their life has to administer the drug themselves. They have to either be able to drink this lethal dose, and of course, if people have crippling, debilitating physical conditions, they won't be able to do that. So then the other suggestion is, well, okay, it could end up being a needle and a button they press. You can see how quickly it'll be, well, that can't happen either. And this can't happen. And that can't happen. So then it will get down the line of, well, okay, there'll be an amendment and someone administers it. Then around the drug, there will be, when you look at things like lethal injections and so on and so forth, there have been cases, and many cases, where it hasn't worked, where people have suffered for about 100 hours waiting for this drug to impact. So then it'll be this, once the bill is passed, it'll be more quietly amended. Okay, well, let's now allow this drug to be used. Well, let's allow this method. Then it will be those sort of narco pods, and then it will be anyone can do it. And then it'll be like, well, I've got 2 years to live, but I'm in great suffering. Then there'll be a court case on that, an amendment. And I can just see what happens. You open the very first door, the first step to saying the state now has the power to be part in killing somebody.
Yeah, but there's a lot of presumptions there.
But I think with any legislation, what we've seen is that in every single instance.
But I think
Every single instance.
Maybe. And look, I think because this is so serious, this is end of life. This is someone's life. I think there has to be the safeguard that it has to be solved. There has to be the safeguard that it has to be solved. Don't forget, we already have situations in medicine apparently that not that I'm qualified in medicine by any stretch, but do not resuscitate, for instance. You as a patient can effectively put a sign above your bed at home or in hospital saying do not resuscitate. So if you do fall unconscious, if your heart stops, and you could be resuscitated, the patient can already say, I do not want you to do so. Can I just make a very cheap political point as well, and one that MPs...
Make an expensive one.
Well, it could be expensive, actually, and one that MPs on the Labour side of the House of Commons today should consider. You've already set a precedent, Labour MPs, for assisted dying. It's called withdrawing the winter fuel allowance from thousands and thousands of pensioners and thousands of pensioners.
This is again my problem. This is again my problem. Speaking of the Commons, Kim led me to shears, of course, the Commons. Kim led this bill to the fore, assisted dying. Bill to the fore, assisted dying. She says it contains the most robust and strongest set of safeguards in the world. As I said, my prediction will be that if they're the most robust and the strongest now, there'll be multiple ongoing court cases if this gets passed from this day forward to change them, to alter them. Legal cases. I don't meet the threshold. This person did. This was done wrong. That shouldn't have been decided. That shouldn't have been decided. She said there are very strict eligibility criteria. And multiple layers of checks and safeguards embedded in the bill. None of which exist at the moment. For me, it's just about the precedent underneath it all. And I would rather return to this debate personally. So I'm not saying that my personal view should affect anyone else's. I would rather return to this debate when the government, instead of paying billions to putting migrants in hotels, are paying more than 350 million for hospices. I'd rather return to the debate when the NHS is fit and healthy. I'd rather return to the debate when people know their GP, and that GP has been a family doctor and knows that patient inside out and can testify in full confidence that this person's not under duress. That they're of sound mind, that every single medical treatment has been done to the best of the ability of the NHS, that there has been no medical negligence, that actually when it's only 6 months left to live, that is absolutely watertight. Because at the moment, you can't even get a GP appointment. When you're in care, your doctor changes every 5 seconds.
Well, unless you're an asylum seeker, if you come over on a boat, you now get apparently, as you're put up in your 4-star hotel, many of them now are allowing private medical attention on a weekly basis in those asylum hotels because, of course, the NHS can't cope. So we, the taxpayer, the government, the taxpayer, are paying for private medical attention and care for asylum seekers that literally rocked up at Dover 5 minutes ago. That is happening in this country now. And at the same time, you talk about budgets, and there is an easy £40 billion that we can now reallocate to such things as not having to impose this outrageous inheritance tax on farmers, to give pensioners back the winter fuel allowance, to put more money into palliative care, as you're talking about. That is to withdraw the foreign aid budget, that's £8 billion, not to do this stupid carbon capture thing that Ed Miliband is absolutely psychotic about, frankly. 22 billion, and the 11 billion, of course, that's going in so-called climate change mitigation, which we're giving to other countries. There you go, £40 billion I've just saved the taxpayer.
Exactly, and only 350 million on palliative care. Hospices require 2/3 of their funding to come from charity shops. It shouldn't be that way.
No, it shouldn't.
Talking about it, because like I said, for me, the legal precedent of giving the state the ability to legally be part of killing someone, because this is killing someone.
But hang on, it's not. But I've seen some commentators on social media these last few days, and this is state-sponsored murder. That's preposterous.
I wouldn't go that far as to say it's state-sponsored murder, because murder has a different level of intent. But it is killing, because this isn't someone. Assisted dying is enabling someone to kill themselves. Let's just use the word because it is killing.
Or is it sympathetic?
Well, it could be a sympathetic killing, but it's still a killing.
It's sympathetic to putting someone out of misery. At their choice.
This is avoiding a word that's uncomfortable, but it is an uncomfortable debate. That is the point, and I think we need to use that word because that is what it is. We can't just gloss over words that make us feel comfortable, like, oh, you know, top surgery. It's killing.
What do you think about MPs like Rupert Lowe, who's been criticised over the last 24 hours for asking his constituents? So bear in mind this is a free vote in the House of Commons, which is the right thing to do. So Rupert Lowe, who's the Reform MP for Great Yarmouth, has said, look, I'm on the fence on this. I genuinely don't know what I think really in terms of making a decision here. So I'm going to ask my constituents.
That's exactly what he should do.
He's put out a poll, which apparently has been responded to actually by only 1,100 of his 100,000 constituents, by the way. And actually it's come down in favour by a remarkable majority, something like 75-25 of his constituents in Great Yarmouth have said, yes, we're for this on the basis of
that actually reflects.
But he's been criticised for not making a decision. I think he's done exactly the right thing.
I think he's done exactly the right thing. And that breakdown, 75% in favour, actually reflects what we are hearing anyway of where the national sentiment is. And with something like this, I think that's exactly the responsible thing to do. I would argue that this has been gone through too quickly. We haven't really had. You know, we spent a lot longer debating whether we should leave a trade union, which I'm altogether for. And this is about really changing, for the first time in living history, the legality of the state being part in authorising somebody to kill themselves. And I don't think that enough attention has been given to this. And I would also add, we're in a situation right now where trust in the NHS, trust in the judicial services, trust in our government is the lowest it's ever been. And this is the exact moment that they want to give those entities the power to sign off on decisions about life and death. And that alarms me. Now, interesting, I'm going to segue somewhat clumsily into another story, which is about Louise Haigh, who's the Transport Secretary. Well, she was. She's resigned. She was investigated by her former employer, Aviva Insurance, ironically, and the police, after she had reported her work phone stolen when she was mugged in 2013. Later on, that phone pinged, and apparently it was alive and well.
In her drawer.
And in her drawer at home. And she talks about it being a terrifying experience, that she was mugged. She said she reported it to the police, gave officers a list of what had been taken, including the phone. She later discovered it had not been taken. And she had the work phone.
Discovered it had not been taken. It's not a burglary.
I don't really know how you can be
mugged on the street. Thought that they took a phone. It's quite a substantial thing.
I've been sort of, someone attempted to mug me for my phone. You know when the phone is either gone or not.
Also, just to be very, very clear, so she thought she had it taken by a mugger in the street and couldn't really remember whether she had it. And then she finds it at home and then doesn't tell the police.
Now, the thing I find ironic here, and this is why I come back to trust in government, and this is why I trust in the judiciary over important issues, big important issues like life or death. She says the original work device being switched on triggered police attention, and I was asked to come in for questioning. My solicitor advised me not to comment during that interview, and I regret following that advice. The police referred the matter to the CPS, and I appeared before Southwark Magistrate. Under the advice of my solicitor, I pleaded guilty, despite the fact this was a genuine mistake from which I did not make any gain. The magistrates accepted all of these arguments and gave me the lowest possible outcome available, a discharge. Now, people who might have gone to a protest would have been urged to plead guilty. And I don't believe that they've been given the lowest possible outcome, have they? Here we go. The CPS again. Plead guilty. Oh, well, you've not done anything before. You can just have a discharge. This is what I'm talking about. This is what has changed in 2024. And these are the people now saying we want the states, the same judges who've just been sending a load of people for social media posts to prison. The same NHS of Lucy Letby, who either had in their midst a prolific baby killer or had such failings that they covered it up and actually allowed a woman to walk to an unforgivable fate. Now, I don't know anything about it. I don't have any particular position on this one. But that same NHS, of the 2.8 billion claims of medical negligence a year, this same judiciary who have just put a load of people in prison for social media posts are now, at the moment, according to this government, should be the very people who can decide over life or death. In unprecedented manoeuvres in this country, the government's never been allowed to sanction somebody being killed. That's my argument. It's not about, I get the humanity. I get it so painfully and personally, I just don't feel that in the context of 2024, we're ready, that this is being done the right way. That is my huge alarm.
Just to segue back.
Huge alarm.
Just to segue back. The Louise Haigh thing is important. Now, obviously, she has done the right thing and immediately resigned today because she's basically because she's been found out, not because she felt she'd done anything wrong. Because if she felt she'd done anything wrong, she wouldn't have stood for Parliament in that seat in the first place. Because she stood for Parliament only 6 months after that conviction. And by the way, the conviction was for fraud. This wasn't an accident. This was her pleading guilty and therefore being convicted of fraud. That, it seems, was not declared to her local association. She still stood. She hasn't told her electorate in various elections. I think she stood in 15, 19 and 2024. And importantly, Alex, Keir Starmer was told about this in 2020, and apparently his attitude to it was, so Keir Starmer has enabled someone to come into his cabinet that has a conviction for fraud. Yet again, we must seriously question not just Louise Haigh here in terms of her honesty and her overseeing a £30 billion transport budget and clearly being questionable in that regard. Yet again, we really must question Keir Starmer's judgment.
Also, one thing I don't understand, I don't know if this is some sort of typo in this article here, but second paragraph says she was convicted of fraud in a police investigation involving stolen and missing mobile phones. Plural.
Yes.
So how many muggings and how many phones was it? I don't know. We don't know. It's not been reported, but definitely.
But she's done the right thing. She's done the right thing. Rachel Reeves, over to you.
Right. Now, very heavy stories going on today, and we do want to have your opinions on them. 03444991000 is the number to call. And of course, the big topic is assisted dying. You've heard my point of view, which is very concerned. I really do worry about when you set these things in motion, that on the surface, I understand all the humane arguments and have great sympathy with them, but once these powers are given, all other amendments given thus forward are just going to be done in the dark. And I just, the whole slippery slope analogy, I just have this chill in my spine at state-sanctioned killing. But Russell, on the other hand, puts forward the argument that it's very often the most humane thing to do. Who wants to watch a relative suffer? Surely if you know that you are coming to the end of your time, wouldn't it be much better to be able to choose the moment and the method and have your family around you and go out with dignity and humanity? So let us know your thoughts. 03444991000. We're back after this.
Should we or should we not have a blasphemy law? Because I have to say, Keir Starmer's answer was pretty... I don't know, should we say vague on whether or not he agreed or disagreed with the blasphemy law?
Well, first of all, Julia, I agree with you. Keir Starmer was vague. I think he was trying to avoid upsetting anybody, which sometimes is sensible, sometimes it's not sensible. I think he should have given a clear lead. And my view, categorically, is we should not have any blasphemy law. We should not have any blasphemy law.
Welcome back to the show. Amazing messages. So many coming in. I'm going to read a couple out before we go to the phone lines. Alex, I've done a lot of work with children's hospices and end-of-life care is crucial. I'm shocked to find out it costs £9,000 per bed. That doubles as a chiller. So after the time of passing, the body doesn't have to be moved too quickly to allow time for the parents to begin their grieving journey. My fear would be that with the assisted dying bill, decisions would be made to ease the suffering of those around the individual rather than the best interest of the patient. You're absolutely right. This would give lawyers more fodder to argue over emotive nuances, which would expand the scope through the back door. That is my worry. Jackie says, I'm in two minds about assisted dying, but one thing I'm sure about is I don't want it implemented under this incompetent, untrustworthy government. Christina says, when dementia sets in, family members can get the patient evaluated against their wishes, yet people travel abroad to have an assisted death. What's best for the patient? A lingering illness, or that the patient decides their own fate? A long message from Hayley here saying she has two siblings in the end stages of Huntington's disease, a progressive neurological disease. There's no cure. Her mother died at 53, having had Huntington's for over 2 decades. They grew up watching her become progressively worse to the extent everything was done for her, and she suffered horribly. The siblings are now suffering the same fate in their 30s. Hayley says that she sees the proposed legislation says 6 months left to live, but Huntington's sufferers typically pass away after 15 years from onset, and some of those years they lack capacity to make any decisions and cannot verbalise these either. You could argue an advanced care decision would be appropriate, such as those that exist for do not resuscitate and insertion of peg feeding. In these cases, to allow those suffering from this illness to be able to give capacity when they can choose not to die a horrible death years later. I agree safeguards are needed, but in my case, the current proposals will not work for those in situations such as ourselves. Again, it sort of echoes the fact that it's very difficult to create legislation that's going to work for everybody. And so what amendments are in train in the future? Roy says, if we made laws in the hope they wouldn't be abused, we wouldn't have any laws. And it's a very good point as well. And finally, Graham says, when abortion was legislated, it was conceived as rarely and exceptionally needed, where the health of the mother was at risk. We now have on-demand abortion facilities where over 10 million have taken place. I think a third of all births now end in conceptions end in abortion. I now see there to facilitate the sick and consequently the elderly with safeguards, but how long before these safeguards slip? Let's go to the phones now and speak to Rachel, who's in Nottingham. Good morning, Rachel. Good morning, Rachel. What is your position on this?
Well, I'm for it in certain circumstances. My mum, on her 65th birthday, was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. She fought for 18 months. She got into remission. I took her away on her first holiday. When we came back, she was 50% black. So she was 50% of her blood was leukemic cells again. So we went through the other trauma of more chemotherapy. And, you know, it didn't work. So the professor who was looking after her in the Hallamshire Hospital came and spoke to us and said, I'm really sorry, Janet, that's it. There's no more treatment. And I said, how long does my mum have? And I said, 2 weeks, but probably not that. And she lasted 4 more days. The pain she was in, she had a morphine driver in. I was given a morphine on top of that. And really, with the morphine on top of that stopped her heart in the end. So one way or another, the drugs that took my mum away.
Yeah. Well, one could argue, actually, when you end up in that level of end-of-life care, the morphine, in theory, contributes to the end of life. And so it is, in some respects, a form of assisted dying.
Yeah, I mean, my father passed away 7 years before my mum from a massive heart attack, which was a dreadful shock for us. I got out of work and got a phone call. But a better way to go, because they said it was like turning a light switch off. My mum, I had to wait for leukemia to go to her brain. She was the cleverest woman I've ever met. Even to this day, she's been gone 19 years. She turned back into a child, like a baby drinking out of a baby because she had no control when it had gone to her brain. It was horrendous to watch, absolutely horrendous. I think when it's down to like days or weeks, it's the kindest thing to do in the hospital. I was crying, the nurses were crying. I said, can't you just give it something? I can't watch this any longer. And they said, we're really sorry, we can't. I think in those circumstances, I
mean, under this legislation, the patient would be the person to make the decisions. They have to be fully compensated. They have to get 2 doctors to sign off on the prognosis. Then it has to go to a High Court judge after 2 weeks. And then they have to be able to administer the medicine themselves. Would that have worked in your mum's?
It would, because my mum was only, really incoherent and not capable for a matter of days before she passed away. But it was, 2 or 3 weeks before that. I mean, she made a will. We did a will, a couple of weeks before she passed away. So she could have at that point. But I see what you're saying, the time to go before a High Court judge, etc. There wouldn't be the time. But I think if people have got 6 months to live and they're in such terrible... I couldn't touch my mum. She was in so much pain. The only time I could lift her up and give her a cuddle is, when she passed away. That was the last time I could really hold her.
You must have gone through a lot, Rachel. Thank you so much for phoning the show. Thank you so much for phoning the show. It's very difficult. My other worry is when people have such short time left, pushing to try and get agreement for assisted dying, and it gets refused, and then they want to appeal it, and then is that the best way of spending time as well? I don't know. There are so many questions. I just feel like the whole nation needs a bit more time on this. We need to really delve into this topic, and that is what we're going to do today. I'm sorry for having to be able to pick up your call in this segment. We are going to carry on discussing this, so do keep your thoughts coming in by message, and call me up if you want to have a chat. 0344499 1000 is the number. We're going to try and get through as many as possible. It's an emotive topic. A lot of people have a lot to say, and it's a very important discussion. And really, where else are you going to have a better conversation about something so serious than here? Losing the title. We're losing the title.
across the UK. On DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, hello, welcome back. So many calls, messages coming in on the big debate happening in Parliament. We are going to be revisiting this topic, but we're just going to cover a little bit of other news now because it's come out today. The number of migrants living in hotels has surged under Labour, and spending on this is now at £5 billion a year. £5 billion a year. Like I was saying earlier, remember how much the government spends on hospices is 350 million. We also saw legal migration figures yesterday. The OECD, of course, saying we have the most legal migration with permanent-style settlements in all the developed world. And we learned that new arrivals, net, this is not gross, so this is taking into consideration 414,000 who left the country. New arrivals, net, hit almost 1 million. And yet when questioned about what he would do about it, and when asked, so what is the ideal net figure, Sir Keir Starmer wouldn't say. So what does this mean for the country in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? How might we look by the time I shuffle off my mortal coil, whenever that may be? Let's speak to Dr. Paul Morland, who is the UK's leading demographer and author. Dr. Paul, it's brilliant. You're the perfect person to have on the show because
thank you.
Very often, when we hear about these figures, we discuss them politically, we shape them in terms of, well, this is the impact on the economy, GDP per capita. Then some people, if they're daring enough, will have the cultural debate. What does this mean for integration? But the other big question is, what does this mean for the future of the country? I was speaking to an academic, a political theorist from Vienna yesterday, who framed it in terms of, well, the UK is going to look extremely different the mid part of this century, potentially unrecognisable. What do you see the demographic trend being? If we carry on where we are right now and things aren't done, what is the country going to look like, say, come 2050?
Well, there are two enormous demographic trends going on, and they are related. The first is, as you've said, we are having mass immigration on a scale we've never seen before. I mean, I've often said that since Blair came in, every year we've had more immigration than we had in the whole period from the Norman Conquest to the Second World War. But the Blair-level immigration is child's play compared to where it is now. The other massive change is that we have had long-standing falling, low and now quite rapidly falling fertility rates. And now we've got to the point that we have more deaths than births every year in the UK, reached sooner than expected. So if the current population of the UK is halving roughly every generation, that's those who categorise themselves as white British. The immigrant communities have slightly higher, so the overall is one bit below 1.5. But if the community here today is not reproducing itself, and for whatever reason, for whatever purpose, we're shipping in hundreds of thousands every year, of course it will be a very different country from the one we know. And what will have ended is the fact that the people in the country, say, 30 years ago, were overwhelmingly the descendants of people here 1,000 years ago. That's not going to be the case in the middle of the century. Now, whether that matters, whether you care, is another matter. But those are the facts.
Let's let's try and avoid the whether this matters or whether you care, because that sort of gets anyone into territory that, I don't know, even in 2024 we still don't feel confident enough to talk about that. It is still a taboo subject. So let's stick with figures, numbers. Let's just paint a picture here. What is the current demography of the UK? Let's say white British compared to, or let's just say British compared to foreign born. Let's sort of break it all down and then talk about where we're going to be by, say, 2050. So what are we looking like at present?
Well, we have got data from the census which shows about 3/4 of people are what you would define or define themselves. It is a self-definitional thing as white British. And then we have historic communities who've been here for perhaps a couple of generations. Then we have a very large number of incomers. I think it's very likely by the middle of course, nothing is predetermined. I was in Singapore last week You don't enter Singapore if they don't want you, and you don't stay beyond what is allowed. Now, Singapore's a very wealthy, tiny little country and an island in a sea of much poorer people, but they have determined politically what they want by way of immigration. So if we ended immigration, or largely ended it tomorrow, there would be continued demographic ethnic change because some groups have higher fertility rates than others, not that much, and they converge. Some groups are younger than others, but the change would be quite limited. So it's really not predetermined. It's a choice. What do we as a country want? And does that manage to get expressed and implemented by our politicians? And it seems quite clear to me that those two are not the same. The country wants one thing, and the politicians are not prepared to follow the popular will.
If no government is prepared to bring in a sort of almost halt to inward migration, and we carry on, let's say we even bring it down to 100,000 every year, and there's no pro-natalist policies that are encouraging people here who are otherwise not having children to have children, if we just sort of continue on the trajectory we're on, by 2050, let's say, or 2045, let's bring it forward, in 20 years' time, would we be in a position where we'd be looking at a population where all of a sudden the people who are once the majority of the country are the minority?
I think by then we would have a minority of those who define themselves as white British, or very close to a minority. And of course, it would also be the case at that point that among the younger populations, among those under 20, say, that would be accentuated. So it would be baked into the future. But the other thing is that without immigration and without pronatal policies, we would have a quite rapidly declining population. We would have labour shortages everywhere, and we would have a very bad ratio of those in work to the retired. So that would be very serious for our tax and spend, for our health and pensions. So really, to fix this problem, if you think it is a problem, if you think massive ethnic change is a problem, and whether you want to discuss it or not, it's having a big political effect across the continent, France, Italy, Germany, Sweden. If you want to understand the politics of the continent, and indeed to an extent the United States, you need to look at this kind of change. But if we do nothing, and we stop nothing in terms of pronatalism, and we stop the immigration, there will be quite serious consequences for demographic decline, for overall population decline in the country.
Hey, Russell, I'm going to bring you into this because it's a debate that we're not allowed to have still, even though we're sort of 11th hour, even though it's like, woo, woo, sirens going off. As soon as 2045, in 20 years' time, people who consider themselves the sort of ancestors of this isle could be the minority, and this is being reflected across Western Europe, and it's having a huge impact on politics. The global minority, as the wokeatrons like to consider Caucasians, could be the global non-existence soon enough.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, there's obviously social considerations here, cultural considerations. I get rather hung up on the economics of all of this, though, and particularly people like Rory Stewart, who just this morning has tweeted, don't let anybody deceive you, all immigration is good. That is the most preposterous and naive thing that anybody, particularly in a position that Rory Stewart was as a minister and a Conservative MP, could say. Immigration, loosely, in my opinion, is a good thing. It actually is the fabric that makes up Great Britain. We're all immigrants, you know, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 50 generations back. The difference is, since Blair, Brown and his like have orchestrated and presided over an open door policy, which is that literally, as per the signs that we see in protests on the streets, all people, all refugees, all immigrants are welcome. The problem with that, of course, is you end up diluting the people that come in here in terms of their contribution. It is an absolute fact, no matter what the likes of Rory Stewart and Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner and others might say, and indeed the previous Conservative government, who obviously did the square root of zero about checking and controlling immigration, as the numbers that you're referring to just now rightly point out from last year. The fact is that GDP per capita is reducing. So the people that are coming to this country now, in the main, do not contribute. They are net takers rather than net contributors. So they are not the engineers and the nurses and the doctors that the people on the left would have us believe. And I'm not even talking about boat people. I'm not even talking about the illegal, you know, economic migrants that pretend to be asylum seekers. I'm talking about general immigration, as in legal migration. This country, in terms of the our infrastructure, doctors, NHS and so on, and indeed our finances in terms of the tax take cannot support the current level of immigration.
And not in the shape that it's in. Dr. Paul Morland, thank you ever so much. It's been fascinating talking to you. I do worry, you know, project forward in 50 years' time, what our museums will look like, whether the preservation and conservation of our history is going to be in place, or whether or not in 200 years someone somewhere in the, you know, what is the new British Museum has some sort of taxidermied version of me going, look at this Skelly Bob was found in a bog. People used to look like that back in Britain, not anymore. Some breaking news. Jazz Reid, 32 years old, has been charged with 2 counts of attempted murder after an 8-year-old girl and her father were injured in a shooting in Ladbroke Grove in West London. That was on Sunday. Right, we're going to take a short break now. When we come back, Greg Wallace, what have you done, young man? We're going to be talking to Arkell Ahmed, who's a former BBC executive.
Factor in as well all the other initiatives about, you know, windmills and solar panels and stuff. I mean, the idea that we are going to do this within this time frame does seem extraordinary. I mean, look, I think they had a bit of notice on the world ending, if that is the aim. I just simply cannot see this all sort of dovetailing into place, Steve, all rather nicely at 2030.
Smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello there, welcome back to the show. Now, it's interesting, Greg Wallace, right? Ever since this story has broken, that he's been forced to quit MasterChef over sexual comments made to 13 colleagues, or allegations of these. So many men, right? So we're like, what's he done? How bad could it be? You know, people are there going, oh my gosh, you know, is this just sort of the woke machine? Is this just a few un-PC comments and now the man's quit his work? Well, some of these are historical. Haven't times changed, you know? There's a lot of people, I would say men especially, who are kind of concerned about what Greg might have done. Reading this article in The Sun, I'm sorry, Greg, mate. It ain't looking good, is it?
If it's true.
Some of the allegations include that he held a female colleague's head and thrust himself towards her while she was kneeling down in front of him. Well, that ain't particularly good, is it?
No.
He's also accused of walking into the MasterChef studio completely naked, except for a sock pulled over his member. I mean, you know, that ain't a bit of, like, you know, how's your mother-in-law, is it?
Greg's lawyers told the BBC it was entirely false that he'd engaged in behaviour of a sexually harassing nature.
Entirely false, but this is Sockgate. Anyway, let's speak to Akhil Ahmed, who's a former BBC executive. Do you know, before I read this copy during the advert break, I was thinking, is this the BBC sort of knee-jerk reacting because it has, in the past, made huge failings when it comes to certain very big stars and appropriateness of behaviour? You know, I don't even need to list them, but Savile, Edwards, Brand. But then reading this, you kind of think, well, what do you think's going on here? Is Greg over?
Well, thanks for having me on. No, it's a good question. I mean, I think, speaking purely on a personal basis here, I'm like you. I was wondering, what's the substance of all of this? But when you read it, you know, obviously these are allegations and he's denied them, and there has to be an investigation and he could be found innocent, etc. But knowing some of the people involved and some of the things that have been said, it isn't looking good, is it really? And of course, you know, I don't think it's knee-jerk. I think when these kind of allegations come in, you've got to investigate them. And the fact of the matter is, they've done the right thing. The process is working in the sense that obviously he's been, you know, taken off her. They're not going to work with him while they investigate this. They have to investigate it. And let's be honest with you, if you're saying to me that Kirsty Walks doesn't know what she's talking about, well, I don't believe that, because Kirsty knows what she's... you know, this is a seasoned journalist. Asma Mir is a seasoned journalist. There are lots of people involved in this who give some of the allegations, you know, a lot of credibility.
Well, the problem is, if these allegations had a lot of credibility, they were being made over a 17-year period. Yeah. So we find ourselves back in a position where the BBC have protected a male star who has acted outrageously, especially towards women, made women feel uncomfortable. Look, I'm not a woke Me Too movement woman. Yeah. I really am not. She's some of the
we don't know, but I think that's what the investigation's got to find out, because he was originally allegations were put to the before. He was then given a warning, as it were. That this is actually made by a production company. It's interesting that the complaints didn't go to the production company. They've gone to the BBC. They've not gone to the independent production company. They're involved in the investigation. Now, I don't know what that means. You could suggest that previous allegations that have been over the last few years haven't gone beyond the production company. I don't know if that's the case. But it is interesting that they haven't gone through them. They've gone directly to the BBC. So we don't know. That's what the investigation is going to find out. What it looks like is that obviously there is an issue, not with the BBC. That you're talking about volume, right? There's lots and lots of shows, but we see this in this industry that often you can have individuals who have a lot of power, and so people around them are worried about what that power means. We've seen it with Schofield and all those kind of things, issues around people behaving inappropriately, and it's got to stop.
I mean, to me, it seems to be, because I worked at the BBC, I did my time in newsrooms at the BBC, and you certainly wouldn't have someone putting a sock on their member and doing some sort of, like, waggle dance in a, you know, BBC newsroom. That's not going to happen. It seems to me that every time we find... in fact, if anything, the BBC is one of those places where you've got to do 2-hour-long courses to learn how to stand up, sit down and type without hurting your back. But it seems to me the problem always flies around stars. It's actually the celebs here. It's the big male stars with their egos, with their pay, who walk into a room and command an audience because their name's up in big lights. They seem to be the perpetrators. We're not talking about exec directors or runners. We're talking about famous men who essentially get a bit too big for their boots and think they can get away with stuff.
That's the issue. I mean, there's too much power in given around some of those individuals, and they can do what they like. Now, we don't know what the case is with Greg, and actually it's interesting talking about celebrity MasterChef at times as well. Some of the people who complained are, you'd imagine, very strong, educated, powerful kind of women themselves. So it's a very weird one, that, because normally when you have that kind of power thing, you're picking on the lesser, the weaker, aren't you? And we've seen some of the allegations about some of those weaker kind of people, that perceived weakness of people who were worried about losing their job, worried about standing up against a star, and that's the whistleblowing thing that's got to... It has changed, to be fair, but it's got to just get better and better. This would have... When I first started work, there was a lot of kind of, I wouldn't say abuse, but a lot of kind of, misogyny and that whole kind of thing about, people who you were scared to speak up to bosses and to the on-screen talent. I think there's a lot less of that, but we've got to get even more of that out of the way, because otherwise, this at the moment we're laughing at Greg Wallace, aren't we? And we're saying it's inappropriate, and some people felt really, really upset about the behaviour. But what it hasn't gone to, we don't, at this moment in time, where I believe, it's not beyond that. But it's when it goes beyond that, my God, that's when it gets really, really physically dangerous.
Exactly. But then at the same time, what people don't want to see is any sort of overcorrection. Akhil, thank you so much for coming on. Greg Wallace, I suppose only time will tell whether it's been out of the frying pan, out of the kitchen and into the fire for you, sunshine. Anyway, going to take a short break, but more news and debate coming up after this.
Smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello there, welcome back to the show. Alex Phillips here with you until 1 o'clock on a very busy day. I've got screens in front of me. It's like Cape Canaveral of news in here, and I'm watching MPs continuing to debate the assisted dying bill. Historic legislation could potentially begin its process to becoming law today. Huge critical vote. I think we're going to be expecting that vote to take place quite later on in the day. And, you know, I did something pretty unexpected for me a few minutes ago. I was watching the debate taking place with subtitles, and Diane Abbott stood up, and I was like, OK, wonder where she's going to be. And she basically took the words out of my mouth. I've been saying, why is it that the government only gives a third of funding to hospices that they need just to operate? Just to operate. We're talking about 350 million quid. At the same time, when you look at the bill for medical negligence, the NHS is 2.8 billion a year. 2.8 billion on the NHS having made mistakes and accidentally injured and killed people. And yet they spend 350 million on giving people a comfortable end of their life. And I want to ask anybody whether they think that is the context within which people should be able to be part of assisting someone to die. A huge swathe of arguments and to be made on the other side, of course. And I've just had so many emotive messages. Let's read some of those. Ryan from Lincoln says, I've spent the last 5 years waiting for consultants to figure out what's wrong with me. My first consultant kept dismissing everything I was telling them, shrugged me off as being fine. I was passed to a new consultant who said the handover notes said I was fine. So that's what he said as well. I had an endoscopy that revealed that I'm now going to need surgery within 6 months because of the issue I've been telling them about for years. How are we meant to be able to trust doctors to sign off on assisted suicide when we have so many just agreeing with other doctors without even looking at the case properly? I've never met either of my consultants in person at any point, but they're able to turn around and make medical decisions that turned out to be entirely wrong. They trust the opinions of another doctor rather than actually looking into it themselves. And if it is, this will be exactly what will happen if this bill passes. And very briefly, the Conservative MP Danny Kruger has said most doctors who work with dying people are opposed to changing the law. I'm not going to get into the question of public polling because it's so contested, but there's very clear evidence that doctors who work with the dying, the palliative care professionals, are in great majority opposed to a change in the law. Let's speak now to Dr. Gordon MacDonald, who is the CEO of Care Not Killing. Gordon, thank you for coming on the show. I would imagine that your feelings about this are very much echo what mine are.
Absolutely. I think this is a very dangerous step for us to take as a society. Lots and lots of people will feel that they're a burden on their, as they approach old age or the end of life, and they will feel a pressure, an internalised pressure perhaps, rather than externalised, although there can be external pressures too, to end their life prematurely. And that's not the sort of society we want to create. We want to create a society where we care for people as they approach the end of life. As you've said, palliative care funding is woeful in this country, and we need to properly fund palliative care so that everybody can have access to proper pain relief as they approach the end of life.
There are people, plenty of people, who have phoned up, and I've been brought to tears, not just reading and talking about things today, but in other shows where we've discussed this, because it's been brought into the agenda by Esther Ranson, I'd say a year ago now. And when you hear people talking about the excruciating pain some people have, pain that perhaps no medical treatment out there can sufficiently alleviate, the lack of dignity when you start losing bodily functions, the loss of agency when you just can't even move, you can't feed yourself, you're soiling yourself, that your existence is miserable, and then not even knowing how long you're going to have to endure. So your final days, weeks, months, even years on Earth are in misery. What can we do about that? Because there's a very strong argument to be made that we wouldn't allow animals to suffer like that. We wouldn't see a pet not be able to look after itself, defecate properly, feed itself, that's constantly in chronic discomfort. So why would we allow humans to suffer that fate?
Well, I think we've got to remember that a lot of these distress that people are experiencing are emotional or even spiritual issues rather than due to the physical illness itself. And I was just speaking to a doctor last night who was telling me about a case. He had a man who, was very distressed like that. He said he wanted to die. And he sat down and talked to him, and he spent the time with him and found that, he just wanted to talk through his issues, and that helped enormously. And the point he made to me was, if this law came in, he would be just sort of ticking boxes saying, well, do you want assisted suicide? Yes, is there another doctor? It would be a process that would sort of, a conveyor belt that would basically put somebody who's really just looking for psychological and emotional support on a path towards death. And so that's why it's so dangerous, basically.
I mean, we've been told by Kim Leadbeater, who has brought this legislation forward, that we are going to have the most stringent safeguards in the world when it comes to this. There are so many hurdles that need to be traversed before this would be administered. So, first of all, you have to get 2 doctors signing it off within a week of each other. Then you need to have a High Court judge looking at all the evidence and approving it. And then the patient needs to be able to administer this drug themselves. Do you think that that would be exactly how, if this legislation does pass, exactly how that legislation will remain?
Well, I think the first thing is the details of what's being currently proposed is unworkable. I mean, the 2 doctors thing sounds great, but the reality is that you get doctors who do hundreds of these cases, who are predisposed towards agreeing it, who stretch the law in places like Canada and Oregon. And so I don't think there's much of a safeguard in 2 doctors. In fact, GPs will not even say no to people asking for a sick line or saying, for example, I've lost my drugs and, can you give me a second prescription? They won't say no to their patients on that. How are they likely to really say, I don't think you qualify for this? But then, the other thing we see is that safeguards get eroded over time, or they very quickly get seen as barriers to access. And so the call is, well, we need to remove these so-called safeguards that were put in at the start and make it easier for people to get access. And that means that they just get, the law just gets broader and it applies to more people, and less scrutiny is happening before people are given assistance to end their life. The judge proposal is unworkable. The former head of the family division said that we have 19,000 hours of judge time, and it would take 37,000 hours to just process the cases that Kim Leadbeater is proposing if they give 2 hours to each case. So that will either just be a rubber stamping exercise, in which case it's pointless, or it's completely unmanageable within the current system.
This is my concern, actually, that there'll be so many people who want to have assisted dying and don't get it, that they will end up stuck in a cycle of appeals, and then eventually, as you said, there'll be little amendments made, little court cases passed, other sort of, test cases, and over time, these, world-leading safeguards just won't exist anymore. It is about sort of to me, the logic, the theory of crossing the Rubicon, of actually having a system where the state has absolutely no authority or ability to legislate for killing, to actually that being set in motion, however tiny and however minute. But the problem we have, Gordon, is that when this is put out to polling, a lot of polling is largely contested on this, but it goes that it is believed around 75% of people support this, that they want it, that they actually think that being given that choice, that humanity, that agency, is what should happen in a civil society, that at the root of it has care and empathy at its heart. Are those 75% of people wrong? What does that reflect in our society if most of the population actually wants to see assisted dying?
Well, actually, what we find if you dig into the polling is, yes, people respond empathetically when asked the question, but the more they think about it, the more they change their mind. So we had a poll of 5,000 people done last week, and the headline figure was that sort of figure. But then when people were presented with what has happened overseas, children being given access to it in Belgium and the Netherlands, the fact that some people might feel that they would opt for this because they couldn't have access to proper social care as they get older, You know, the fact that other people would feel that they're a burden on their friends or their family or their care services. You know, these factors, when people think about them, they change their mind. And so the headline figure came down from 73% support to 11% support. And I think that more accurately reflects public opinion. There's a sort of 10% of the population who are really strongly committed to this. There's probably 10% of the population who are opposed to this on, you know, principled grounds of belief in sanctity of life. And then 80% of the population are sympathetic to the principle but are worried about the practice. And it's the detail of the bill and the practice of the bill where, of course, it becomes dangerous over time, and that's what has happened in other countries.
Do you think that the timing of all of this is totally wrong? That in order for us to have this conversation in a measured way, to be able to articulate our concerns, in order that we can imagine and see alternatives, that we need to at least be in a position where, as a society, we have the highest levels of possible trust in our public services. We need to have a fully functioning, watertight judiciary that we not only have faith in, but we know has the capability of carrying out the onerous task of signing off on such legislation. And we need to know that there is no strain on the NHS when it comes to both providing care at the end of life, but then also having the incredibly profound duty of making the assessment over whether someone qualifies to be included. And that actually, that right now, 2024, given everything that's happened in the past decade or so, given where the population seems to be at in trust in public services and in government, it's entirely the wrong context to be having this debate.
Well, I think it's the wrong context because there's obviously been a lot of focus on the strains in the NHS. You know, the term the NHS is broken was bandied around a lot during the election campaign. That's certainly the government's view. The government's priority is to try and invest in the NHS and resolve the strains that are there and improve the quality of service for everybody and reduce waiting times. And that's what the public's priority is. 74% of the public, when asked, say they want the government to sort out waiting times in the NHS so people can be treated quickly and efficiently, and only 4% want the government to prioritise assisted suicide. So, you know, that tells me that where the public's view is and where the politicians recognise the problem is. Of course, the other issue that we have to consider, and this is why we need to take a step back today and really think about this properly, and it's why I welcome the suggestions that have been around for a Royal Commission on looking at palliative and end-of-life care. The other issue is that we do have an ageing population and that we have, you know, number of deaths in this country will increase by a quarter by, you know, by 2040. So there is a need to look seriously at palliative, end-of-life care and social care and stop just leaving it up to charity bake sales and you know, people's private personal donations to hospices to fund that. And I actually say, you know, we actually have to create a system whereby everybody can get 24/7 palliative care in the community as well as in hospices, you know, from their GPs, in you know, acute hospitals as well, because often the bad deaths are in acute hospitals because there isn't the palliative care available when it's needed.
Russell, I want to ask you something. One thing that has really disturbed me about this, I just see this as such a huge issue, such a big, important debate on a scale of which, you know, on a moral scale, it's the highest level of a moral debate when it comes to life and death. Can't get bigger than that. And yet, when I was getting off the tube the other day in Westminster, that station is absolutely floor-to-ceiling papered in big, jazzy billboards for dignity in dying. Everywhere you look. And sort of, it's all sort of, to me, it was synthesised down to someone playing guitar going, I want my life to be happy and I want to remember being able to play my very last song. And then it's got, you know, someone else way celebrating, one's having some sort of pillow fight. It sort of makes the idea of choosing to be killed look like a Hollywood ending. And I find this profoundly disturbing.
What, the fact that it can be advertised? And actually a lot of those posters were covered up by Samaritans posters, so there was a kind of a guerrilla anti-campaign by the Samaritans to cover up a load of those posters, which predominantly were at Westminster Station, Euston. As a little sidebar, though, it does beg the question why Sadiq Khan allows such posters and the potential alleged kind of distaste of them.
Yeah, when you can't have a wedding cake on
you can't have hot dogs advertised on billboards on TfL properties. So that does seem ridiculous. But look, this is... I think the fact we're having the debate, the fact that there are advertisements one way and the other way, I think is a really good thing. I think your point earlier was well made in terms of the speed at which this is happening, and the fact that probably this won't be debated particularly properly in the Houses of Parliament. I mean, there's an argument that this is such an important thing because it is life, it is humanity, you know, and there are so many complex arguments on both sides of the argument. Maybe there should be a referendum. Maybe, given that our MPs are so out of touch with their electorate, which is why the likes of Rupert Lowe, as I mentioned earlier, has decided to go out to his constituents and say, what do you think I should do? I mean, I do worry, actually, that with an MP that might have, let's say, specific religious leanings, might make a decision in terms of their vote based on their personal religious bent rather than actually what is good for the population generally, or maybe more so what their constituents would want. But I do think, just to kind of criticise Dr Gordon a little bit, sorry Gordon, when we start venturing down the alarmist route of talking about other countries and, you know, children being subjected to this and other countries almost allowing assisted suicide to be a substitute versus lack of social care, I do think we need to be a little bit careful introducing those arguments to the debate because they don't apply.
But hold on, I'll come back to you, Gordon, because I personally disagree with you, Russell. I think they do apply because I think all legislation, it starts off with...
That won't be in the legislation, Alex.
Now, but I think
there is no way that under 18s are going to be allowed to have their lives
won't
ended.
be.
No.
Gordon,
but that's a debate for another time.
Well, the problem is, I think legislation gets introduced and then you don't have the debates successively. You have court cases and then it sort of ends up incrementally, death by 1,000 paper cuts, for want of a better phrase, changing. Gordon, I mean, first of all, answer sort of Russell on that one, but also you must have been sort of part of lobbying during this period of time, and I want to get a sense from you what you think the outcome might be today.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say is, you know, if this sits in healthcare, which is what's being proposed, then it's going to become very difficult to say that a 14-year-old, for example, can make, you know, has Gillick competence to make their own healthcare decisions in relation to a whole range of other areas, which may be very sensitive and may be very serious, but they don't have the right to make their healthcare decision on this. So, whilst the law itself applies to over 18s, it's likely very quickly to be challenged in the courts with a very difficult case of a terminally ill, you know, 16-year-old or whatever. I mean, you have to remember that the bill in Scotland is proposing to apply to 16-year-olds, not to 18-year-olds. So, and the other thing about that is that we have at least 60 cases of young women with anorexia who have been given assistance to end their life in the US and in Belgium and the Netherlands. And that's because they're deemed to be terminally ill if they refuse treatment. Now, that's not what is in people's minds when they think about this issue, but that's what's started to happen. And so that's how the law gets expanded. In terms of where this may end up, today I think it's very close. It's really too close to call. I mean, obviously both sides have been lobbying very heavily. We've detected in the last few weeks that a lot of people who were supportive a few weeks ago have sort of switched to opposition as they've thought more about the bill and seen the actual legislation. So I think it could go either way today, and we'll just have to wait and see what the result is. But regardless of how it goes today, this debate will carry on because, you know, if the bill is rejected, there will almost certainly be attempts to bring forward further legislation in the future. If the bill goes through, then it has to go through detailed scrutiny, and it's in the detailed scrutiny that we will see, you know, whether these safeguards actually are watertight or not, which I don't believe they are.
Gordon, thank you ever so much. Dr Gordon MacDonald, CEO of Care Not Killing. We're going to take a short break, but before the break, because I have a feeling I'm going to need to recover from reading this message. I've glanced at it already, and it's already brought a tear to my eye. So I'm going to do it now and get it out of the way so I can like blow my nose and have a cup of tea. This is from Alexandra, another Alex in Chiswick. She says, my mother was in hospital in 2008, aged 87. St George's Tooting suggested a hospice. As she was wheeled down the corridor to the ambulance to take her to the hospice, she said to me, don't leave me. I asked, could I travel with her? No. I had to make my own way there. By the time I got there, she was unconscious, and she died that night. She hadn't been unconscious before, and I got no chance to say goodbye. I always felt I let her down by not insisting. She had survived so many horrors: Nazi occupation, Siberia under the Soviets. She was herself an NHS doctor. But the inflexible, inhumane NHS rules meant I couldn't travel with her in the ambulance. Who knows what they gave her in that ambulance to knock her out? I'll never know. But her last words to me don't leave me echo in my ears. The NHS is an inhuman service which cannot be trusted. I wish I'd taken her home with me. That, I think, is one of the saddest things I've ever read. And this is what we're talking about. End of life is a really serious issue. And I don't think right now we're in a position as a country where we can make sure that we're getting this right. I want to know your thoughts on this matter. I knew that was going to set me off. Sorry about that. The number is 0344 499 1000. Let me know your thoughts. I'm going to try and carry on reading out your messages. This is such an important conversation that we need to have as a country. 8722 is the number on text. Let's hope Vanessa hasn't finished her shift and she can come and touch up my makeup during the advert break, and I'll see you in just a moment.
When's Christophobia month? When's anti-Semitism month? Maybe every month should be saying, we don't want racism, we don't want hatred. But what this does, and him standing there, he actually creates division, disunity, disharmony. We've already got existing laws that deal with it. We don't need any more laws. I quite like, actually, the police to focus on just, preventing real crimes like stabbing people, raping people, shoplifting, what most drug dealers, most people will call real crimes.
across the UK. On DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Gosh, welcome back to the show. Got a bit overwhelmed there. I'm being overwhelmed by your messages and calls. I mean, the dashboard here is lighting up like I'm working in selling insurance or something. Let's speak to Brendan, who is in Swansea. Hi, Brendan.
Hello, Alex. I had a quarter of an hour of listening to you and also to Russell and also to Gordon. It really was an eloquent conversation, and you put in words practically everything that has actually been covered. Right. I am speaking as a Christian by faith, and I happen to be Catholic by conviction. But that aside, because an awful lot of people don't actually live by any particular faith. One of the problems with this bill is it doesn't cover the nuances that will appear in the future between the patient and also the doctor. And I fear that if this bill goes through, it will break down the relationship, which is so important between the patient and also the doctor. And the terminally ill patient, whoever he or she may be, may actually face a preemptive thing which is passed on with the doctor, although it may be in the subconscious that they will fear that they are moving towards death quicker than they want to. And that's what I fear, a dystopian future. And that's what it could end up to be if this law is passed.
This is my concern. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm going to read out a message while you're here, Brendan, because I think Stephen, who's messaged you'll probably agree with what he says. He says, "I have empathy with people in the position of suffering and wanting to consider assisted dying. I'm a chronic sufferer of incurable brain disease, often referred to as suicide headache, the most painful disease known to man. So the feeling of please just stop the pain can occur several times a day. Many other sufferers around the world commit suicide. In reality, we don't want to die. We just want to stop the pain. Chronic cluster headache is a diabolical disease. If the assisted dying bill were to go through, I fear that over time it'd be manipulated to a point where it becomes used for too many reasons that it's not intended for. To legalise any form of killing is not a good idea. As an initial move, why not just remove the crime of accompanying a loved one to Dignitas? At least people who are so determined can have their loved ones with them if they do wish." Brendan, thank you ever so much for your call. Let's speak now to Chris, who's in Cambridgeshire.
Hiya.
Hello, Chris.
It's quite simple. I'm 76. I've had 40 years of insulin-dependent diabetes. 15 years ago, I had the first of 3 heart attacks. I then had 3 years of kidney dialysis. In the middle of that, I had 5 heart bypasses. I then, at the end of the dialysis, had a kidney transplant. I am known by a very famous hospital as their $6 million man. The bit that worries me is if this law comes in, it will be the thin end of a very thick wedge that a government I do not trust will suddenly start using to say, you've cost the NHS too much. It's time for you to die.
It's funny, Russell's shaking his head there because Russell seems to not be... Because I'm with you, Chris. I think that the minute you allow something like this to come into practice, everything escalates. It snowballs. It has multiple cases. Well, access needs to be given to this person. Well, actually, this isn't the drug. This drug took too long for some people when it came to the process of passing. So we now need to add this as another option for the technique you can use. Well, actually, maybe it should also apply to people who haven't necessarily been given just 6 months to live, but 2 years to live because they're in more pain. Or you can see how things snowball, and then all of a sudden you go into your doctor's surgery, you go into the cancer care treatment, and where you have all those leaflets saying this is how you can be supported by Macmillan, this is a phone number you can call with a charity that's going to help you get a free wig after chemotherapy, among those leaflets will be And these are people you can speak to if you just want to end your life. And this is what I'm worried about, that what we begin with might seem, the minimum might seem sort of harmless and humane, but where do we end up?
OK, so let me extend that logic. That means that on that basis we should never pass any new laws. Because what we're saying is that laws are not what they are now, they are what we speculatively think they might end up being based on secondary legislation changes.
But this isn't just any old law, this is life or death.
Yeah, no, it is. I accept that. And there's lots of laws that relate to life and death, you know, murder, for instance, manslaughter and so on. What I'm saying is that I think it's too much of a leap to say, do not allow people that are suffering dignity in dying, because we think maybe, I'm speculating, that it might possibly lead to something else in the future. That, to me, is too much of a leap, it's too speculative. And, you know, I just think if we either, as most of us on the centre-right do, we either believe in the freedom of the individual, we either believe in libertarianism and we believe in our own agency, or we don't. And I think, you know, if that applies to such things as abortion, for instance, then as in, you know, choice, whatever, and I am pro-choice, then I think it should also apply to the freedom of the individual to decide in certain circumstances with safeguards that they can humanely decide themselves to end their own lives because they're suffering. Now, what we must do, and I think, look, we heard from Dr. Gordon, and obviously I hear what Chris is saying, I hear what Brendan's just said in terms of people calling in with their own personal circumstances. I mean, that very, very emotional text that you read out just now, I get all that, but what we mustn't assume is that this is the state deciding where people and if people die. This is predominantly the individual deciding, first off, so it's their choice, and assuming that they're of sound mind, then signed off by way of check and balance by medical professionals and the judiciary. This is not, and it's too much of a stretch, Chris, I'm sorry, it's too much of a stretch to say what we then end up with is Keir Starmer or another Prime Minister in the future saying, OK, anybody that's ill over 75 is going to die. That's too much of a stretch. I don't buy that at all.
I don't think it's a stretch to see that this legislation will evolve as legislation does. My big concern is that I just think we need to improve palliative care first.
Oh,
I mean, look, actually, 100%. I mean, that would be my sort of logical argument if I put my logical debate hat on.
But it might not mitigate
I'm a Christian, so that's a whole different world. It wouldn't have
mitigated my mother's pain. I mean, she was in St Luke's Hospice, my mother in Basildon. They were absolutely fantastic. But the brilliance of that care and that comfort would not mitigate the pain and the fact that in her last few weeks of life, she was suffering and she just didn't want to be here anymore.
Chris, thank you ever so much for your call. Just a couple of messages, because I really do have to go to advert break, but so many are coming in, and I want to address as many as possible. John from Southampton says, my son's father-in-law was given 6 weeks to live, and when he passed that mark, they again said he had 6 months left to live. 4 years later, he's still around. And sure, his bed's in the front room and his mobility is limited, but he's smiling and living as best as he can. I wonder what would have happened if this law had otherwise been in place. And Tony in Cardiff says, I worked in palliative care for 15 years. A couple of points. One, a palliative care doctor does not give a timeline of 6 months. They would say something like months rather than years. Point number two, patients are asked whether they wish to die in hospital or at home, and this decision often changes in the very last days or hours of life. And another point, patients are facing the biggest issue when living with dying. Pressure from anywhere in terms of timing, manner, location is very difficult. Outside pressure and feeling a burden is a very real issue. I could go on, but the state being party in facilitation suicide is not the way forward. Individuals need care, compassion and humility from professionals who look after them. Right, going to take a short break now. Keep your thoughts coming in. We are going to continue debating this. We've actually decided in the last hour of the programme we're going to scrap some stories so we can really get together and have a conversation, because I think it's so important that we do that. 03444 99 1000 is the number to call if you would like to share your thoughts on today's massive issue, a historic debate happening in Parliament today. You can use that number to send me a WhatsApp message or leave me a voice note. 8722 is the number to text me. Do write talk before your text, and we're on X at Talk TV. We're back after this.
smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello, welcome back, Knights. We're going to do a little deviation into topics anew, because this caught my producer Ted's eye this morning, because he knew it'd be right up my street, which is that the Crown Prosecution Service is going to start applying an unconscious bias test to make sure people aren't, make sure people are anti-racist. This is after, apparently, research suggests black suspects are more likely to be charged than white ones. And so prosecutors are to apply new rules when charging suspects as part of a drive to eliminate unconscious racial bias. Guidelines will be introduced. And the CPS said the new code for Crown prosecutors would seek to eliminate racial bias in decision-making and tackle high levels of disproportionality in the justice system. Now, I have done a little bit of research onto this. I wrote an article about it, in fact, just last week. And this is following on from some research that's been conducted in America by Rutgers University and the Network for Contagion Research Institute. And first of all, let's give some context. In the UK, we have twice as many people employed into DEI roles, as they're called, diversity, equity and inclusion, than any other country. Twice as many, costing us $500 million a year. So we lead the way, really, more than America per capita when it comes to people who want to give this sort of training. Now, they have assessed people who have gone through unconscious bias training. And what they did is they got people to go through the training and then got other people who didn't go through the training. Then they laid in front of people test cases where they had to then react to particular scenarios and judgments to see whether or not the unconscious bias training had had an actual effect in, you know, the way they made up their minds and the way they emotionally reacted to certain situations. In all cases, unconscious bias training increased bias. It increased a desire to punish perceived perpetrators. And those predisposed already to left-wing politics had an especially heightened appetite for punishment. The study revealed a significant increase after people had DEI training, they'd had the unconscious bias training, those people were more likely to agree with some of the words used by Hitler. They put Hitler's words in front of these people. Now, leading psychologists, top psychologists, Jonathan Haidt and Steven Pinker have both warned against unconscious bias training, saying it can lead to coercive control, intolerance, punitive habits, and can result in echoing the psychological dynamics of past authoritarian movements. So that's my view on unconscious bias training. Let's get the view of Nusrat Mehtab, who's a former police superintendent. Nusrat, it's great to have you on the programme.
Thank you, Alex.
The Crown Prosecution Service are going to be putting this unconscious bias training in place. I don't like it. I think it's wacky. I think it could be potentially dangerous. I think that we don't need our faculties tested and bent and changed and manipulated in order to make sound judgments. But I could be wrong on this. They're saying that research suggests black suspects are more likely to be charged than white ones. What do you think?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of facets to what you've said and some of the facts and figures you've given. But let's address why the Crown Prosecution have done this. And this is evidence-based, as you've said. They did comprehensive research program of their own work. They found there was a disproportionality. We're not talking small disproportionality, we're talking big. And then they hired Leeds University to do the research. They looked at 195,000 cases. They found that there was disparity in the way that white suspects, white British, as they classified, and mixed ethnicity suspects were treated. Now, if for comparable crimes, and this is it here, for comparable crimes, they found that if you were from a mixed ethnicity, black or any other group, you were either 77% more likely or 83% more likely to be charged compared to a white Brit who was 77% more likely, to be charged for the same crime. They then went to a different university. They went to Ashton University, and they wanted to know what the causes of this were. They worked with independent scrutiny board. They worked with legal professionals, all races, all ages and groups, and they worked with members of the community. And what they found was that in the actual charges that the police officers and the prosecutors were doing, and they looked at a sample of over 400 like-for-like cases, and they found, although they didn't find overt racism, they found that in terms of the language used in writing the reports and the word count was different. The negativity that was put onto black defendants, if you like, or black people that had committed the same crime as their white counterpart was negative, and it unnecessarily focused on violence. And that led to a different mindset. Now, they put an action plan together, and what you've described as diversity training, and there is learning and training and digital tools to be used for their staff, but there are other measures that they've put in, which is that they're going to review their codes of conduct, codes of practice for the Crown Prosecution Service, and try to eliminate a bias from those codes to make them anti-racist. They haven't quite said how they're going to do that, but that's one of the things that they're going to do. And so I'd like to know how they're going to measure that.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem here, isn't it? The big problem is how, because so much of unconscious bias training, frankly, and this is the report that I read by the network and Rutgers University, basically said that, the problem with so much unconscious bias training is it kind of ends up watering down to almost being anti-white training, that they look back on things like white supremacy, white privilege, and it ends up getting people quite angry, but in the opposite direction. And then the wish to punish people for supposedly exhibiting this unconscious bias gets extremely high. I mean, at some point we need to acknowledge that, we're human, all too human.
I mean, I tell you, I've been on, unconscious bias training. I've been on it, and I've got biases, but they're different. And I don't believe that they focus on, certainly the training that I did, that they focused on white supremacy and other things. This is quite about the individual themselves, to make them think about their own, how they think, their attitudes and behaviours. So I don't know what training that you're talking about there, or where that was delivered. I don't know. But here's the thing, Alex. What are they supposed to do if you've got two comparable cases, like for like, but one individual is white, and we'll use those terms, and one individual is black, but the outcome will be different? Surely they have to take some action to realise what's gone on in order to get rid of that disparity. If you and I committed the same crime, and we both, it's like for like, but you were going to be treated differently and I was going to be treated more harshly, surely we need to address that. And one of the other things that they've done, the Crown Prosecution Service, so they've taken a plan of action and they've come up with 4 different measures. And one of them is that they're going to be working with the National Police Chiefs Council to set up a racial disparity group, and where they both, in that group will be represented legal professionals, police officers, all the different aspects, community advisory groups, to challenge and check each other. I think that's a very positive. I do share your views on about, unconscious bias training, how that's delivered, how do we measure it, and what it actually contains. And I think those are the things that I would like to see from this. This hasn't happened yet because they're in the middle of reviewing it. But once it has, I'd like to see the results before, and I would like to see the results after. So no one group is disadvantaged or has more of a disparity in the criminal justice system, because what it impacts on is it has a massive impact on people's lives, and we've got to get it right for everybody that goes through the criminal justice system.
It seems to me that the law by itself should be entirely colour-blind. The law looks at a series of facts, and based upon those facts and evidence, it makes assessments. Russell?
Yeah, first of all, I'm not sure how you can train the unconscious. It just seems an oxymoron, really, a paradox to me. Can I just suggest there's a different way of looking at this? And I think the analysis here, the assumptions within the analysis, I think are very, very dangerous. We have spent months and months and months talking about two-tier policing. The fact that we know it is a matter of fact that different ethnicities get treated in different ways, right? We know that as fact based on the summer unrest. Could it just be, there's a different way of looking at this, that if you are more likely to be falsely and inappropriately arrested as a white person, as a consequence you have less chance of being charged. So there is a different way of cutting this analysis. So in other words, Alison Pearson, as a really, really good example, gets, although Alison wasn't arrested as such, she was spoken to by the police. If there's more of a propensity to tackle and chastise and arrest white people and less of a propensity because of alarmism around being seen as an institutionally racist organisation, as we know that many police organisations are worried about, then it means that ethnic minorities are less likely to be arrested in the first place. So therefore, if there is culpability, they are more likely to be charged because less of them, proportionally, are arrested in the first place. It's just a matter of statistics. So you can cut it the way of this being biased, or you can cut it a different way, which is it may well be that the police are arresting people based on ethnicity in a disproportionate way in the first place.
It's a big topic. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we've actually run out of time, so I've got to take an advert break because Alex needs to get paid, right? If we don't advertise things, I'm going to be living on the streets. Breaking news before we do take a break, and that is that Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has appointed Heidi Alexander as the new Transport Secretary. She will be replacing Louise Haigh of the, well, multiple missing phones. Heidi used to be Deputy Mayor of London Transport under Sadiq Khan. OK, short break now. When we come back, it's net zero civil servants. All of these people leading the net zero campaign, guess what? They're flying more air miles than you can even imagine.
You can see the area. You want to be between this. The minimum is right down here. Maximum is right up here.
I don't know the international law position. I do know that we've signed ourselves up to the International Criminal Court, as, for example, did South Africa.
But so has France, and so has Germany, and so has loads of other countries.
They have, and I'm not sure what their position is. I think we need to be. We need to look at the bigger picture. So whatever Netanyahu has done, What we also need to do is ensure that the peace settlement we've just had in Lebanon, and potentially a peace settlement we might have in Gaza, is enforced. And we need to balance out those two things.
The UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back. Now, I don't know if you remember something that happened in sort of, 2019, 2020. We were locked inside our houses. All of a sudden, everything started to be done via Zoom. We got used to it. We got so used to it that we've kind of carried on. The new normal, as they call it. Loads of people working from home, just tapping into the office every now and then for a meeting and sitting in their pyjamas and working away with, I don't know, listening to me maybe, who knows. You'd think the new normal would be something that those people especially who are campaigning for net zero would really take to their hearts. You don't need to fly all the way to Sydney when you can find a mutually useful time to have a Zoom call instead. But alas, staff in the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero have taken 1,130 flights between January and September. Civil servants leading the Labour government's net zero campaign have flown more than 3 million air miles. The Department for Energy Security Net Zero, which is led, of course, by Ed Miliband, flew 3,211,644 air miles on 1,130 flights. Right, lead by example then. Let's speak now to Harry Wilkinson, Head of Policy of the Global Warming Policy Foundations. Harry, why, if they really want the whole world to make changes, right? Fly less, don't eat beef, stop cows from farting, get an electric vehicle, get a heat pump, all of these things. It's going to be difficult. We've got to make sacrifices, big decisions. Why are they taking flights from London to Glasgow and Edinburgh? Why aren't they simply just doing a Zoom call?
Well, this is a completely outrageous carbon footprint for a department that claims to be completely focused on getting to net zero. But I think sometimes we make a mistake in blaming the civil servants. This has been a decision by Keir Starmer, by Ed Miliband, to take the largest delegation to COP. You know, our delegation was even larger than the US delegation, a country with far more resources than we have. And so I think this comes down to political responsibility. Of course, they could have been on Zoom. We had Keir Starmer was was the only G7 leader to appear at the start of the COP conference this year, a process that seems to be falling apart. So the politicians need to take responsibility. I can remember a meeting that I had with officials about the ZEV mandate. That's the targets, the mandatory targets for us to buy more electric vehicles. And we were warning about some of the risks that actually have come to pass. You know, we've just seen this plant in Luton closed, many job losses, and that's exactly what we predicted would happen. But so far as the civil servants were concerned, you know, net zero was a legally binding target, that's correct. And Parliament had passed it. They're not wrong in saying that. However, you know, that was a debate that took 90 minutes. Parliament was obsessed with Brexit at the time. It gave this very little consideration. So are we really saying that now is the end of the road in terms of whether we consider
Well, I think they'd make a much better job of convincing people it wasn't the end of the road if they themselves put policies in place for themselves. Harry, thank you ever so much. Head of Policy for Global Warming Policy Foundation, Harry Wilkinson. Short section, but I'm going to be back after this.
UK. On DAB+. On your smart speaker. On your smart TV. And on your side. This is Talk.
Hello, welcome back to the show. And it's been a packed show, hasn't it? And my gosh, what a day. What a historic day that we have our legislators in Parliament right now discussing, debating what I think is probably the biggest question that I've seen debated in that Parliament. I mean, blimmin' heck, the debate over Brexit, we had years on that one, didn't we? Could near the end of it. And yet this assisted dying bill, the debate in Parliament, just seems to have sort of sprung up since Labour came into power, and then boom, here it is. It's now being debated and voted on. And well, if I'm honest with you, if you've been listening to the whole show, it sends a chill down my spine. I don't think we as a country are ready. I don't think we do enough for palliative care. I don't think there's enough humanity. I think hospices are woefully underfunded. I think we're at a point of all-time low when it comes to public trust in judiciary. When it comes to the NHS, I was quoting figures earlier that the NHS pays £2.8 billion per year in medical negligence because they've done things wrong with devastating consequences. And yet the government only gives $350 million to hospices, a third of what they need. The messages coming in have been incredible. You know, people talking about relatives who were given 6 months to live and then went on to live many more years. But equally, a lot of messages and calls where people are saying, I have witnessed incredible suffering. I have seen people who just really don't deserve to be going through what they are going through, that uncertainty when you know you are facing the end of your life. You just want to have your family members around you. I read that message, it brought me to tears. Alexandra in Chiswick, who her mother's final moments, they were transferring her mum from the hospital to a hospice, and she wasn't allowed to be in the ambulance. They said, no, you can't, you've got to make your own way there. And her mother said, don't leave me, please don't leave me. And that ended up being her mum's final words, because by the time she was reunited with her mother at the hospice, it was too late. And you have to ask the question, why are we getting this so wrong? Why are people dying weeks and months? Why have we not given enough energy to debating this and solving this first? That's my opinion. Let's speak now to Baroness Tanni Gray-Thompson. She is a crossbench peer, of course, an 11-time Paralympic gold medalist, a bit of a legend, some might say. Tanni, it's really great to have you on the show. What are your thoughts on the debate taking place today?
I've been trying to listen to as much of it as possible, and it's very emotional and it's very difficult, and there's compassion on all sides. I watched my mum die and it was horrible, but it's probably pushed me the other way to say, look, we need to be looking at palliative care, we need to be looking at GP access, you know, we need to be supporting people. I'm really worried about the impact on disabled people. You know, the UN rapporteur has said the UK in 2024 is a bad place for disabled people to live. There's discrimination in education, healthcare, housing, employment, health and social care on its needs. And yes, we need to be talking about this, but and it's hard because people are saying, you know, I want choice, but when you legislate for some people to have choice and take it away from others who are, you know, really scared right now, because 60% of the people who died in COVID were disabled, and a lot had had do not attempt resuscitation orders put on them. Somebody had already decided in a darkened room that they had no right to live.
My worry, and I think it's interesting, you set up the sort of framework of choice, and I think that there's not enough choice on the other side to death. And I'm glad you brought up disability. My wonderful late uncle, who had MS, died from MS, did consider going to Switzerland. He lived in London Bridge because it was the only place, basically in the whole of London, where he could get an adapted apartment and be able to get on the tube. It's the only place he could have the agency and the dignity to be able to travel, because the Jubilee line caters for that. And even then, frankly, I've been on the tube before where I saw a blind man come on with a dog, and nobody stood up from the seats to let him sit down. And when people live all the time at a disadvantage, marginalised, ostracised, because we've not worked hard enough to give people dignity and care and support to enrich their lives and make their lives comfortable, and then you bring about the idea that, well, actually, if you're suffering, instead you can choose to opt out of life altogether. We need to make sure that people are looked after first. And I was horrified when I researched how much money was given to hospices. Horrified.
Yeah, it's appalling. And, you know, there's lack of palliative care specialists. You know, people, I've heard awful stories where people said, oh, you know, my family member had palliative care, but did they have a palliative care specialist? You know, we need to change that. And, you know, it's so difficult for disabled people. So I've had someone in Parliament say to me, if my life was like yours, I'd want to kill myself in the building. And I have more privilege than any other disabled person I know.
Yeah, it's
you know, it's really great.
Tani, we're losing your signal a little bit, and I really, really want to continue the conversation with you, so I'll get my techie people to see if we can wire back in. I mean, again, it comes down to, I think, because we know what's being debated right now in real time in Parliament, which is the ability for people to choose to end their lives with all of these checks and balances. The big concern that people who are saying, well, I'm not sure about this, and I think Tani makes such an important point where she says there is so much empathy and emotion on both sides of the debate. No one's coming into this with a cool mindset. Nobody wants to see people suffering and in chronic pain at the end of their life and denied a good death. That having a good death is one of the phrases being used. On the other hand, other people are saying, but if we don't get this right, it could be so very wrong. And I think actually all the conversations that we've had so far today, 2 hours now of talking and so many messages that have come in, one thing to me is really standing out, head and shoulders above everything else. Perhaps what should be being debated right now on those green benches first, before anything else, are the failures in palliative care. Time and again, that has come up in messages, in the suffering people are facing, which is the reason why you might say to someone, well, do you want to end your life early? Yet, why have we not had that debate before this one? Why have we not looked into that before this?
Yeah, so the lack of funding for palliative care is outrageous. The problem, actually, for the palliative care industry and hospices is that they do such a fantastic job of fundraising. I mean, it's almost a shame they do. I mean, they do for obvious good reason. But the fact that they do such a good job then clearly makes the government and the Treasury think, well, they're doing a very, very good job of funding this on their own. We don't need to do it. I mean, it's an outrageous set of circumstances. But I do see the things separately, and I'm 100% with you, Alex, completely, that palliative care needs to be better funded, and that support, that comfort, that care that palliative care done in the best way provides for people that are getting towards the end of their life, that is so important, not just from a comfort perspective, but actually from a dignity perspective. But I do see the assisted dying thing as separate to that. I don't see them completely intertwined as subjects, simply because, as I referenced earlier, no matter how good the palliative care, no matter how comfortable, no matter how dignified that care is that these brilliant hospices across Britain, on their own dime, frankly, are providing, when it comes to someone that wants their life to end, it's generally because they're in pain. And I'm afraid, from my experience, no matter how good that support and comfort is from a hospice, it doesn't mitigate the pain itself.
I'm going to bring Tani Gray-Thompson back, Baroness Tani Gray-Thompson. We have her on the phone. We've managed to reconnect. Good old-fashioned methods, always the best. Tani, you are a crossbench peer. You now have really a lifetime in campaigning when it comes to people with disabilities, and now also have many years under your belt when it comes to the legal processes and parliamentary processes. And I think the one thing that is being discussed a lot on this show today is the risk of legal slippage, or the risk of the bill starting off with all of these safeguards as it is at present, but how this may evolve over the course of years. And I want to ask you about that, because I sort of have this feeling that first of all, there'll be a court case where someone says, well, they haven't given me 6 months to live, but I'm in chronic pain, and there's a debate about whether or not that should be extended to a year. But it won't have the same high-profile discussion as this debate is having. Then there'll be the method, well, we're using this particular drug, and someone's got to take it themselves. They have to self-administer. Well, I don't have physical capability to do that. I'm compos mentis, but I can't do that. OK, we'll make an amendment so that someone can administer it. Then it'll be, well, this drug, this person took the drug and actually it wasn't effective. They suffered well, we now need to look at other methods. How do you think these things evolve? Because you are in the process as a peer of seeing how legislation garners amendments and has changes made to it over the course of time.
Yeah, well, every jurisdiction where it's come in, it's been extended either through the court system, like in Canada, through legislation, or through practice. So, Australia and New Zealand, which are the two of the most recent countries that have brought in, the person in New Zealand who tabled the original bill is already petitioning to have it wider than 6 months, and has said, well, I didn't want it to be short of 6 months, but that's the only way I could get on the statute books. So in UK legislation, the regulations get done in something called statutory instruments, negative procedures. They don't come back to Parliament to be debated. And once it's in a statutory instrument, it's just open to amendment in the court. So it's not, I don't think it's fair to say, it's a small bill, and it's really not fair to say this bill can't be amended, because that is our job in Parliament, is to amend legislation. If we can't amend it, then we might as well pack it up and go home and operate on the legislation that we've got. So this is the real detail, and there's been lots of debates today, which I've been trying to listen to as many as possible. It's the emotion of it is really important, but we've got to debate the words, and that probably sounds quite callous, actually, because I've had lots of emails from all sides. But the devil is in the detail. This bill allows doctor shopping. It allows the doctor to suggest it. We're rubbish at spotting coercion. That's why I think there's just so many holes in the bill.
Yeah, I think I love the fact that you said this. We need to debate words, because I find as well in the discussion about this so far, there has been this huge effort to use language to make everything sound softly and nice. Having a good death, assisted dying, when actually what we are doing technically is breaking a sort of a bond of trust that has existed between the public and its parliament, which is the state has no authority to kill. And it's all very well saying, well, actually, someone makes the decision themselves. They have to prove that they're capable of making the decision, and they have to administer the medication themselves. At the end of the day, it is enabling doctors and judges to give something to somebody that they know will end their lives. And we are not really... I think that it's a bit like so many things in life now. We use this sort of puerile, infantile language so as not to hurt or upset people. But when it comes to a decision this big, we need to use grown-up words, and we are talking about killing.
And so the public, when you call it assisted dying, 76% of the public support it. When you ask them what they mean by that or understand by it, they think it's palliative care. When you actually explain what it is, the support drops. When you call it assisted suicide, because we're in effect amending the Suicide Act, that support drops. When you talk about other jurisdictions that allow it for children, the support drops. When you talk about, actually, there are doctors in this country right now talking about terminal anorexia. And so, it's not. It will never just be for cancer, leukemia, which is what we want to think it is. It will just be for lots, and disabled people being ill, and being ill and disabled is conflated. We're lucky in this country. The country by and large loves the Paralympic team. It's lovely. It's 215 people. So many disabled people are pitied. And, I said I've been told if my life was like yours, I'd want to kill myself. It's just never ending, the discrimination that disabled people face. And, in Oregon, being a burden is one of the biggest reasons people request it. And the other thing I just very briefly want to say, we're saying, bring this in and the suicide rate will drop. in so many jurisdictions, the suicide rate has gone up. No, it hasn't. Oregon, it's gone up by 24%. So you can't say that this will stop suicide, because other jurisdictions are showing us that that's not true.
Do you think that's because actually perhaps people want to have assisted dying, as I don't like that form of words either, and then they are not able to, they can't have access to it, and so they take it upon themselves, because it's almost now been framed as an option. Now, on that, I just want to read about, I want to read the words of Tim Farron, the former leader of the Liberal Democrats. He's a man our politics probably couldn't be more different in many respects, but he's a man that I hugely admire for his conviction and his integrity. And when he believes in something, he stands up for it. He stood down as leader of the Liberal Democrats because he couldn't support gay marriage as a Christian man. And I think his words today are beautiful, actually. My producer Ted's just brought them in because I wanted to know what they are. And he said, here we are on the precipice of agreeing to sanction and support the deaths of people in despair. A society has chosen a dystopian and contagious path if it chooses to facilitate the death of those who have a terminal illness rather than standing with them, weeping with them, valuing them and loving them against the desolation that any of us would feel if we were given a diagnosis of that sort. I just think that's beautiful. Well done, him. But this is the problem, isn't it? I think we have framed this in a very infantile way, and I don't understand the urgency. Why has this been brought so quickly? Why is it being debated now? Like I said, leaving the EU, we had months and months and months of debate. It became very contentious and divisive, and that was just, leaving a supranational bloc. And then, of course, we had years after agonising over whether this is the right decision. Tanny, do you know if anybody in any other countries where, in their jurisdictions, assisted dying is allowed, have there been cases where there is, it's very difficult for someone who's chosen it to regret it because they're no longer with us, but have there been cases where members of that person's family have said, this has been wrong, this has been completely misapplied, we wish this legislation didn't exist?
Yes. And it's different in different jurisdictions, but in the UK there are many cases of situations that have been called mercy killings, where it's usually the male partner is held up as being the saviour of ending usually female partner's life, because they were in terrible pain, and then you find out it was actually murder, and people have served jail time for it. So, in Oregon, over 70% of the records are incomplete. They destroy them a year after the person has ended their life. And so, that leads me to say, well, why are you destroying, the records? And there are examples of coercion. And I find it really interesting you're talking about the infantile language, because at some point, it's very difficult to talk about it on air, and I won't talk about the details, but we do need to talk about the drugs, about how they end someone's life, about what happens.
Let's talk about that. I was supposed to go to break, but I think this is important. This debate is happening right now. This is a moment in history, so we need to talk about these things. My understanding is that at times when people have these drugs, they can suffer tremendously, and it isn't necessarily a quick end.
Yeah, in Oregon, over half the cases take and this more than 53 minutes, and the longest case in Oregon is 136 hours. That is 20 shift changes of a doctor. And in Canada, actually, they step in and euthanize the patient much quicker. But these are the things we need to ask. And, this bill allows a proxy signature. So that means somebody else can sign that form, but the bill then says the person has to take the drugs themselves. Well, if they can't sign a form and I can't even do a scribble, how do they take the drugs? And the only data we've got, is some of the death row cases where, the patient hasn't died peacefully. And there's probably not too much sympathy, I have to say, for some of the death row prisoners, how they die. But these are the things that we need to be talking about. It's not one pill. It's not. It could be 100 pills. Yeah. And that's what people need to think of as well. And I'm sorry, it is the detail of, because I think people have been sold this Hollywood death, it'll be with your family, it'll be a time of your choosing. It's going to be in a room somewhere in some kind of organisation. And what if you change your mind? There is no appeal in this bill through the High Court system.
Tanya, I think we've lost you there, but thank you ever so much. It's been amazing talking to you. I mean, it really has been a great privilege talking to you. And we've learnt so much from having that discussion and debate and raising important points that really do need to be discussed on the day that in the United Kingdom, MPs are trying to decide whether the state can sanction killing. I'm back after this break.
Ben Habib, who used to be in the job you're in now as deputy leader, he has said in the last few months that he has quit the party. He also says your party's not a democratic party. It's still, technically, a limited company entirely owned and controlled by Nigel Farage and not a democratic political party. What do you say to that?
Well, that's the joy of free speech and democracy. Ben's entitled to his view, but his view is clearly not shared by the tens of thousands of people who are joining reform. We actually...
the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello, welcome back to the show. We are sticking with the topic of assisted dying. It's such a huge and important debate. Splits the country, really, and I think even during the course of this show, I feel that the more we've talked about it, I don't know whether this might apply to you at home, but I get the impression the more we've talked about it, the more maybe listeners are moving away from the idea of wanting to see this passed. I may be wrong. There's a message here that I want to read. It's a big one, and it's an emotional one. It's from Pamela. She said, "It's not assisted dying, but end-of-life care that needs to be debated." I've just listened to Alexandra's story about her mum in 2008. My husband, who was 46, was given months to live in 2008. He died 3 weeks after that. He was on an ordinary ward in hospital, and he was waiting to be taken to the hospice. His organs started to fail, and a doctor told me that he would die that night. The doctor then left me and my husband alone in a side ward. My husband was in excruciating pain, with no pain relief at all. I was buzzing for the nurse constantly, and she had to run to the other side of the hospital for morphine. My husband wasn't on a morphine driver. The nurse came back with some morphine, but it wasn't enough. He was rolling off the bed, and I couldn't keep him on there. The nurse had to put 2 mattresses on the floor, so he wouldn't keep falling off the bed. She went for more morphine. I was left alone with my husband while he was dying in unbelievable pain. She came back and administered more morphine, but nothing helped. She couldn't get on top of his pain. His organs were failing. I kept screaming at her to give him more and more morphine until he eventually stopped breathing. It was the most traumatic experience of my life, and my husband had a traumatic, painful end to his life. His palliative care was utterly diabolical, and that's what needs addressing. Let's speak now to Tracy, who's in Burton-upon-Trent. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Alex. Can I just say, well done on you, kidder, for reading out the messages, because I can hear it in your voice, and it's such an emotive subject, and 5 hours in Parliament for a debate is not enough. I really just want to reiterate what your previous caller said. You know, there is evidence that the drug cocktails that they use consistently don't give a quick death. And there are a whole selection of drug cocktails that people give. I'm a retired pharmacist, and quite often when people have terminal illnesses, they don't handle drugs in the same way that the normal population do. And I think people think it's, you know, I've had various pets euthanised by the vet, and it's lovely and peaceful, and they just quietly drift away, and it's lovely. You know, and the animal isn't suffering, and I think that's what people imagine. That isn't the case. You are having to take a huge cocktail of drugs, and it's not necessarily that you're going to take it and half an hour later you pass peacefully away. And I really think that it's when people actually realise what it is. I personally agree with the idea that if your pain is insufferable and you want that choice, that you should be able to end your own life. I wholeheartedly agree with that. But I think the way they're going about it, it's just not the right way to do it. It just isn't.
It's
Alex,
funny, there's so many statements, aren't there, things in life that we could agree with in principle. So, for example, if we said nobody in the whole world should have to face starvation, right? Yeah. But we can all agree. Yes. But it's how you get to that point, how you achieve those things. It's exactly.
And they're saying, oh, well, we'll sort that out later. No, it needs sorting out now, because you'll get bits stuck in and other bits stuck out. I am a great believer. I'm a great believer in palliative care. And I have seen people, you know, in my working life that have had magnificent... I mean, we have a brilliant hospice here in Burton-on-Trent, St Giles. Charity run, again, brilliant. And the government really, to me, and Kim Ledbetter really should be focusing on what we can do for palliative care. There will always be the stories of people that have horrendous deaths, and we must do what we can to minimise that. I mean, in essence, I heard once, dying is the very last act of living, and for some it is easy, and for some it is terrible. And we must look with compassion and care and make sure that what we are doing is not detrimental to anybody. And a 5 hour, and to me, a 5 hour discussion debate in Parliament is nowhere close enough for something like this. It's just not.
And at a time when it's quite clear we are finding huge failings in palliative care.
Yes.
Tracy, thank you so much for your call. We're going to take a short break now, but when we come back, I'm going to be speaking to a great friend of mine, James Whale. You'll know him, talk presenter, legend of broadcasting. We're back after this.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello, welcome back to the show. I've got a bit of a frog in my throat, but thankfully I'm going to be rescued by a man that I adore. I'm very much his protege, I like to think. He was the one who, years ago, as a little MEP in the European Parliament, he was like, I'm going to have Alex on my programme all the time. And now, look, I join him in Talk Towers. It's Mr. James Whale. Hi, James.
I should be getting some kind of kickback off everybody who says that, shouldn't I?
I know, you are sort of like a sort of commercial sector sponsor of people in broadcasting. You've helped many a person follow in your glorious footsteps.
I'm very glad, because you've got to be very careful now what you say and what you do. It's probably a time when I wouldn't have survived.
Well, yeah, definitely. Sometimes I have that knot of anxiety in my stomach thinking, did I push it too far this time? But today we're talking, well, you know what we're talking about. It is the big debate about assisted dying. And Russell is for the legislation. I'm against the legislation. And I believe that you're for the legislation, but you're also a man who, well, you've got a death sentence, essentially, don't you? You know you have terminal cancer.
I do.
You're doing very well, can I just say. We always wonder how long we're going to enjoy James for, and you surprise us and yourself and Nadine all the time, and we're thankful for that.
I mean, it's a very difficult situation, and one I've been thinking about for the last 4 years. And I'm, as you say, I'm terminal. And I've got about 15 tumours, and you know, people say, well, can't you have some of them taken out? No, I can't, or I would have done. And I could go before tonight's show. It would be great if I could go that quickly, although I could be here next Christmas. Well, I will be here this next Christmas, but, you know. And you don't know. And I would like, if I'm going to be in a situation like I've seen a number of people in my lifetime have to go through the, you know, the disgusting fact they can't do anything, and I mean anything for themselves, that they have tubes in every orifice, that they can't go and have any quality of life and are never going to. And I've had so many people in that situation say to me, you know, including my mum at one time, saying, can you not ask the nurses if they could just turn my morphine up a little bit more? And a nurse saying, no, I can't, because if we turn it up anymore, your mum will just go. And quite frankly, that would have been great. And listening to your last caller saying, oh, I've, you know, palliative care. Well, palliative care is great, but not for everybody. And some people don't want to be kept alive during a time when they have no dignity either. And that is the worst idea, when you have no dignity left. And I know lots of other people want to look after you and don't want you to go, but it's what you want. And I've had to have 3 dogs put to sleep this year. They're getting old, and you know, the vets recommended it, and I could see that it was the best thing for them. And they, just as your previous caller said, they inject them and they peacefully go to sleep in your arms and have a lovely end of life. Now, why can't we do that for human beings? Why do we keep getting the, oh, you know, there are some of these drugs that give people a really bad death? Well, I've not heard of that. I mean, there are some people who react badly to all kinds of medication. But I listen, if I want to be in charge of my life, I don't want somebody else telling me when I can go or when I can't. And if I really wanted to go, I could go and buy a gun or jump off a building or in front of a train or something. Why should people be, you know, pushed into that situation? And people say, well, it's their mental health, they can't help how they are. Well, if there is no cure and they are in a situation where they're going to end it anyway, why not help them? So those are my thoughts. And by the way, the legislation is too long-winded. By the time you got permission to end your life, you'd probably be dead anyway.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I was going to ask you about the legislation in terms of, at the moment, it's like you said, it sort of requires 2 doctors signing off, then a High Court judge. It sounds incredibly bureaucratic and rather joyless for one's last moments on Earth. But the legislation has the framework of saying, well, you know, those people who know they have 6 months left to live. Now, when it comes to you, this is interesting. So at what point does the legislation therefore get enacted? Because I'm sure that you over time have been given projections of when you're going to go and meet the maker. Yeah. And there are plenty of examples where people completely outlive expectations, and others where it's the other way around. And what you're talking about, because you're still very active, you're here talking to me now, you come into the studios, you still have great fun, you're still a bon vivant, you still really have a zest for life, and I hope you're enjoying it. I was in the pub
last night.
There you are. There you go. And it seems to me that, you know, the point for you is when you get super incapacitated, when it suddenly becomes you can't even lift a finger, you can't do anything for yourself. But what about when you're in that situation? This legislation says, well, OK, it needs to be all these sorts of, you know, decisions have to be taken and signed off. Then you have to be able to administer the medicine by yourself. So at what point, when someone is in anticipation that, well, OK, in about a month's time, I'm probably going to be at the point that I've got tubes coming out of every orifice. How does one get to the point of enshrining something like this in law?
Well, I will know when I've had enough. I looked into going to Dignitas when I was first told, James, you know, your cancer. I had it 24 years ago, first of all, and I'd actually forgotten I'd had it, to be honest. And then it came back in the other kidney. And I looked at Dignitas because there is no chance. But I wouldn't go until I knew it was time. And I've known. I feel that I'm under really severe therapy at the moment, which is doing me in a little bit. But I'm going to come off it for a while, I've decided. before Christmas, because a lot of the medicines you take do more harm than the cancer in many cases. So you have to be very careful. But, you know, it has to be said that my wife is not keen for me to do things like Dignitas or take my own life. But and then people say, oh, you do it because you think you'll be a burden to other people. Well, you will. And I don't want to be lying in bed asking to be taken to the toilet. I don't want to lie in bed while somebody comes and washes what will be a body of, you know, I don't even want to look at myself. And I think we need to be allowed to have some dignity in life.
At what point, then, can you make that decision? This is what I find very difficult to understand.
What, you wouldn't mind being sort of, you know, toileted and washed and I'm a
lazy bones. I'd be fine with it. Yeah. I don't know. Look, I don't know. Is it because I haven't lived through anything like that, so it's impossible to say.
The fact is that you don't really want to be a person that relies on other people and know that you are never going to get better. Now, when I walk in and see my oncologist, who is a brilliant guy, and when I went to see him, first of all, in fact, we started a charity for kidney cancer many years ago, and he said, well, it's terminal. He said, maybe you'll be able to make it last a bit longer than 6 months. And here we are 4 years or 5 years later.
Right.
But they don't reckon you'll get much more than that. But I'm, you know, I don't want to go just yet. I'm still able to do stuff. I am aware that I don't want to be told because of somebody, you know, I don't like religion, so I won't argue with you about that. Some religious nutters telling me, oh, you're going to burn in hell if you do that. I'll go away, play in another school. I just want to have control over when I've had enough. And anybody who has been diagnosed, I think, with a terminal illness will probably tell you the same.
Given that you were told initially you would have 6 months, and that happens to also be the threshold for this legislation.
Yeah.
And you've outlived that by 5 years. Do you think there could be a risk? There could be a risk that moment you have after you've been told that you've only got 6 months left to live, and one doctor sort of signed that off, and it goes to another doctor, and they look at, you know, your scans and all the medical history and go, yes, that doctor's right. And you're thinking, well, I don't want to sort of go down the long period of demise, having no idea that you were going to get 5 more years and do many more things. That there's a risk with this legislation. You might have gone, well, do you know what, forget it, let's just organise the date of my death now, while I'm compos mentis, while I can put things in place, while I can organise my own funeral, whatever it is. And then, in doing so, you would have not had these 5 years.
Well, no, I wouldn't have done it then, because I felt perfectly fine when I was diagnosed. And then when I felt bad, I was put on all kinds of... I've had loads of different treatments in the last 5 years, some tested, some experimental. You can go on trials, and I've done a lot of those. I'm at my last chemotherapy now. There's no more left after the one I'm on now. And the one I'm on now has stabilized things, but they will and are in some stages getting a bit bigger. But, you know, I will know when I've had enough. Okay? And just because somebody says you might only have 6 months to live, if you feel fine, you're not going to go and do it there. And I've had lots of, you know, Nadine and I, my wife, we do a podcast every week called Tales of the Whales about having cancer and what it's like having it in your life. And it is quite a prominent part of your life. But, hey, it does feel good talking about it. Because you get in that space where we're all going to die, as you quite rightly said earlier, we're all going to die at some point. And, you know, working around the fact I might have another 6 months, another year, when I can't get out of bed, when I can't get into the studio, when I can't go to the pub or really do anything in life, and I have absolutely nothing that is making me feel happy or good or whatever, then I'm going to ask, just give me an injection, because I don't want to go on like this for another few months. James. I don't want to be in a situation like my mother was, where she was saying, can you just ask the nurse, I'm in so much pain, And palliative care is fine for some people, not for others. And some people don't want palliative care because that just means prolonging the end when you are in a very, very difficult situation. You could say I'm in palliative care now, but I don't know. I mean, I can't go out and mow the lawn for a start, right? I can just about walk to the closest pub, but probably not a good idea on your own. A lot of that, by the way, is the chemotherapy. I can get into the back of a car and get driven to a place. So, but I'm not allowed to drive, which is that's a real, a lot of people might give up then. But I want to be in charge of it. I don't want somebody else saying, because of their ridiculous views in one way or the other. And the whole legislation at the moment seems ridiculous, because if I felt bad and I thought I'm not getting any better, I can't get out of bed, I've got all this to do, I would like to be given the drug. Just get me the vet.
I get you the vet. James, my darling, it's so lovely talking to you. James's local pub's a brilliant pub, by the way. I must go down and keep him company one day. We're going to... before we take a short break, let's have a little listen, actually, because we've got a compilation of MPs who have been speaking today in Parliament. So let's hear a sort of mega mix of the things that have been debated.
Pretty much anybody with a serious illness or disability could work out how to qualify for this bill, for an assisted death under this bill. And if members think that is far-fetched, that's what happens everywhere else, that assisted suicide is legal, including in Oregon.
What? Councillor Nettles, point of order.
He's using the incorrect language. It's not suicide. That's offensive. Please correct your language, Mr.
That's not a point of order, Danny.
I'm grateful for I'm afraid to say, and I'm sorry if offence is given, the fact is that the value of actually having a bill in black and white is that we do need to see what the law really is, and what this bill would do, it would amend the Suicide Act of 1961. It will allow people to assist with a suicide for the first time. So I'm afraid that is, I mean, I respect the Honourable Lady's concerns there, but I'm afraid we do have to use the proper language here.
Robust safeguards for the sick and dying are absolutely vital to protect them from predatory relatives, to protect them from the state, but above all, to protect them from themselves. There will be those who say to themselves they don't want to be a burden. And I can imagine myself saying that in particular circumstances. Others will worry that assets they'd hoped to leave for their grandchildren are being eroded by the cost of care. And there will even be a handful who will think they should not be taking up a hospital bed.
I am very clear that the law needs to change to give terminally ill people choice at the end of life and to protect their loved ones from fear of prosecution. And Mr. Speaker, for those of us here today who are lucky enough not to have personal experience of this issue, sadly, we know that any one of us could end up in this heartbreaking situation. We are all living longer, which is brilliant. And I've campaigned inside and outside Parliament for a greater focus on prevention and early intervention in terms of illness and disease to keep us fit and healthy for as long as possible. But any one of us or our loved ones could be unfortunate or unlucky enough to receive a terminal diagnosis. And I struggle to see how it is fair or just to deny anyone the autonomy, dignity and personal choice that we might want to take control of our final weeks.
There you go, some examples of the sort of debates happening right now in Parliament. That debate's going to be going on all day. It's a hugely emotive topic. And I'm blessed to have had so many brilliant listeners sending me their thoughts, and we've had a really good conversation about this today, so thank you all for your contributions. We're going to take a short break now, but I'm back just after this.
favourite people have decided that they want to have good old-fashioned, what they call IRL contact. You know what that stands for?
IRL. In real life?
In real life, very good.
Real life,
So actually wants to meet people in real life.
Well, I think that's the best way to go
Maybe civilization has been saved after all.
Yeah, I think that what's very clear is that many of these users, they've explored these dating apps and it hasn't gone according to plan for them.
No.
So I think that ultimately...
Well, apparently there's too many men on them, right? So women can't decide because it's too difficult of a choice.
The UK on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello there. Last bit of the show, we're going to talk about something a little bit different because while we're debating what could end up being historic legislation here in the United Kingdom, some pretty big legislation has been passed down under, as Australia has become the first country in the world to outright ban social media for under 16s. That means no Instagram and no TikTok, no Facebook. It's a move that is being predicted could well sweep the globe. Is that what we should be doing here in the United Kingdom? Let's speak to Arabella Skinner, who's the director of Safe Screens. Arabella, I must admit, I'm going to put my hat into the ring on this one. I've said for a long time, social media is an absolute blight, well, especially on young plastic minds. They don't seem to be able to regulate themselves. They don't want to regulate themselves. It's impossible to be able to control, it seems, social media, and so I've got to the stage where I might just pull the plug on the lot of it. And so personally I would support this, but there are a lot of people out there who say surely actually young people should be brought up with full digital engagement, and it is up to these companies to face the full force of legislation when they fail to comply with regulations put in place to protect young people. Where are you on this?
I think we're very positive about the fact that Australia is actually doing something and they're leading the way. It's a good thing. The question will be around what is social media and can they actually make age verification work? You would hope that the incentive of doing this will force the tech companies to make age verification work. We know Ofcom did some figures yesterday which show that huge numbers of children are faking their age to get on these apps. And you have to think for a technology business that can pretty much do everything, has R&D resources bigger than most countries, that if they put their mind to it, they could make sure age verification works. And that's absolutely, we need to be forcing tech to do these things. But as you say, Alex, there is no evidence the issues around social media. There are some serious problems around social media and what it takes up in time, as well as what people see. So, for example, the WHO did a massive piece of work globally looking at problematic smartphone social media usage. And this is akin to addictional behaviour that you would look at if you were looking at people with alcoholism or elements like that. You know, do you wake up and it's the first thing you do? 20% of 11-year-old girls in England have problematic social media usage. I mean, that's mind-blowing. Firstly, 11-year-olds shouldn't be on social media because the age is 13. But would we ever accept children to have basically an addiction of that kind of magnitude?
Right. I mean, I see a lot of societal ills, whether it's grooming, whether it's the hypersexualization of children, whether it's the cult of trans. All of these things, you wonder whether they would exist at the scale that they do were it not for social media platforms and their algorithms.
You're absolutely right. They pretty much wouldn't. When you look, the Met Police recently talked about the fact that we're looking at like 18% of arrests for counter-terrorism incitement are under 18s. It was 2% 10 years ago. And they have attributed that directly to social media and radicalisation because the conversations that children are seeing are that much higher. We know that when we look at what TikTok does with children with eating disorders, if you have an eating disorder, even if you're not liking things, you're just sort of lingering on things, within a couple of days, you're 4,000 times more likely to get toxic eating disorder videos. I mean, the fact there even are toxic eating videos on there is absolutely appalling.
Exactly. Arabella, it's been wonderful talking to you. Very quickly, let's just have a quick
old-fashioned. I think it's up to the parents. If children are under 18, which I guess is the definition of a child, it should be up to the parents to bring them up, not the state to dictate to the parents what their kids can and can't do when it comes to phones and social media.
Well, so it's been wonderful having your company today. I think we've made a good team discussing this huge legislation that's been debated in Parliament. I think we've done ourselves proud, and you, listeners and viewers, you have also done yourselves proud. Thank you so much for all of the messages I've received. I didn't get to read even a quarter of them out, but don't worry, I read them during the advert break. It's been an honour having your company today. Ian Collins is up next, so do stay tuned to talk and have a wonderful weekend.
Smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Three minutes after 1 o'clock. Thank you to Alex. Thank you to Russell Quirk as well. Good afternoon. Welcome to the home of common sense. As you will be aware, MPs are currently debating contentious legislation to allow assisted dying for terminally ill people. This applies to England and Wales. There is a vote expected this afternoon. We'll bring you that live here on the programme. It does seem that the divide is too close to call at the moment. Also, Transport Secretary Louise Haigh has become the first member of the current cabinet to quit after it emerged she pleaded guilty to misleading the police a decade ago. It was a fraud thing. Not a good look for Haigh. She's gone, and she becomes the first high-profile, use that word very loosely, member of the cabinet to have to walk the plank. And on a sort of related note, Greg Wallace has stepped away from his role as a MasterChef presenter, with the BBC launching an inquiry into allegations of sexual misconduct. From what we understand, these are things he said rather than did. We'll await the results of that, but we'll debate the latest. Everything you need to know, all the breaking news right here on Talk 0344 499 1000. I think I forgive me for a little bit of repetition here, but I think I said this the last time we talked about assisted dying. I think I made the very same point. That in this job, in my job, you're meant to come along to the party with a big one opinion, right? You start the show with, here's how it is. This is what we need to do. This is how we change life. This is how we make things better. And the assisted dying bill, I genuinely, and I think most people listening to this would have done the same sort of soul-searching. I'm aware, by the way, that it's easy to glaze over with challenging or difficult legislation or proposals or issues. Something like this, you might think, well, I don't know, we'll leave it to them to decide. And then you take a step back and go, hang on a second, this is the society I live in. This is the country I pay my taxes in. This is the country I vote in. This is my place. This is my turf. I think I want to know what my legislators are planning when it comes to the idea of ending your life. I mean, there's a good, the ethical argument is that it doesn't really get much bigger than this one. We have Kim Ledbetter, the Labour MP, claiming a majority of the public want to legalise assisted dying and kind of using that almost as a reason why this is important. I did note as well that there was a YouGov survey that revealed 73% of British adults believe in the principle that assisted dying in some form should be illegal. 13% said it shouldn't. 14% were unsure. And I think I'm probably in the 14%, although I'm grateful to Peter, who sent this message. This is nothing to do with public support, everything to do with it being right or wrong. The public support capital punishment. Kim Ledbetter would never bring that forward as a private member's bill, and that's a really good point. MPs, talk about representing the desires of their constituents. I'm not absolutely sure how far they go with that. There's a lot of desires I think constituents have that many MPs, particularly those in the Labour Party, wouldn't go anywhere near that. Can you imagine, say to Kim Ledbetter, there's a lot of support out there to stop the boats coming over from Kish. Wouldn't go anywhere near that legislation. So you have to be kind of, I think fairly honest about why this is coming forward. The Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill is what it is officially called. She says it's clear that public opinion is very much in favour of changing the law. She said it may not be that surprising that most people believe, as I do, that we should all have the right to make choices and decisions we want about our own bodies. She says, let's be clear, we're not talking about a choice between life and death. We're talking about giving dying people a choice of how they die. They've been debating this, or they will be debating this. 5 hours have been put aside. This is interesting, slightly unusual on a Friday as well. So it's a thorough debate. It's how it should be. I don't know whether 5 hours is enough time for members of Parliament to truly kind of hammer this one out. There is so much to it. I do believe, however, that and I know those that support this bill are ready for this question. They always go, no. If you go to Oregon, where apparently this the particular proposal in our bill almost reflects, I'm told, word for word, what has happened in the state of Oregon. And apparently there's been no thin end of a wedge moment where people have gone, can we just widen the parameters for this assisted dying thing so you don't have to actually be like dying? You might kind of think you're going to be dying in a year. That's the danger. I absolutely...
People who don't often have one of their own. It is this principle that has guided my decision to oppose this bill today. I know that there are sincerely held beliefs on both sides of this debate, and they can seem completely at odds with each other. But it is my firm view that everyone speaking today shares the same goal: a more compassionate society in which everyone can live and die with dignity. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, true compassion should have equality at its heart. It is for this reason I cannot support the proposals as it stands. We must recognise the hard truth that health inequalities are wide and persistent. We know that black and minority ethnic disabled people have far worse health outcomes than the national average. I've seen this firsthand, caring for my mother, who suffered with sickle cell anemia. As a teenager, I would be by her side when she was in excruciating pain, explaining to a doctor who would not believe her when she told them she needed life-saving medication. And sadly, this is still the reality today. I'm reminded of the death of Evan Smith on the 25th of April at North Middlesex Hospital. Evan suffered from sickle cell too. He was in so much pain that he had to ring 999 from his hospital bed because he was denied oxygen and basic care by the doctors. Put simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be helping people to live comfortable, pain-free lives on their own terms before we think about making it easier for them to die. Colleagues will be aware of Section 15 of the proposed bill, which outlines the provision for sign-in by proxy. I'm worried that this could create an issue for vulnerable groups who are more prone to coercion by family members. And as many members have already said, assessing beyond doubt if someone has been put under pressure or coerced will be difficult if this legislation is passed. Even the legal experts seem to have a disagreement on this. So I do not believe there has been enough scrutiny on this. And the risk of coercion will be for the highest of some of the most disadvantaged people in our communities. As a society, we risk pushing people to seek an early death. I cannot in good conscience support this. My late mother lived with chronic illness all her life. And I knew that one day her pain would be too unbearable for her. But she did not let that limit her. She wanted to live. And I believe this bill would protect the wishes. This bill would not protect the wishes of people in her situation today. Because freedom in death is only possible if you have had freedom in life. And I will close by asking this, Madam Deputy Speaker. How can we be possibly satisfied that this bill would deliver equality and freedom in death when we do not yet have this in life?
Colleagues, continue to work with me. I'll try and get as many people in. Liz Saville-Roberts.
And I think the starting point for many of us today is how to resolve that dilemma of what I want for myself with the fear of enabling potentially terrible consequences for others. There's a rational fear of the reality of coercion and what drives decisions within families, what individuals feel is best for their family. There's a rational fear of how institutional pressures, lack of resources and, appallingly, culture within the NHS might ramp up the convenience of death as an affordable option. This isn't a new fear, and the Honourable Member for York Central mentioned this. Baroness Neuberger's review into the Liverpool care pathway said that in order that everyone dying in the acute sector can do so with dignity, the present situation has to change. That was in 2013. We know in the aftermath of COVID how little has changed. Death as an institutional convenience has never been and never will be right. It is our duty to demand good palliative care, to address the institutional barriers, the resource barriers to good palliative care. But this is not a licence to sidestep today's moral question. The people of England and Wales now expect us as legislators to provide an answer in principle. It's our duty to provide that answer not only in principle, but also in process. With this in mind, I will support this bill at second reading if there is a guarantee of sufficient scrutiny to stitch together a complete garment out of what is presently threads and patches that could indeed, as we heard, be rent asunder in court. If Bill Committee scrutiny cannot make this bill robust, I will reconsider my support at future votes. And surely this House can ensure that there is both cross-party and small party representation on the Bill Committee rather than conventional party proportionality, which of course we are today on a free vote. The implications for Wales, where health is of course devolved, cry out for proper consideration, and I support the Honourable Member for Gowers in her concerns about the Sewell Convention and the need for a legislative consent motion in the Senedd. It's equally true, of course, not just in Wales, but for remote and deprived communities where ill and dying people already suffer disproportionately inadequate health services. And to close, I want to pay credit to Iola Dorkin of Morfanevin, who I have known for over 30 years, who is presently dying of motor neurone disease. She wears a brace that her husband has adapted to make more comfortable. Today, she is on respite in a hospice in Holyhead. That is 50 miles away from her home. That is the reality of people's lives as these things stand. We need a change in the law.
Dr. Simon Offer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I am one of those medical practitioners, sometimes known as a doctor, and I've been a GP for 30 years, and about every year I have 4 or 5 cases of palliative and terminal care that I look after. So I have got quite a lot of experience in this, and I'd just like to make some very quick observations of what I've noticed. First thing is, a lot of patients who are dying of cancer ask you whether you can curtail their life and finish their life a little bit early. That's a very common thing they ask. I've had 2 patients go to Dignitas on their own without family members because the family members were fearful that they would be arrested on their return. And we've been discussing this giving a double dose of morphine, and I think a lot of doctors, almost all doctors in terminal care, have probably done this, double the dose of morphine, knowing it might, curtail the patient's life. That's a big fudge. That puts me in a very vulnerable position, particularly since we need to resolve that. Can I also say in this debate, I think we're getting a little bit confused between palliative care and assisted dying. Now, a lot of people who receive excellent palliative care still request assisted dying. They're not mutually exclusive, and I totally support what everyone's saying about really developing palliative care. It's really important, but that does not go instead of assisted dying. The things go together. Assisted dying is one of our tools in palliative care, as I see it, as we go into the future. A couple of things about coercion. So coercion is this sort of thing I will need to, or people like me will need to assess. Now, if someone says they feel a burden, that immediately is not a good reason to me to approve an assisted dying. And doctors are trained in this. They're trained in assessing capacity, as the right honourable gentleman said, but we're also trained in trying to find out the reasons why someone wants to end their life. And so I think it's judging doctors harshly to say that they will not spot coercion. I think the slippery slope, actually, interestingly, the only change in Australia was that they found the judiciary review actually didn't add much to the process. But otherwise, doesn't seem to be a slippery slope as long as the legislation is carefully done. There was... Yes, certainly.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he opened by referring to himself as a doctor and medical practitioner. Perhaps he could help with the difficulty I have with a bill I would dearly like to support, and that is the provisions in it that allow the Secretary of State to bring forward regulations so that the independent doctor can be an alternative medical practitioner according to those regulations. And there's also a section in it which makes the court look an optional process. So I do worry that there aren't the protections in here for 2 doctors. Perhaps he could help with that.
I do think it's the right thing for this bill to have 2 doctors and a judiciary review, because this is new legislation, and we must be sure it's safe. It's incredibly important, these safeguards, certainly. So I'll finish simply by saying that as a doctor all my life, I've been trying to empower patients to make their own decisions over their health care. And this is a great opportunity to do that. I had one patient who had a terminal diagnosis that hung himself. The family were devastated. It was a horrible way to die. And I felt we'd failed as a medical profession. Let's not fail as a government and a judiciary and Houses of Parliament. So please support this bill.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, members, how do you want to die? How do you picture your own death? It's a question we rarely ask ourselves, but one that every one of us will face. And for me, I hope it's with peace, surrounded by loved ones, free from pain, content with a life well lived. That's the gold standard. And good palliative care strives to make that ideal a reality. And let me state unequivocally, we need to support palliative care. But today's debate is not about whether or not we support palliative care. It's about what happens when we can't provide a solution. What happens when palliative care doesn't work or can't work? The truth is, members, palliative care has limits, and there are limits to palliative care. Consider the cases that keep doctors and surgeons awake at night. The likes of the inoperable neck cancer eroding away into the carotid artery, a literal bloody time bomb that no one knows when it will go off. And do you know what modern medicine's answer to that is? Keep dark towels nearby for the blood. Counsel a partner or family on what it's like to find someone bleeding out. There is no cure. There's no respite. What would you do? Currently, for these patients, we can offer no agency over their end, no alternative to this terrifying death. Can we truly say that's compassionate? So I ask you, should we not even offer those suffering at least the chance of dignity in their death? And this is what the bill stands for. To reject it at second reading is not just to vote against assisted dying, it's to silence the debate for another decade, to say that the status quo is acceptable, to say it's fine for those who can afford it to fly to another country, while others are left here without recourse. I can't accept that. For what is this House for if not to empower people, to give them the tools to shape their lives and, yes, their deaths? Today we have the chance to put compassion into action, to offer choice who are facing the ultimate sacrifice. And I hugely respect those members who take a different view. And I simply and gently say to them, there are consequences too. Those intractable cases will still be there, with no solution, no choice in this country, and no resolution to their suffering. And those who are understandably a little unsure, well, if you do have doubts about the safeguards, about the implementations, and I agree some are valid, then let the debate continue. For some of you, it will be at a bridge too far, but if necessary, reject it at third reading. But to stop it now is to stop the conversation entirely, to take the choice off the table, to remove a dying person's agency. So when all is considered, I ask again, how do you want to die?
James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill asks us to make a profound and irreversible decision to the principles of our health service and end-of-life care. With end-of-life care funded too often on a shoestring for many, this bill takes our focus to ending life, not improving living, as life draws to a close with terminal illness. I believe it poses significant risks. Our wider societal, cultural norms will be changed forever. Those that refuse to acknowledge this prospect now do so with the benefit of things as they are now. And my point is that this context, this concept, changes immediately today if the bill is passed. The safeguards may sound rigorous on paper, but the strained state of our NHS means many patients do not have a consistent relationship with a named doctor. We are attributed to health centres nowadays, not named doctors. Someone's consideration of this decision could depend on which doctor they see, one who raises assisted dying as an option versus one who refuses. A deeply troubling prospect with this bill. The ideation of assisted dying will become a ballot. We know now that there is a range of assisted dying views across our GPs, and so we cannot deny that who you end up seeing with your terminal illness might be how you end up. At the doctors, possibly in the presence of a loved one, under strain and also in need of respite themselves. And this first suggestion is the beginning of a journey towards, yes, assisted dying. This is before you consider the forces of marketing, of commercialisation and the industry that will spring up if this bill passes and is sewn into our NHS. It is possible. It is possible. We cannot imagine being the victim of coercion, or that as MPs, our agency is so baked into our experiences of living, we cannot envisage a scenario where those who already claim to feel unseen and directed towards meeting their end sooner than otherwise might have been. Our casework from constituents is already full of cases of people struggling to access the rights we've enshrined in law, access to justice, health, education support, the disaster in our SEN system, as victims often of state neglect, often of state coercion, and the failure of safeguards once supported on paper passed into law. Disability rights groups and advocates have raised their voices, wanting us to talk about the dangers of normalising assisted dying. For many, this bill represents not a choice but a principle shift that undermines the value we place on protecting the vulnerable. And so it falls to us as the strongest to stand up and vote against this bill. Passing this bill today will not improve palliative and hospice care. For me, my belief is it will forfeit it. End of life is complicated. End of life care often isn't complicated enough. On reflection, my mother-in-law deserved a frank, trusted conversation on the risk of secondary illnesses and amputation that would follow with the automatic cancer treatment she was given in her final months of life. We should expect more agility from our NHS. And whilst dying is the ultimate binary experience, end-of-life care should be more sophisticated, more personalised. Shortening these expectations with a system that endorses assisted dying will forfeit this too. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as legislators, our responsibility is to protect the most vulnerable and consider all eventualities. We disagree on slippery slope arguments, but if this bill passes, it will be a moment of no return, and why I am not prepared to support this bill.
Neil Shastrihurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a privilege to speak in this debate today. And I think the way in which the House has conducted itself on both sides of the argument is a credit to this place. I stand here as not only a medical practitioner, having worked as a surgeon for about a decade, but also as a healthcare barrister. So I've looked at this debate from both sides of the argument. And I have been deeply moved by some of the stories I have heard by patients who are facing a terminal illness. I'm also instructed by my own experiences, my personal experiences of my relatives, but also those patients who I failed. I failed because I did not give them the good death that they deserve, despite the very best efforts of palliative care. And it's true that we can improve the palliative care offering in this country, but it is not a binary choice. It is not a choice of palliative care or assisted dying. It is a choice of having the option of how you want to have autonomy over your body at the end of your life. I understand the concerns in this House. I do, I genuinely do. But this is not the point to cancel the debate. This is the point to engage in the debate. This is the point that we move it forwards, that people could contribute to that in the committee stage and say how this can be improved, and we can work together to make a societal change, to improve our society
and to support those that want that ultimate choice in those last days. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy.
Paula Barker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am honoured to rise and lend my support to this bill, and I am proud to support my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, as one of the co-sponsors of this bill. In my city of Liverpool, data shows that 74% of people are in favour of assisted dying. I have been privileged to correspond and meet so many of my constituents who have shared their views and personal stories with me, spanning both sides of this important debate, and I thank them all. As we've heard today, there are strongly held beliefs on both sides of this House, and I absolutely respect those with differing views to myself, and I hope that they respect my own views, even if we disagree. Long before I entered this place, I have been an advocate of assisted dying, with the appropriate safeguards to alleviate unnecessary suffering. My own mum cared for my dad during his cruel battle with cancer. Sadly, not even the best palliative care could provide him with a good death. And I do believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is such a thing as a good death. At its core, this bill is sensible, safe and compassionate. But above all else, it places human dignity at its heart. In respect of palliative care, this bill isn't an either-or. I, along with many other campaigners for assisted dying, fully support improving palliative care, and it has been proven that end-of-life care has improved in several countries because of assisted dying reform. And I hope if the bill passes that the UK will also belong to that list. Palliative experts, including those opposed to law change, admit that some people's suffering is beyond the reach of even the best palliative care. I also don't believe if this bill finally becomes law, it will create a slippery slope. As the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield eloquently said, in Oregon, terminally ill adults have had a legal option for assisted dying for more than 25 years, and not once has it been expanded to include other groups. No, I'm sorry, I won't. Every year, around 650 terminally ill people take their own lives. Countless others who are more affluent make the choice of the long, arduous journey to Switzerland, all without any protections in place. I don't want choice to only be available to those who can afford to pay. That is not just or equitable. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, just like many other private members' bills that have gone before, that have looked to bring about social reform, such as abortion, divorce, and the decriminalisation of homosexuality, this is an historic moment and an opportunity, if taken, to give real dignity to those who have reached the end of life and want a choice, while also respecting the views who don't want to take that choice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a really humbling subject to speak in. I'd like to put on record my thanks for the member from Spen Valley for bringing this important issue before the House today. I've witnessed firsthand the cruelty that a terminal diagnosis brings. The son of a single mother, my grandparents were like second parents to me. Each struggled with their own incurable cancer diagnosis. At Christmas dinner in 2019, my nan, who could no longer eat and was clearly in a great deal of pain, turned to me and said, "She's ready to go. It's time now," she added. It was that night that I reflected on how, as a society, we shy away from discussing death. We park it away, prioritise more immediate, palatable subjects. But it is impacting members of our communities day in, day out, from terminal diagnoses to medical treatment, and ultimately their final days. This really matters to me. In my maiden speech, I pledged to campaign for greater control in those final days, and to afford those with terminal diagnoses the right to end their lives in dignity. This is not an argument against palliative care. Some wonderful Macmillan nurses made my nan's final months as comfortable as possible. And I agree absolutely with many members that have raised the issue today, that we need to be doing more to support our palliative care sector. But good palliative care and a dignified end of life are not mutually exclusive. nor do I seek to control those who have strong religious beliefs. Those who believe that only God can take life have the complete freedom to wait for that moment, but that is their choice. Many have legitimate... I'm not taking any interventions. Many have legitimate concerns about safeguarding. Of course, the most vulnerable should not be coerced into making a decision, but this bill introduces specific offences for this. Indeed, this combined with sign-off by 2 independent doctors, judicial oversight and a period of reflection means that there are robust mechanisms in place to protect the most vulnerable. I'm not giving way. These details are vital, but so is our humanity. Being with my nan in the warmth of her own home, surrounded by a loving family, after months of excruciating pain and no hope, I knew there and then that she should be able to choose her time to say goodbye to her family. She, like so many others, had had enough. An understanding and compassionate society should not stand in the way of her right to choose. You can see the profound impact this has had on me and my belief in the importance of end-of-life care and choice, and it's enabled me to understand a crucial distinction that is at the heart of this emotive debate. This isn't about shortening life. This is about shortening death. For those members who support the principle of this bill, but who are concerned about the specifics of the safeguards, I would urge you to support it today at second reading. Further debate can be had during committee stage if honourable members feel that changes are required. This bill provides the choice to shorten death, a right that an empathetic and considerate society should afford its citizens.
Dawn Butler.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Spen Valley and the way this debate's been conducted. Yesterday we buried Tony Waugh, GMB officer, a really good friend. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer. He beat it once, but it took him in the end. Early this week, the cancer community lost Nina Lopez. Nina Lopez had stage 4 triple-negative breast cancer. She was given 6 months to live in 2018. 6 months to 6 years, and she taught us how to dance through her fro days. As we've heard, it's not an exact science when somebody's given a 6 month to live diagnosis. As a patron of Black Women Rising, a cancer charity that deals with black women and minoritised women through their cancer journey, recently somebody said to me, they was given 6 months to live, and they said to me, I'm ready to go. They said, I've had a good life and I'm ready to go. 6 weeks later, they're now fighting to live. Now, the thing is, if we'd focused on just the fact that she was ready to go and wanted to die, it would have all been very different. So there are parts of the law, and we've heard in the debate today, that needs changing around coercion, around doctors being able to help people with their end-of-life treatment. But I think those safeguards and those discussions can be separated from assisted dying and assisted suicide. I don't see why we have to have that as a combined discussion. Everybody has the right to die with dignity and compassion. Whether this bill passes or not today, I hope that those conversations will continue. After all, we are legislators. We have the ability to do that. 80% of my constituents are against this legislation, and I'll be voting against, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow the Honourable Member, and I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Spen Valley. I think the way in which this debate has been conducted today, the spirit is a tribute to her leadership in this issue. It's been harrowing for all of us, I believe, but to us falls the responsibility and the privilege of making this decision on behalf of those people who go through experiences so harrowing that I don't think any of us, even though we have heard their tales, can imagine. I know that I can't. But until recently, I had put to the back of my mind that I have actually been in the situation where I have waited to find out whether I would have a terminal diagnosis. And I was lucky, I went the other way, and I don't know what I would have wanted, but I do know that as I waited, I thought about all the things that I wanted to do and might be denied, that people with a terminal diagnosis do. The things they planned with their lives, the opportunity of seeing their children grow, be married, or perhaps their grandchildren. And I know that when we came here today, we were all aware of that, and we came and we thought seriously about it, about the implications and about the need for palliative care. But I would say to the House, it is not our job to say that palliative care needs to be improved and the NHS cannot cope, therefore we shouldn't do this. Our job is to say we need to improve palliative care so that the NHS can cope, so that we can do this. And on the safeguards that are needed and included in this bill, I believe that they're there. For those with religious beliefs, which mean they cannot count in this bill, I understand their concerns and I respect them. But I would not be standing here if I were not convinced that in this bill we have the best opportunity to provide a choice safeguarded by medical and legal professionals and protected from that slippery slope. Because it happened in Canada because they did not have terminal diagnosis in the definition of the bill from the beginning, and we do. And that we should go on from today, if we vote this through, to perhaps further scrutiny, tougher levels, that every piece of legislation in this place and the other must go through. I respect everyone's concerns and belief in this today, but I would also ask them to respect, and ask all of you to respect, those who have already been denied so much in their lives, those things that I said that they might want, that they might be denied. Because we have a choice today. We can lead a national conversation which examines the issue before all of us, dissect this bill line by line and check its effectiveness. Or we can vote to close it down today. And then the country, the families who are suffering, they will be denied the light that they want to see thrown on this issue, the voice that they want their loved ones or perhaps themselves to have. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have, many of us, watched loved ones die difficult deaths. And we have, over the past few weeks, months and years in politics, heard harrowing tales and spoken to families who've had no choice but to watch their loved ones pass in the most harrowing of circumstances, or make an expensive, for many, a prohibitively expensive trip to Dignitas alone. I can't help about those things that they have been denied by the cruelest of fates. And I would say, surely, surely, we cannot deny them choice at the end of life.
Fuchs. Deputy Speaker, I want to start by thanking my honourable friend for Spen Valley for the incredibly sensitive and thoughtful way she's conducting the passage of this bill, consulting widely with terminally ill people and their families, medical staff, lawyers and faith leaders, and those on both sides of the debate. For me, I have two very personal stories about why I support a change in the law. Last year, my dad's health took a turn very much for the worse. He had sepsis, kidney failure and heart disease, and he'd lived with Addison's disease for almost 50 years. He was given the dreaded news that he only had a few months left to live. His last few weeks I would not have wished upon anyone. He was in agony and suffering, his breathing was difficult, and he was in such pain. I struggled to see him suffer so much. But the nurses, doctors, carers, and my incredible stepmum were all without fault, and his palliative care was excellent, thankfully. He was able to die at home with me, my sister and my stepmum by his side. But seeing him suffer so terribly convinced me we had to have a change in the law so that people who are terminally ill have a choice. My second story is from Australia, where my brother lives. My wonderful sister-in-law, Kelly, sadly died of liver cancer that developed into bone cancer. She had a fractured left arm, fractured pelvis, fractured sacrum, cancer in her spine. At 54, Kelly was far too young to die. Her cancer was particularly painful and unforgiving. As she lived in Victoria, she was able to register for assisted dying. For her, that was incredibly comforting. To know that if she needed to, and only if, she could stop the suffering. She didn't need it in the end, but she did have the option. And in her darkest days and her fearful days, that brought her and my brother incredible peace of mind. I've heard similar stories of suffering in the hundreds of emails sent to me by constituents over the course of the last few months. People want and deserve access to both the best palliative care as well as a choice if they are terminally ill. The protections in the bill are strong. The evidence underpinning the bill is strong. I was there for my dad's final week when he was in so much pain. and I was there right at the end holding his hand. What a privilege to be with him at the end and see him through. So in memory of my dad and of Kelly, I support this bill, and I urge all those across the House to support it too.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is not an easy subject, nor should it be, because this is a matter of the taking of human life. The taking of human life sanctioned by the state. Our nation, through many wonderful charities, through government itself, reaches out compassionately to those who are threatening suicide. They are urged to use the services of the Samaritans and to get all the help they can. Mr. Speaker, I cannot square the circle where the state would then move to itself sanction suicide, indeed to facilitate suicide, in fact to promote suicide, and to do it in respect of those who are intrinsically the most vulnerable in our society. Anyone who gets a diagnosis of terminal illness by reason of that is obviously vulnerable, and many in consequence suffer depression and other difficulties. So they are amongst the most vulnerable in our society. And being vulnerable, they are amongst those most liable to fall under the foul influence of coercion. Now, coercion comes in many forms, and anyone who's listened to domestic abuse cases will know that it can be very insidious, it can be very invasive, it can be very persuasive, because the coercer has the constant ear of those they wish to coerce. Add into that mix the fact that that person might feel a burden. We've all heard old people say, I'm a burden on society, I'm a burden on my family. And even when they're told, no, caring for you is not a chore, it's a privilege, they still think they're a burden. And if in that background, if in that matrix, there still is the pernicious influence of coercion, then I think the thought that people reach a reasoned, considered, independent opinion is a fallacy. And it is those people that this House should be protecting above all. And this bill does not protect people in that situation. Oh, we're told 2 doctors, a judge. Well, a judge, he doesn't have to, but he might decide to hold a Zoom call with the applicant. He's not to know if sitting in the corner of the room, out of camera, is the coercer. So where is the protection in that? So I do say to this House, this is an issue that cuts to the very quick of our fundamental duty to be the protectors of the most vulnerable. And it is no part of the state's function to be promoting, assisting the end of life for people who could be in that condition, and you'll never know how many are in that condition. So, for me, Mr. Speaker, I can't, I won't vote for this bill.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour and a privilege to speak in this debate and to follow so many honourable colleagues who've made such powerful contributions. And I especially want to thank the honourable member for Spen Valley, who's no longer in her place, for all the work that she's done on this bill. All the colleagues across the House who've been working together so collegiately, and all my constituents from Newport West and Isfrine who have written to me in their hundreds. and the experts as well who shared their views with us. Everybody here in this room, in this chamber, wants a good death. But we do know at the moment palliative care across the UK is chronically underfunded, mostly charity raised, and certainly it's very much a postcode lottery. I want to pay tribute to all the hospices that are working around the clock. They do an amazing job on very, very stringent budgets, and especially mine, St David's Hospice and the Hospice of the Valleys, who do amazing work there. But we have to remember that although we're talking about people here who have very, very powerful stories who are in the chamber today, we legislate for all, and that means making sure our legislation is safe and proofed for the future-proofed. So things like presuming consent, I do have some concerns with the bill. When the door is opened in this bill, my worry is it will be widened, as it has been in other places like the Netherlands, like Belgium, like Canada. These things will happen. Over 65 private members' bills were passed in the last Parliament. No bill had more than one session in committee. The average length of debate in the committee was 35 minutes. Just over a quarter had any amendments made in it at all. And I know the Honourable Member for Spen Valley has said she's willing to extend it, and I welcome that, and I will be pressing her for that to make sure it is safe. Because if we are going to vote, and I'm going to personally vote against, if the vote is going to be to carry it forward, scrutiny is crucial at all points of the bill coming forward. I know that we've talked about terminal illness today, but intractable pain is something that people live with every day, and that's an issue. And certainly in my 30 years as a physiotherapist, I've seen good deaths and I've seen bad deaths, and we all want to make sure we get the best for our constituents. We need to make sure end-of-life care is sorted, and this debate has been good in that we have talked. I've certainly talked to my family, and I know my lovely mum of 89, who's disabled, housebound, widowed, has said, yes, it's all very well talking about assisted dying. We need to talk about assisted living as well, because that's most important. Quality of life is crucial here. We need to make sure that we are here to legislate for all. That's why I'm voting against the bill today, but I thank you for the opportunity to explain.
Saki Bate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start by first of all acknowledging not just the importance of the debate, but thank the member for Spen Valley for bringing this debate forward, because I think it is an important debate. I'm going to be voting against the bill today, but I still think it's an important discussion to be having, not least because there are many of my constituents who believe that this is the right thing to do, and there are of course many who feel that this is not the right thing to do, and I think that's why we've shown the very best of what Parliament can do here today. But for me, when I came to my conclusion, it wasn't because of some sort of zealotry or evangelism. I completely acknowledge there are those people who go through some very difficult situations where they lose the normal faculties that they have, and or they can be in immense pain. But I also think we need to be clear about what we're talking about here today. We are talking about the wholesale change of how the state deals with death. And that is really important, because of course that places a number of scenarios upon people, upon society, upon the medical profession, and for me, I think it puts at great risk actually some of our most vulnerable people. And part of the reasons I'm going to be voting against this today, because I think the slippery slope arguments are very valid in terms of what risk they produce, because we are talking about medicalising death and placing an undue burden on our health professionals and legitimising a role for the state in the death process. I'm not going to give way at this debate. And I've yet to be convinced there are sufficient safeguards in place in this. And I think if we talk about slippery slope, if you look at Canada, for example, you don't now even have to have a terminal fatal illness. And mental illness will be an acceptable reason for assisted suicide in 2027. So for me, even though it didn't start like this, clearly in Canada that Pandora's box has been opened, and clearly that route is what we have the risk of embarking on today. And I know the Honourable Member member for Spen Valley said that there is almost a guarantee that this won't change, but she can't guarantee that parliamentary sovereignty, or she can't guarantee that future parliaments won't change the goalposts on this, and she can't guarantee that. And the very fact that the argument for a slippery slope is exactly that when you embark on this journey, that is exactly where we may end up as the goalposts start to move. I also think that there's been lots of conversation around the PMB process, and I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to end my comments very shortly. But lots of comments about the PMB process. The honourable member cannot guarantee that there will be sufficient scrutiny and those safeguards work. There's not been enough impact assessment, not been enough public consultation. There's been very limited time to look at this piece of legislation, and we are at serious risk of presenting something or passing something that will do immense harm. And I worry that in the future we will look back at this where there has been abuse or there's been coercion, and some of our most vulnerable people will be coming back to this House to discuss the damage that we've caused today.
Point of order, Kimler. Peter, please.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I seek your guidance on correcting the record. I said in my speech I have consulted with the highest levels of judiciary and medical profession. I have received correspondence from the Judicial Office, and I would like to clarify my earlier comments. Whilst I have spoken to lawyers and judges, I should not have implied that the serving judiciary has in some way indicated their agreement to the bill, which they have not. The serving judiciary have been very clear to ensure that they have made no public comments about the bill one way or the other. So, Mr. Speaker, I apologise if I applied anything to the contrary, and I seek your guidance on correcting the record.
Well, thank you for correcting the record. Rosie Writing.
Speaker, I rise today in support of this incredibly important bill. Like many colleagues here, I have been contacted by hundreds of my constituents on both sides of this debate. I have been moved by their personal stories that bring home the impact of this legislation could have on them and their families, and I want to put on record thanks to everyone who's contacted me. I fundamentally believe in the right to choose at end of life, and that's what this bill is about, giving dying people a choice on how they die. Anyone who doesn't want an assisted death can choose not to have one, and anyone who wants the reassurance of an option has it. Mr. Speaker, my constituents' stories and stories shared today by colleagues across the House have shown me that it is truly unacceptable to maintain the status quo. Without a change in the law, terminally ill people will continue to face the end of their life with a very limited range of options. Some travel abroad to help to die, but it is only an option with those with the financial means to do so. Choice at end of life shouldn't only be an option for those who are financially stable or the desperate. Death should be peaceful and pain-free, and this bill gives the opportunity to make that a reality. There is no doubt in my mind that this bill, so carefully considered by my honourable friend for Spen Valley, would be an improvement to the lives and liberties of my constituents and those across the UK who are terminally ill, and I urge members across this House to vote for it at a second reading. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with the words of one of my constituents who said, "We have some of the most amazing caregivers in this country who provide compassionate care in the most difficult of circumstances, and that gives comfort. But I feel no one should be forced to know how the book ends when they were only part way through it, without having the choice to put the book down and choose one with a better ending."
Final speech, Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not need to choose between palliative care and supporting those who want to make their deaths better. It is so fantastic to hear everyone from across every part of the chamber have a shared commitment to funding more palliative care. And I hope that the Secretary of State and his team will hear that and go further in knowing that you have our support in investing more. But until they do, we cannot condemn those who are at their end of life to terror, to loneliness, to being forced into horrible circumstances. Whilst listening to this debate, I've been concerned by some of the comments, and so I've reread the bill as I've sat here, and I'm concerned that there has been a suggestion that mental health conditions would be allowed. It is not clause 2.3.
and that people might not be offered surgery or other treatment. They must, clause 4.4. It is also worth noting that the suggestion of a person being coerced could be protected by forcing someone to disclose to the very family who may be coercing them. The witness in clause 5.2.2 and the periods of reflection allow that independent person to be present at those appropriate times. I have already shared publicly my own family death journeys, and I wear them here on my jacket. But today is not about them. Today is about all of those people who need this. Last night I read the book Die Smiling about Nigel's journey to Dignitas, and it ends with his final journey and a Facebook post prepared before he made that agonising journey, a 20-hour journey with his wife and children to Switzerland, and it moved me to tears. But most people cannot afford that option. Most do not want to put their families at risk of prosecution. They want death on their own terms. Gary lives in my constituency of Mid-Dorset and North Pool, and he asked me to tell you his story of dying with liver cancer. He knows the end stages will be brutal, and he wants to decide when enough is enough. Gary told me, "Death does not worry me at all. Dying a slow death with my dignity stripped away terrifies me. So when my time is right, I will kill myself, alone and afraid. My sick dog will not have to die alone and afraid, but I am forced to do so. I want to die on my terms. How can this be right?" Tracy, who was a palliative care nurse, told me, "I've witnessed many end-of-life patients, and I cannot say, hand on my heart, that many of those patients had a peaceful death. I left palliative nursing as the emotional trauma became too much. There are neither the range of medications or symptom relief treatments available for many of the harrowing things people are forced to go through in their last days and weeks of life. This bill is about compassion and humanity, and we must listen to the voices of dying people."
Come to Shadow Minister, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today the focus is rightly on backbenchers, so I'll limit my remarks and I won't be taking any interventions, mindful of your advice on time. It's not for me to make the case for His Majesty's opposition, as we've not taken a collective view, and like many members, I've struggled greatly with this decision. I don't believe there is a perfect choice to be made today, just different versions of imperfection. And my time working as a doctor in A&E has made me sympathetic to both sides of the argument. I've seen the pain in the eyes of relatives who want to ease the suffering of their dying loved ones, but I've also held the hand of frail elderly people forgotten by their families, feeling themselves to be nothing but a burden. Reduced to its core, we're facing a difficult dilemma, Mr. Speaker. Access to assisted dying could reduce suffering for the terminally ill, and that is a choice some people would like to have, and some people would make that choice without any undue pressure. If we vote against this bill today, they won't have that choice. I caution against avoiding facing up to that hard moral reality by arguing that whatever people may fear about dying can always be managed by modern medicine. For all it can achieve, modern medicine cannot achieve everything. We've heard examples today of the worst illnesses that do more than cause pain. The member for Bury St Edmunds and the member for Hinckley and Bosworth described dying from a catastrophic bleed that takes your life in a panicked final moment. And of course, the treatments we may use to help people with pain often rob them of what they may sincerely feel to be their own independence and dignity. Some people may not want to spend their final days in a drug-induced state of semi-consciousness to manage their pain. Those minded to vote against this bill should give this the greatest possible consideration. And I don't think opponents of this bill can deny this, any more than proponents of the bill can deny that if this law is passed, it would represent the crossing of a significant legal, societal and moral Rubicon. Every other expectation we have of the state is for it to help extend and protect life. We would instead be asking the state to procure the medicines, provide the staff and sign off through the courts a process that is designed to and will lead to someone's death. And a deep respect for the sanctity of life is not the preserve only of religious thinkers. Opponents of this bill place great weight on that consideration. They argue that once you accept that the state and its citizens can play a proactive role in causing death, the debate will shift from whether it should do that at all to how and when it should. It may be that we pass this legislation and no other in future, But those who have the utmost concern about even the possibility of an expanded bill may vote against this one as the surest way for them personally to stop that happening. And the mother of the House argued that coercion is not limited to the selfishly motivated relative directly pressuring a vulnerable person. It can be as simple as knowing people in the same position as you could and did choose to die. Some members worry that people will then ask themselves not just, do I want to die, but should I want to die? So where does this leave us? All of us can make a sensible and reasonable case for our positions and even point to care and compassion as we see it in support of our view. Taken all together, I think that means one thing more than anything else should be our guiding principle today. We should, above all else, vote with great humility and with respect for each and every vote cast in whichever direction. And I want to direct that sentiment to the country at large. I know there are passionate campaigners on either side of the debate with their own perspectives who fear greatly the outcome today if it isn't the one that they want. I say to them that as well as being MPs, those voting today are also sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, parents and grandparents. I know each member will have in mind what they would want for their families and themselves. And I know our final decisions will come at the end of a great deal of thought and careful consideration. And as the member for Vauxhall has said, I think if you listened closely enough today, you would have actually heard us speaking all with one voice. The voice of passion for those people and causes we're trying to aid with our vote, even if those people and causes are different. That passion represents this House at its very best. That should not be forgotten, and I hope that that is something on which we can all agree.
Davis Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This second reading debate on my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley's bill, provides this House and the country with an opportunity to discuss this complex and sensitive issue. I want to make clear that I stand at the dispatch box today not as the MP for Pontypridd representing the views of my constituents, although I thank each and every one of them for taking the time to contact me with their considered opinions. But I stand here today as the Government Minister responsible for the criminal law in this area contained in the Suicide Act 1961 in England and Wales. As the Government remains neutral on this topic of conscience, and out of respect for my ministerial colleagues who are not able to outline their views in today's debate, I will not be sharing my personal opinions on this matter. I will, however, be taking part in the vote. With all that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I will keep my response brief and I will not be taking any interventions. The Government is of the view that any change to the law in this area is an issue for conscience for individual parliamentarians. It is rightly, in our view, a matter for Parliament to decide rather than one for Government. Accordingly, these benches will have a free vote should the views of the House be tested today. If the will of Parliament is that the law in this area should change, the Government will, of course, respect its duty to the statute book and ensure that any bill is effective and that its provisions can be enforced. I thank my friend, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, for bringing this important national conversation to the fore and for conducting her campaign with respect and integrity. I pay tribute to the campaigners on all sides of the debate, including Dame Esther Ranson, Liz Carr, Nathaniel Dye and Baroness Gray Thompson. They have all used their voices to advocate for what they believe and have contributed significantly to the important national conversation around death. Regardless of views, the one thing we have in common is that we will all experience death at some point. Death is a topic we do not tend to talk about very much, but these discussions have undoubtedly enabled families up and down the country to talk openly about their wishes and how they feel about their own death. That powerful level of honesty is a tribute to how members of this House and campaigners have conducted themselves throughout, and I thank them for informing today's debate.
Point of order, Kit Moulton.
I beg to move that the question now be put, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question now be put. As many other opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. The question is the bill now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobbies. Order. Sit down. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As none of the opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tell us for the aye, Sir Owen and Bambos Lombos. For the noes, Dame Harriet Baldwin and Florence Session-Lomi. Order! Order.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look! Right, does the member in charge of the bill wish to move the motion number 2, Kim Levitt?
Mr Speaker, I move that the Public Bill Committee to which the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill stands committed shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records.
Under Standing Order number 63 brackets 2, I must now put the question forthwith. The question is that the Public Bill Committee, to which the Terminally Ill End-of-Life Bill stands committed, shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records. And many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under Standing Order number 632, only one motion relating to the committal of the bill may be moved, and that has been done. Right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to the Ferrets Bill first, if people wish to leave.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Bill. The Speaker is now winding up some of the protocol that follows the result of a vote like this, and MPs will continue their weekend business, one assumes, back in their constituencies. But they have left us with this extraordinary moment in British legal and medical history where MPs have voted in favour of the assisted dying bill. That's landmark territory. This is a very new place to be in. You heard there the results. I'll give it to you again. The ayes, as they say, those in favour, 330. The noes, 275. So this is incredibly close. And that really gives you a taste of how a bill such as this is not a straightforward green light. So we have yes, 330, no, 275, and there were... that's a 55 majority in favour. So it's incredibly close. What does it mean for future readings? What does it mean for other elements of the procedure that allow for inclusion of suggestions of a more thorough revisiting of the bill? What does it mean for the House of Lords, who will eventually cop hold of this and have a good old gander, and their own debates on this one as well? So that is how it stands as the MPs leave the chamber in mass numbers. I think, as Robert Taylor said, from what we were able to see, it's been a 5-hour debate. It was kind of a rare moment of some, really thorough, intelligent and sometimes emotional speeches from members of Parliament. You almost go, why can't they be like that all the time? And it was quite cross-party as well. There were more, I think on balance, more Labour MPs, even as a percentage, would have voted in favour of this compared to Tories. But not exclusively. There were lots of Labour, even high-profile ministers, Wes Streeting and the like, that voted against it. The Justice Secretary voting against it. And there were Conservatives again. Some voted for it, all for their own different reasons. That's, the whole nature of democracy. But that's a historic step towards backing the terminally ill to end their own lives. It's not a done deal, it should be said. It ain't over yet. 330 MPs voting in favour, 275 not. That's a majority of 55. Let's go to your calls on this issue. Sue is down in Kent. How are you, Sue?
Hello.
Hello. What are your thoughts on this?
I am so pleased. I've just been told that the bill has been passed. I wanted to say that 20, 30 years ago now, I've worked in quite a few care homes where old people were in the beds. Their eyes were alive, but their bodies were basically dead, and they were basically rotting in their beds. And the suffering I saw at the time, if I could have done something to relieve it, I think I possibly would have.
Yeah.
So I'm just so pleased that it's been passed.
Now, of course, it's only the first step towards this becoming law. We understand, by the way, Keir Starmer voted for the bill. He voted in favour of the bill. Not heard yet how Kemi Badenoch voted, but so there's a way to go on this. It could be another year down the line before this became law, and it could get scuppered on the way even now.
I know. I thought it would take a while. I mean, you can't just debate something like that and have it answered in 5 hours. But we're on the way to end a lot of people's suffering, and I think that they should have the choice over their own bodies and their own life.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty, because when you put it like that, it's hard to not agree, isn't it? It's somebody's own choice. But you know, the difficulty, I suppose, comes when there is a sense that it's not their choice and it's actually someone else within the family.
That is it, isn't it? You know, that's what we've got to try and protect against. I don't know how we'd do that, but I've seen enough suffering to be on the side of it.
I get it. Sue, thank you. That's Sue in Kent, who's worked in the care home sector, would understand what that looks like from that perspective. This one comes in from Steve, who said, as much of your opinion on the assisted dying bill today has resolved around mental illness, could you explain under the proposed terms of this bill how someone could get that through 2 doctors and a judge? You are talking nonsense if you think that could ever be a circumstance that could happen, even if today was the end of some mystical wedge. In a country that has so little concern for life in 1,000 other ways and refuses to safeguard in ways that could be achieved, I'm afraid you are howling at the moon on this one. I think you're confusing me, Steve, with this being my full opinion rather than my questions. We would happily send any number of young, fit people off to war to have their bodies blown to bits, but many, including you today, are obsessing over this matter. You should stop, in my view. I don't even know how to answer that. I don't think me reflecting a historic vote in Parliament is obsessing over this matter. I think Steve might be listening to a different kind of programme, or through the prism of a different ambience or something. I have no idea how to reply to that, Steve. I'm floating the various ideas and questions that I think a lot of people are asking on this. I was contacted by a psychiatrist who raised the point of mental illness, and it's a very real point, and you're right. I mean, I don't know how a judge or 2 doctors would ever oversee that. But I can't see that now. There's lots of things happen now in our world that 20, 30 years ago somebody could never have imagined would be how we do business, how we do life. I mean, just unimaginable. And if you want to get into the sort of ethics and the morals of this, you know, you could look at, I don't know, sex education and kids. Things are taught to kids today that would have been just completely... people would have been rioting in the streets 3 or 4 decades ago if they thought that sex education was going to go there, etc. Things do change, and it's worth... I don't know what happens there. I'm not purporting it or supporting it. I'm merely floating the fact that many of the concerns around this bill are that. And that's the whole point. So I don't know why I should stop talking about it, Steve. It would be very curious for a national news and current affairs reflective, opinionated station to not mention MPs are in the middle of a vote on this very point. And I think you're conflating other issues. Where is one's ethical radar? I mean, if you want to be consistent, then yeah, you would be against everything. Or for everything in certain areas. But I hope that roughly responds to some of Steve's panic on my non-opinions. Thank you. We'll have more calls and comments on the way. 0344 499 1000. By the way, we've got a new voice of doom coming your way in about 15, 20 minutes. Will Guyatt is going to be back with us talking technology as well a little later. And the BBC and the Greg Wallace problem. This is an interesting one. We'll talk to Andrew Gold on this. He's always a good voice, certainly as somebody who used to be a member of the BBC establishment, and then senses that he was no longer welcome in their corridors for very different reasons. We'll have details on that coming up. It's 2:30. This is Talk.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
I think there's genuine fascination in this story as well. Australia passing a law banning under-16s from using some of the biggest social media platforms in a move that could be adopted across the globe, including here in the UK. How many times have we talked about this? Brands like TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, Snapchat could face fines of up to £25 million if they don't stop those underage from holding accounts. The platform will have a year to work out how to implement the ban, which comes into force in November. Look, these are technology companies. We'll get the tech view on this from Will Guyatt a little later on, the sort of pragmatics of it as to how this can work. But I know that, there are countries around the world where you can't access any of these forums anyway, and would have limitations to the internet. Try arriving at Singapore airport and seeing how you get on with a Google search, looking for your Facebook page, things like that. So yes, they could do it. I would imagine there are technical implications for doing it, but I think the problem I have with this, and we'll talk to John Taylor, who's a former detective and child online abuse expert in this area. The problem for kids, bearing in mind this is about what you're concerned about, what your kid might look at and conversations they might get involved with, is actually as much the internet as it is social media, isn't it? I mean, that's one of the problems. And by the way, if you want to ban, and we know this from struggles with our 10-year-old, he wants to go on YouTube because there's fun stuff on there. There's music that he can look at. I get it. He wants to. But there's also an absolute universe full of horror awaiting him. Now, you can delete the YouTube app so that he can't access it, but then you just go to Google and access YouTube via Google. So the internet itself is the problem, not just some of the tentacles that come from it, like social media. And of course, social media does take you down another path. A friend of mine whose daughter ended up having, horrendous experiences via Snapchat, called it the most toxic thing he's ever seen. He couldn't believe it existed, aimed specifically at kids his daughter's age. 11, 12, 13-year-olds. John Taylor is a former detective and child online abuse expert. Afternoon to you, John. It's always good to get your take on these things. Look, I mean, it's a noble start, but is something like this firstly likely to work even in Australia? And even if it does work, will countries around the world like us adopt it? And I think John's line froze at that very moment, as it did a second ago as well. Let me go back to some comment from you. This from Lorena in Nottinghamshire, who says, I just want to say, I want to give Patrick Timms the best hugs. Patrick was the guest who has a terminal, I think I'm right in saying a sort of fungal condition that attacks the organs and ultimately the brain. He believes he may only have a few years left to live. And it was on that point. She says, I want to congratulate, I want to hug Patrick, in no way for pity, but just because he's so incredibly strong for sharing his journey. And similarly, Rick in France says, I was working up a ladder. I had to come down and stood in awe of Patrick's clarity and dignity when describing his own prognosis. May the future be kind to him, with all my respect. Rick, thank you very much indeed for that. I think we now have former detective John Taylor on the line with us. Can you hear us okay now, John? Good afternoon.
Yes, apologies. It's talking about the internet and it keeps dropping out.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you can't make this up really, can you? But that's exactly where we're at. Maybe we need more dropouts for the internet for the under-16s, because that's what this story is all about. Incredible move by Australia. They voted for this. The tech companies will have to work out how they implement it. Is it likely to work? And could it be implemented elsewhere, including over here?
Yeah, I think it's a brave thing. It's not the first time. We're aware that France have done something similar, as have a number of states in the US. But when you actually break this down, one, it's not going to come in until next year.
Yep. And I think we've got a frozen line yet again. Yeah, we are talking about access to the internet, and we can't get an internet line going. Maybe we need to use... Oh, what's it called? Hang on. Give me 1 second. Maybe we could... I had it there, tip of my tongue. What do they call it? A telephone. That's it, a telephone. Maybe that is the answer. We can maybe just get John on the blower, Adam. I don't know. Maybe that might be the best way, just to get his gauge on it. We'll talk to Will Guyatt a little later, by the way, the tech expert, our tech correspondent, on how this pans out pragmatically. Let's go to your calls. Henry is with us in Brighton. Henry, on this issue of assisted dying, you heard the results there. MPs voting in favour of it. What are your thoughts? Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Ian. My mother, just over 2 years ago, she died of vascular dementia, and the suffering that she went through towards the end was horrible.
When you say, sorry, just to clarify, Henry, I know it's a difficult subject. When you say suffering as in pain, or suffering as in just the horror of the nature of that illness?
Both. One can only imagine what was going on in her mind, but also she had really bad back issues and various issues. There was also in her care home there was a lady every time I visited, which in the end was every day. This poor lady would just be screaming and moaning in her room. Again, God only knows what was going on in her mind. but but she was beyond capacity at that point. But she had asked me a couple of times. I just want, can you end it? Can you get me something to end it? And it's like, no, I can't. But on the other hand, I've probably previously mentioned, I suffered with clinical depression all my life, and have spent one time in a psychiatric unit for a suicide attempt.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of help since then. That was 2011. I've had so much help.
Good.
And and there are times when I think I've had enough of this. But what really, I think one of the two things. First thing is, could this be used for nefarious reasons? And I really don't trust our government in so far as I think they might be slightly Malthusian in their attitudes towards us general public, and would probably rather see less of us. The other thing is, I feel there's a soul component to this. I can't get away from that. Who picks up the tab? As far as I understand it, it would be self-administered in some form. In which case, the older I get, the more I think that suicide might come. I don't want to, but it might come with some sort of. I don't know. Maybe that's the
I was going to say, in terms of when you heard that result this afternoon, Henry, that MPs have it's not like a massive, it's by 55 majority, so there's clearly big division among MPs. What did you make of it on hearing that? Because that, I would imagine, would be something that you would be encouraged by, bearing in mind what you told us about your mum to start with.
It's so bloody hard, isn't it, Ian?
Yep.
It's 100%. This is the point. And actually, I'm surprised. I thought, if you'd have asked me just before the vote, I'd have said, no, I think again it'll get vetoed and kicked down the line.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, but my conspiratorial nature, my hackles are up, and also, like I say, it's just who gets to play God.
Yeah, well, that's the fundamental question, isn't it? I mean, that's what we're talking about. This is about life, it's not about, what do you do if somebody breaks their ankle? I mean, this is literally as serious as it gets. Henry, thank you. Henry in Brighton on that point. Let's go back to John, former detective, child online abuse expert. We got you back on a good old-fashioned telephone, I think, John, so nothing wrong with that. But welcome back. We were talking about Australia and this new bill, this new law to ban social media for the under-16s. A good move in principle. Will it work, and can it be replicated? I think is where we began to debate this.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, certainly it can be, and obviously they're not the first. With France and the US, some US states have already tried this, but we've already got the first lawsuit going in Florida, has been challenged on free speech grounds. The problem you've got, I talk all the time to schools and everybody, and I will say, if we could go back to the beginning, certainly I would have equated this to the like of alcohol and smoking.
Yep.
And you could have put the age in it. But we've got the problem now, and is this sort of a knee-jerk reaction? And the reason I say that is I've looked at it, and of course what the Australians are going to do, they're only putting it down for Snapchat, or the ban on Snapchat, TikTok, X, Instagram, Reddit and Facebook. Well, Facebook and Instagram are owned by Meta, but they also own WhatsApp. So but that's exempt. They've got all these exemptions, all games, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, Twitch, Discord, I can name them so many more. Even the dark web is exempt. So the problem we have is, the way I look at it, is that if you think about some of these big dangerous areas, Telegram, for example, all these areas, they're not going to be banned. So they're really homing in on Snapchat, TikTok, X, and Instagram.
Yeah.
And I think at the moment, these are my worries that I get it, and I think it's the right thing to do if we can implement it and enforce it. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be able to.
And you're right. I mean, I said just before you came on, if it's about the stuff that kids can get to see or do, then, and you want to be really serious and consistent about it, you'd have to start to look at the actual internet itself.
Correct. I mean, I still say all the time when I speak to parents and say, well, look, no app, website, messaging service has ever been created to be dangerous. It becomes dangerous by behaviour. So that's the thing we've got to look at. We've got to educate. We've got to make people aware of what can happen. if people behave inappropriately. But you're quite right. I mean, all these areas that I've named straight away, even at the moment, if you look at our Online Safety Act, if you go into it and go into Ofcom and actually see whether or not you've got a platform that might come under it. Yeah. I actually went in it just today and I answered all the questions, and I got said, based on your answers, no, you're exempt. I thought, I can't believe this. So I think there's so many little loopholes and so many problems. It's going to be very, very hard to enforce.
Yeah, I sense that this, much like so many government bills, this happens to be in Australia, they're talking about it coming in 2025, that we may find ourselves discussing that it wasn't really worth the effort to put this in place because all the exemptions sort of essentially dilute the whole purpose, which was to protect under 16s.
Yeah, I agree, and they're going to realise it's not that easy. And then we haven't even discussed the fact that what you're going to do with a child, because if you look at Snapchat, TikTok and Instagram, just those three alone, if you read into their terms and conditions, they say, look, you should not be going on here unless you're 13. They say that. So that's their first defence. Yeah. You've then got age verification. Well, without actually having a national ID card, you're going to struggle with that. And we don't have those. We're one of the countries that say we're not going to have them. So it's very difficult to do. Yeah. And even though companies have set up saying, we can do that, it still comes down to the individual parent, the individual child,
sure,
but they do.
There it is, John. Thank you, sir. Great to have you on. We did get you back, thankfully, on the traditional, the conventional, maybe as God intended, telephone. There it is. John Taylor, former detective, child online abuse expert, ultimately parental stuff, but then kids with phones, and we're having that discussion as well. What age do you get a kid a phone? We could probably do a whole hour on that. I don't know. My little boy's going to be 11 in January. He seems to cite that half his mates have got phones. Well, this is a 10-year-old telling me this. That means the chances are that is simply not true. But some of them I do know do have phones. But some have brick phones. They've got the old Nokias. They can't do very much on it. They can only text a parent. I sort of get that. Do I want my kid with a smartphone? Absolutely not. Social media, 100%. I would send him to jail if he was caught setting up an account on that kind of thing. But again, I come back to the point I made. It's kind of the internet, really, that is, if you want the mischief and you want... And by the way, he's not seeking any of that out yet. But, I mean, he's 10, nearly 11. But at some point, he'll want... him and his mates are going to go, oh, look up, there's a great picture of somebody's head being blown off in a prison in Venezuela or something. That's a... almost... oddly and regrettably, that's almost a tame example of the kind of stuff that a bunch of young teens might go searching for. We know what else we're talking about. I mean, so you're really talking about the internet, but do you ban the internet? It's also the place where they do homework, research, increase their brain capacity and do lots of other things. That is almost up there as a moral dilemma with the assisted dying bill, because there are incredibly serious implications if you get that one wrong as well. 0344 499 1000.
apparently Gen Zers, right, our favourite people, have decided that they want to have good old-fashioned, what they call IRL contact. You know what that stands for?
IRL. In real life?
In real life, very good.
In real life,
So actually wants to meet people in real life.
Well, I think that's the best way to go about it.
Maybe civilization has been saved after all.
Yeah, I think that what's very clear is that many of these users, they've explored these dating apps and it hasn't gone according to plan for them.
No.
So I think that ultimately...
Well, apparently there's too many men on them, right? So women can't decide because it's too difficult of a choice.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Let's go back to your calls. Just gone 10 to 3. This is Maggie in Lincolnshire. With reference to what is happening in Parliament over the last couple of hours, the assisted dying bill gets the majority vote in favour of it. Maggie, what are your thoughts on this? Afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Hi.
It regards my son. Joshua was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer at the age of 24. He passed away 52 days ago today.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. He was given 12 to 18 months life expectancy, and he fought extremely bravely for just a week short of 45 months. Right. His view on the whole subject was he would have been against. He was very much against. But he thought it's such a sensitive and divisive issue that it shouldn't be left up to just, however many MPs we have these days, 600 MPs. It should be given to the people in a referendum. And I feel very, very strongly that,
what was your boy's name?
Joshua.
Why was Josh against this?
He didn't, as anybody at the age of 27, he didn't want to die. And I cared for him since his diagnosis, but for the past 3 months of his life, for the last 3 months of his life, I stayed at home and, cared for him full time. And even though at the end he was very confused and not very mobile, he loved life, and he just wanted to enjoy every second.
Wow.
Until
what a brave young man. And
he was.
So the idea of even talking about accelerating your death was just totally against everything he as a person felt, which was a positivity and a desire to live.
Very much so, very, very much so. We were given the news in early August that there was nothing more medically that could be done to help him, and he never, all through his, ever since his diagnosis, he never complained. He never, was sorry for his lot. I have never.
I feel like an inferior human when I hear stories like this, Maggie, because I think that if I had, been given a diagnosis like that, I would feel an injustice. I'd feel angry. I would feel that this was almost a singling out of me. I would feel sorry for myself, and yet when I hear stories like this.
I was so angry at the world, at the whole injustice of the world, and I was kind of angry for him, and he was just like, well,
So he was your strength, despite him going through it.
Very much so, and I can't put into words. how much
Yeah.
I miss him. Sorry.
No, Maggie, listen, you don't have to be sorry for anything. Your son sounds like he was a magnificent person, and to have that sort of attitude, despite what he was coping with, I think is extraordinary. And voices like Josh's clearly need to be considered when members of Parliament think about this, right?
Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
No.
Yeah, he was one of a kind.
Listen, thank you, Maggie. And I know that's not easy to talk about, clearly. Thank you, Maggie in Lincolnshire. That is the bit with... my goodness. That is the bit, isn't it, with patients, particularly young people. You know, sometimes we hear of kids. And, you know, I think she said her son was 24 and diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. And you just think, well, how would I cope? You know, it does make you feel a bit inferior when somebody, you know, how many times do you come across on social media, you know, there's a little kid clearly taking in oxygen but smiling and getting on with it and aware of what is going on and what their, you know, their condition is going to do to them ultimately, but are able to get out there and somehow smile. I just think, could I do that? Look, you know, there but for the grace of God. And we all hope that we never find ourselves in that position. But when you have friends, and it's interesting that I've often talked about Ambrose Heron. Ambrose, you may remember, was our film critic for many years on TalkSport. And Ambrose also had brain cancer and lived for, I'm tempted to say, from diagnosis to when he passed away, possibly maybe 5 years. And he had a similar, you know, I would meet up with him, even though he was clearly increasingly difficult to, you know, his speech began to be badly affected, and his way of thinking and his memory and things like that, which, you know, sadly goes with the territory of having that kind of cancer. So it became sort of difficult to sometimes talk, and the last conversation I had with him was on the telephone, and that was really hard to talk. I don't think it sounded difficult to him, but it certainly did as the person at the other end, i.e. me. But the positivity was the point. You think, wow, the positivity. And I can't speak for what Ambrose would have wanted, but he sounds very much like the story of Josh we've just heard. 0344 499 1000 is where you'll find us. In the next section, there's a whole lot of stuff going on. We'll look at that Greg Wallace story as well. Andrew Gold, former BBC presenter, now running an incredibly successful YouTube channel. Some absolute stunning stuff on there. He's going to be with us talking the Greg Wallace story and the BBC implications. Will Guide is here talking tech as well, and you on the phones. 0344 499 1000. News headlines at 3 o'clock coming next.
smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Certainly is. It is Talk 0344 499 1000. 3 minutes after 3 o'clock. Lots to get through in this section. And, of course, lots of comment coming through from you as well. We're talking assisted dying. Can't clearly avoid this historic moment in Parliament. One step closer, becoming legal. Prime Minister Keir Starmer was among the 330 MPs who voted in favour of this bill. 5 hours of debate. An unusual sitting in the House of Commons for a Friday. More from you on the way. Also this afternoon, Greg Wallace has stepped away from his role as a MasterChef presenter, with the BBC launching an inquiry into allegations of